And on the sign on the side of the road indicating, they got the sign with the 6 pictures on it, the different restaurants.
Arby's, Subway.
Sure. McDonald's and Jersey Giant. Oh, I was fired up.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Good for you.
Thank you.
Yep. And congratulations on that, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we asked the kid who was working there, we're like, how many are there around these? I think there were 17. I'm like, 17? What? It's amazing.
Love it.
Still good at that location, Gator?
This was a different. I've never been to Paw Paw.
That's what I'm saying.
Was
Compared
the food
to,
still good?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was really good.
Because you know how certain places are different sometimes, depending on where you get it from. Everyone knows.
Yeah. Yep. Now the fresh baked bread, delicious. They make the sandwich the same way everybody else does. The other Jersey Giants I've been to,
Well, I tell you what. Gator, file that away.
Yeah.
And in future trips when we go to Hammond, see the Lions play the Bears,
we can
you know where to stop.
Yeah, in Paw Paw or any of the other locations they have now.
Yeah.
Very excited. Very fired up.
Congratulations. Yeah. I feel like that's a game changer for you.
There really was coming back. I mean, you're tired. We're like 5.5 hours into this trip back. I'm like, oh my God, we spent so much time in the car in the last couple of days. I need to stretch my legs, stretch my hammies. Let's go. What do we got? I got to pee so bad. What's good? Jersey Giant. Yes. Oh. I just want to spend the rest of the afternoon there. I felt like saying, you got the World Cup final here? You don't mind we go out and buy some beer, bring it back here, do you? We're just going to hang out all day long at the Jersey Giant.
They got like red booths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got some sort of, Arnold Schwarzenegger looking cartoon character, Conan the Barbarian type that's holding the giant submarine sandwich.
I just found the exit. There's a lot to choose from there. There's a Burger King, a Wendy's, a McDonald's, a Taco Bell, a Pizza Hut, a Jimmy John's.
There was a lot.
Red's Root Beer, Arby's. There's a Culver's and a Jersey Giant ready to take on the big boys.
Right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then the kid had told us because he was having trouble getting people to come in because there were a lot of people taking vacation at this time of the year that he had put the call out to the other adjacent stores. I'm like, adjacent stores? Where? And he starts rattling them off. Places I'd never heard of. Like, this is amazing. So I'm very, very excited.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Ton of feedback to get caught up on. I know the prudent thing to do is to trade Tarek Skubal, but to me, it's a no-brainer. You have a chance to get in. Therefore, you have a chance to win it all. You freaking go for it. That's from an unknown texter. Next text. Hi, guys. Winning a World Series would be the only justification for not trading Skubal at the deadline. If they keep him and don't win, colossal mistake. We have witnessed enough playoff baseball in the last 20 years without a championship. We don't need more of it. That's from Bill in Madison Heights. So you do know that trading him could also be a colossal mistake. I mean, yesterday we pointed out the return they got for Verlander. Somebody made the point that it was after the waiver deadline, and that is true. That changes the variables. But that was considered a good trade in that moment in time from the Tigers in terms of the return. But there are always examples of prospects that don't pan out. So not doing the right thing at the deadline is going to be a mistake. I mean, I will tell you, if they keep him and make a legitimate run and get to the World Series, I get that this turns into a battle of who has higher expectations. But if you have a World Series team, if you win the American League, I think you can say you were justified in keeping him.
If you do that, I agree 100% that it was justification because you were going for it and you have a chance to win there. Yeah, I mean, if you end up winning the American League, go to a World Series and fail to win the World Series, but you go to you win the American League.
I think that people, you're just delaying the knowing whether or not you had the gratification of doing the right thing. If you keep him and you don't win it all and you want to call it a mistake, that's fine. Call it whatever you want. If you trade for somebody, you're only going to find out in the next few years whether or not it was a mistake.
What I don't want to happen is to find out that they didn't trade him because he didn't want to go. because he didn't want to get because he already came out and said.
No, you don't know. 100%.
I don't want to find out at all that they were just catering to what he wants.
Dude, if we find that out, I will be irate.
And I'm having a hard time imagining that would be the case because how can you operate as an organization by just catering to the whims of a potential free agent?
Right.
Oh, well, he wants to stay. Oh, because he likes these guys? Okay, that's great. He wants to stay till the end of the season. Do you want to stay? You want to finish your career as a Tiger? Well, I'm going to stay to the end of the season. I mean, that's why I've got more than 1 foot out the door already to move him out.
There's something else that I've been thinking about and kind of workshopping an idea, but I will also say this. When you come out and publicly say you want to stay and you want to make a run with these guys.
And by the way, don't forget he also said he wants them to buy.
Yep.
He said that a couple weeks ago.
Then I don't want there to ever be any reason at all to ever question whether or not you emptied the tank.
Sure. That's fair.
I'm trusting that AJ Hinch and Skubal last year in that deciding game against Seattle, that he was done and he was truly done. And it lingers in my mind, though, that he didn't work into the 7th at 99 pitches. It is, if you really say how much you want to be here and make a run with these guys and they add, there can't be any questions about whether or not you emptied the tank.
No, you can't have questions like that at all. You have got to, you have to show that you're all in. Because if you want the team to be all in, then you have to be all in. And all the players have to be that way. You can't just, it can't be halfway. Things have to be full way for all parties. That being said, I don't know if it makes sense. That's going to be debated ad nauseum for a long time here, not just the trade deadline, but it'll be after the trade deadline, and then you get into the off season and negotiations, and we'll see, if teams are even able to negotiate contracts with players if there's a lockout. So we don't know, but this will be debated for sure. It's okay. Worst case scenario for the Tigers is you hang on to them, you don't win anything, and then you end up with a compensatory pick. Well, that can be good if it's a good draft upcoming, but if it's not a deep draft upcoming, then that doesn't make sense.
More feedback. The biggest issue is the terrible bullpen, and it's not close. They don't have one trustworthy arm down there except Montero occasionally. Well, I would argue that they have other issues. It's not just the bullpen. I think getting a reliable bullpen arm should be a very, very high priority for this team. What's crazy is the middle relievers without much of a track record were really pretty good last night. And right now, Finnegan has worked his way into being what I would say is unreliable. It wasn't that long ago he was reliable.
Correct. And at the same vein, looking at Waguespack, is he turning into something?
Yep.
Because even though he hasn't pitched in that many games for the Tigers this year, the 14 innings and only 8 hits allowed and 4 walks, 2 earned runs, came on 2 solo shots. That's all he's given up this year is 2 solo home runs. That tells you, okay, maybe they're finding something with this guy, but I also wonder if this is like Cinderella waiting to, the clock strike midnight here with him.
Scott writes in, Gator discovers a New Jersey giant, life-changing. What would be your equivalent? Chick-fil-A?
What is it for you?
Boston Market.
There it is.
If there's a Boston Market open and I'm driving anywhere near it, I stop.
Resurrected?
Dude. That place, there's a few still open, right?
I don't know about that.
248-539-9797. Okay. Rookies, we'll get the answer to the Boston Market question. Rookies, are there any open?
Only about 15 to 22 Boston Market locations remaining nationwide. That's down from a peak of over 1,200 stores in the 1990s.
What's the closest one? Do you have a...
I don't know where the closest one is.
We'll effort that during the break.
Yeah, I can effort that during the break.
Okay, we got rookies reporting on Saturday for the Detroit Lions. There's something strange that I don't remember this being the case ever before going into training camp. I don't want to talk about it. We'll get to it at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 crew cab, the 2FL, 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd.
Sadly, Doug, I went to the Boston Market webpage.
What do I got to go to, like Romeo?
More like Rome.
Yeah. Closer. I think Kenny's probably closer. I don't think we're close to Duncanville, Texas. And by the way, listen to the cities.
Okay.
Duncanville, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You have Woodbury, New Jersey. Newark, not New Jersey, Delaware. Newark, Delaware. Then there's Hackensack, New Jersey. There's one in Brooklyn, and there's one in Philly.
Okay, so what? Philly, my closest one?
Philly or Jersey, one of those two.
I just looked up the ride to Duncanville, Texas is 18-hour drive. So might take me a minute to get there. Philly's like 10 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, something like that. But
Detroit to Newark, Delaware. I was trying to do that.
Yeah.
It's not good. I get bus fares.
Sweet. All right, here I go. I got the exact distance from here to the one in Philly is 8 hours and 51 minutes. I'm probably not going to Boston Market anytime soon.
8 hours, 50 minutes.
I don't see Duncanville in my near future.
No?
There was a chance for Philly with college for a minute there, but that didn't happen.
No. Well, you could have gone to
then I would have been hanging out
Boston Market.
I would have been ordering beers like you.
Yeah. It's not.
Can I set up my laptop and just watch games? All right. I'm not sure there's one real significant position battle at training camp. There are battles.
For the Lions.
For the Lions, yes. It opens on Saturday. There are battles.
And there are battles?
Well, but there's
you're
not.
You're going to go out.
Every year.
Blaha?
No, I'm not going Blaha. Blaha, the Tiger game, I'll go Blaha last night. There are wins, and then there are wins.
Right.
But if you look at the Lions training camp and you get into the position battles, it's kind of, it's not the way it's been in the past. Okay, well, on offense, is there only one position battle? And even that one, I think there's a high expectation that Blake Miller, the rookie, will start over Larry Borom at right tackle.
I think right tackle and left guard might be up for grabs a little bit.
Okay, so Christian Mahogany, Ben Barch, maybe Miles Frazier, I think is working out at right guard, but don't hold me to that. Kang, are these real position battles, do you think, or these?
I don't think those two spots in the offensive line, I don't think they're given, like Penei Sewell left tackle and center, right? With Mays. So, or even right guard with Tate Ratledge. So I think those are the three solid. You solidify those are ones. The other two positions, left guard and right tackle, I think you'd be disappointed. The average Lions fan would be disappointed if it wasn't Mahogany and Blake Miller.
Yeah, it feels like maybe. I don't know that this is necessarily true, but my first thought is if Mahogany and Blake Miller don't win those spots, then we kind of got a bit of a problem. Now, Borom, they like Borom at the tackle spot, and they did add some. I find Miles Frazier to be an interesting possible candidate at one of the guard spots, but if he's playing right guard, anyway, none of these feel like these critical big position battles. They're important, but not like I can remember in years past.
Maybe not. Also, it's interesting to note that the Lions have a tackle on the roster named Mason Miller also, which is also fun. Could potentially be a Tiger roster player. But yeah, it does seem like there are. I'm hoping. It does seem like there are fewer battles, which I think it's a good thing because the battles we're talking about, even we think that the guy has it, but there's a little bit of competition there, which helps to build
locked in.
Yeah, it helps to build up the depth, which is what you really need to do. It's the teams that really advance in the NFL are the teams that can stay, certainly ones that can stay the healthiest. But if they're not going to be healthy, do they have somebody on the roster that can keep the ship afloat and moving in the right direction? And you hope that that's the case, whether Larry Borom or Blake Miller wins the job at right tackle. That, okay, if Borom wins, then do you feel good because, okay, he's the veteran he's supposed to, and it's just a matter of time? Or do you feel good that if Blake Miller wins it, that you feel good because, hey, they got a veteran like Larry Borom backing him up?
Yeah.
It sounds like it's good depth to have, where it's not just a weak point in the offense.
On the defensive side of the ball, I mean, Hutch, Tyleik Williams, and Aleem McNeil are your implied starters. Is Levi Onwuzurike and Tyleik Williams going to be a position battle? Or you just don't count on Levi Onwuzurike for anything?
When it comes to the defensive, really anybody other than Aiden Hutchinson on the defensive line, those four spots, the other three spots, I feel like is all rotational anyway. Like Aleem McNeil, pen him in. Okay, he's a starting guy at the tackle position, but the other ones just feel like they're rotational at this point until somebody separates themselves, and even then, that's usually how you treat the defensive line anyway. Guys are coming in and out of the game all the time. Hutchinson is one of the rare breed that stays out there almost every play. So, I mean, even at the other end position, DJ Wanham, I think he's going to be pushed a little bit hopefully from Derek Moore. That Derek Moore shows some real chops as a pass rusher, and we're going to want to see him. And at least there'll be this rotation. Like, these guys are there first and second down, and here third down, we know who's coming in. So I still would think that Tyleik Williams would be the guy over Levi Onwuzurike, because Levi Onwuzurike just has not shown any ability to stay healthy or to really push things. Is this guy just like one of the, they say practice players versus a game day or whatever?
Yeah.
Is Onwuzurike just like is he a training camp guy? Is that the only time we ever talk glowingly about Onwuzurike because the coaching staff says so?
Kind of.
And then we get to the regular season and
he's nowhere to be found. In the secondary, Rocky Ya-Sin and Ennis Rakestraw, are they battling for a spot? I feel like DJ Reed, if healthy, is a starter. Can we agree on that?
I think so.
Rocky Ya-Sin and Ennis Rakestraw, is that a legitimate position battle?
Keith Abney?
Well, somebody's going to back up DJ Reed, but yeah, it could be Keith Abney. You're right. This could be a position battle.
I think that's one to watch out for, is who gets the other corner position. I think that's legit.
I feel like Rocky Ya-Sin's the implied starter, but
it's interesting. If you look at ESPN's depth chart,
yeah,
they have Keith Abney as the starter at right corner and Rocky Ya-Sin backing up DJ Reed. But of course, these are just depth charts.
Sure, yeah.
In July, but
I love depth charts, but this is not a Bible.
Not at all.
Yeah.
But does that leave us to think that, okay, that position is up for grabs? And we think it's Rocky Ya-Sin, but there's Keith Abney on ESPN's list, but there should be competition.
And with it unlikely that Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch will be ready to go, do we count on Christian Izien and Chuck Clark? Are those going to be the starters at safety? Is Thomas Harper in the mix? Avonte Maddox in the mix? I don't think you sleep on Lawrence Strickland as a possibility.
I think the safeties is going to be an interesting mix and match of who ends up winning those jobs. There's a mix of veterans and unprovens and guys that are just, they're veterans, but they didn't play a whole lot in their careers as starters. I'm curious how that shakes out. And then is Kirby Joseph going to be healthy enough to start the season anyway? He might be.
Kang, are we missing anything that we're discounting that is a bigger storyline that we're saying as far as position battles?
I think the opposite corner, DJ Reed, is something to keep an eye on. Like, where if Rocky Ya-Sin, I think he would be right now, if you had to start a game today or tomorrow, Rocky Ya-Sin would start opposite DJ Reed. But we have a training camp, we have, preseason, all that stuff. I think if Abney won it, I could be kind of excited. Like, I feel like it wouldn't necessarily mean like Rocky Ya-Sin's done because he's getting older, but maybe because they would trust a veteran, you would assume. But if they gave it to Abney, I'd be like, maybe he's shown enough. We're already early. Like, hey, this guy might be able to handle more. It's not crazy to think, mid-round cornerbacks or secondary guys that start week one. It happens in this league, And Gator, you always talk about attrition in spots. Like, I think like maybe you found something in Abney that, hey, because he was highly, rated.
He was very highly rated, and then it slipped in the draft for whatever reason. And when the Lions took him, everybody said, well, that looks like a steal.
You don't have to be a first or second round pick to start at cornerback in this league.
No, you don't. And I mean, the truth is, it's kind of the same thing can be said for Miles Frazier, and we haven't really seen him yet. But one of the reasons we're intrigued by Frazier is pre-draft scouting reports. So see how it plays itself out. But it's kind of a weird training camp in that there's nothing really major. There's some, I guess we just named some position battles, but it doesn't feel like there's massive storylines here, at least what we're accustomed to. But Blake Miller, get our first look at him, get our first look at Keith Abney, get our first look at Derek Moore coming up this weekend. So
Jimmy Rolder.
Yeah, huge. I mean, Rolder's pretty much a backup, right?
You'd think, but who's he backing up? Malcolm Rodriguez. Is Malcolm Rodriguez, you look at him and say that's a definite starter?
I do, but maybe I shouldn't. Should I not say that?
I'm just saying there's competition there. We'll see. I mean, Rodriguez, when he's healthy, there's a lot to like. He looks like this heat-seeking missile out there and in good form and all that. But Rolder is a guy that seemingly got better each week at Michigan and may have a little chip on his shoulder.
Could be. All right. And boy, when he was healthy, he was really good. When he got banged up, it's for Michigan last year, it sucked because his healthy version of Jimmy Rolder, which he wasn't enough when he was at Michigan, is finally healthy, was damn good. All right, straight ahead. Our guy Jared Goff just spoke. Hear what he had to say. And coming up next hour, on Gators' take on the World Cup, and we got a food topic. It's always popular. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, you love live music? Sam Bernstein Law is giving back to the community by launching the Bernstein Box Office. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok for your chance to win free tickets to your dream concert. It's free and easy. Sign up and follow the Bernstein Box Office and win. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Lots on the table so far today. We have discussed the Detroit Tigers out of the gate, Did a little award Manual, Michigan, and now we moved on to Lions here. But of course, it's open line, so any of those topics are fair game, and others. That's what we do here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. But Gator, we just mentioned that Jared Goff, the Lions quarterback, recently went on the NFL Network show, The Insiders, had a few things to say. We've pulled the most interesting things he had to say.
He's cheating on us?
I don't think that we can call it that. He was allowed to do other interviews. He talked to us, yes, but why don't you bring it up with him when he's on the air next time?
Maybe I will.
You should, Gator.
Yeah.
It'd be like, I don't want to make this awkward or anything, Jared, but I've heard from other people that you have done an interview or two with other people, not named Doug and Scott.
I mean, just looking for a clarification.
Where do we stand?
Yeah.
I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Are we cool?
Yeah.
Yes, please do bring this up.
That won't be awkward.
So first, topic of Amon-Ra St. Brown came up, and of course he was just named one of the top 5 wide receivers in the NFL. And here's what Jared Goff had to say. You know, they say that you're in great shape when your best players are your hardest workers, and it sounds like that's the case. At least Goff presents it that way. That's the case with Amon-Ra.
Yeah, and we see it when we go to Lions training camp. We're out there for a couple, 3 practices each year, and we've noticed it. He's the guy after every practice, out there with the machine and catching 100 passes or whatever it is after each practice. It's fun to watch him put in the work and how that rubs off on other players too. Other players are doing the same thing. They're stepping up and trying to put extra work in practice. And when you hear Goff say that, I think that sends a message to the rest of the guys too. Put in the extra work. We want to see that. And we have bigger places to go, but we can't get there if we're not doing the little things. And these are the little things, is to pour your heart and soul into each practice.
Okay, next up. They missed the playoffs last year. How does that sit with Jared Goff? I hope it does burn inside. I hope that it is. They've really battened down the hatches this year. It feels like everything is scaled back. And I don't know if it's like we got away from the business. Like we got distracted. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out Dan Campbell. Feels like Dan Campbell's like having an off season where he's saying no to everything, which is probably an overstatement. But doesn't it feel like they've like tighten the screws
a little bit? I mean, it seems like there's less hype about things, which is a good thing. I think you're not putting unreal expectations on players, but that's how it's been so far. We'll see where it is next week. When we're a couple days into practice with the full complement of players, everybody's there, and okay, how's everybody looking? And I imagine that they're going to take the same approach. Look, it's not like we're in pads here with a bunch of practices. We're just getting our feet under and see where we're at. But I hope that they don't go overboard with the hype machine. I really hope that's the case. And maybe they need to come in with a very low profile because they've got so many changes. The biggest change of all is the change with the offensive coordinator, who looks like he's bringing in perhaps his own take on how things are going to be, whereas last year it seemed like it was just maybe scaled down from what Ben Johnson had.
Doug, there seems to be a lot less hype this year, like a lot less marketing, fluff, all that stuff, whatever you want to call it. Even their schedule release was just Dan Campbell like handing over the schedule, right? And,
right.
Like getting back to their grassroots or whatever, how they started this thing. They just Which is ironic to me, by the way, because Goff was doing this interview promoting Little Caesars. But besides that, besides the marketing, other than that,
maybe scratch all that we just said.
Yeah, no, but they have seemed to gone back to. I think they got humbled. Honestly, last year, last place in the division, did not make the playoffs. They needed this humbling, maybe. And then I think even Campbell said it during the season at some point, like, we needed to get our ass kicked, maybe. Maybe that's what we need to do because things aren't the way they used to be. No one's going to hand you victories. Yeah, we win in a lot of regular season games last couple of years, but you can't take for granted because look what happened.
They lost both games to Minnesota.
With horrible quarterbacks.
Horrible quarterback play, and they lost both games to them. And they also lost to Pittsburgh, and that was a game that was kind of hard to swallow. Like, they lost to Pittsburgh? That happened? Yeah, that happened. Those are things they don't want to repeat. Bad taste in the mouth, I hope. And he said it burns. Yeah, I hope it burns like hell and forces that refocus on the little things and working hard in practice and making sure that you do everything properly.
Okay, final thing. You mentioned Drew Petzing. Here's what he had to say about the early returns on the new offensive coordinator. Okay, Goff always said that everything was collaborative on offensively, and I feel like he's in the early stages of that. And I don't know. I think it's going to take some time. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it takes some time for them to kind of get this offense up and running. And they should be really good. Don't get me wrong, but they're probably not going to be as good as they will be right out of the gate.
I wouldn't imagine they are, and yet I want them to be. I don't want to see growing pains, but it's unrealistic to think that there won't be growing pains, and there'll be growing pains for several reasons. One, you've got a new offense to implement, and B, maybe even more importantly, you've got different faces on that offensive line that you're trying to get reacclimated, and the different positions too. And Penei Sewell moving over to the left side, though I don't think that's going to be as big a deal as other people think in terms of him feeling comfortable at left tackle. But it's everything else. We talked about a little bit about competition on that line. You got a new center coming in. You've got a new right tackle coming in at the very least. So there are some definite changes there, which probably will take a little bit of time. Something I found interesting, we get these emails all the time from BetOnline talking about stats, right? And the running back stat odds and wide receiver stat odds, basically, with how many receiving yards or rushing yards are going to have, passing yards. When I've looked at these that have come in for wide receivers, running backs, tight ends, and quarterbacks, I feel like every one of them I would take the over on. And I'm like, wait a minute, am I missing something here? Like when I see that Jahmyr Gibbs, his rushing total for rushing yards is set at 1,150 and a half. That his receiving yards is set at 450 and a half. His receptions are at 66 and a half. I feel like those are low. Like the receiving totals in particular, I feel like those are definitely low. And yet maybe they're not that low.
If he has 66 catches and that's the expectation, I think over 450 yards receiving is like a given.
Sam Laporta. Receptions, over under 68 and a half.
Health is a question.
Yeah, health's a question, but 68 and a half, if he's healthy, he's going to crush that. And then the yards receiving, 675 and a half. The touchdowns at 5.5. I feel like that is way undervaluing.
I would run away from Laporta just because of the injury question, but I get you're right. If he's healthy, I think those are strong numbers that could go over.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, 1,250 yards, but it's the 9.5 touchdown receptions I feel might be light. 112 receptions on the year. Jameson Williams is at 62.5 receptions on the year. 950 yards receiving. This is a guy who's gone over 1,000 yards each of the last 2 years. I feel like he's only getting better. The touchdown total is at 5.5 for J-Mo. I'm just saying.
Those are interesting numbers. A lot of time between now and the start of the season, though.
Yeah, that there are. Jared Goff just under 4,100 yards passing.
I would never make a player prop bet until the season started and you see that they're upright and ambulatory.
There you go.
All right, it's Carson Anderson, Maury Open Line calls and feedback on this Tuesday here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Tigers face the Cubs again tonight after winning the series opener yesterday. Detroit has won 4 of its last 5 series and can pick up another series victory tonight with a win. Framber Valdez will be on the mound for Detroit against David Peterson for Chicago. Valdez has a 4.10 ERA this year, but is coming off his best start of the season. Last time out, he went 7 innings with only 3 hits and 1 run allowed against the A's. He had no walks and a season-high 9 strikeouts in that win. First pitch from the Windy City is at 8:05 tonight right here on 97.1. Pregame game at 7:40. ESPN is going through another round of layoffs, and we have more names reportedly attached today, along with Ryan Clark, Carl Ravitch, and Tom Pelissero. Our longtime anchor David Lloyd and fantasy football reporter Stefania Bell. Another unconfirmed report suggests former NFL quarterback Cam Newton will not be back with the worldwide leader either. John Rothstein reports today that Michigan basketball transfer LJ Cason has committed to Miami today. Cason averaged 8 points per game before suffering a season-ending knee injury late last year. In NFL news today, the Dolphins and linebacker Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51 million extension. This new deal makes him the third highest paid linebacker by average annual value in the league. BetOnline has released its stats lines for running backs across the league today, and it predicts Jahmyr Gibbs will have the most touchdowns of any halfback. His over-under is set at 15.5 total TDs. Lions training camp begins August 2nd. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yep.
Got to wash it all down.
Bad bite. Took one more bite. Shouldn't have taken one more bite of lunch.
It's all right. Maybe in year 20 you'll figure it out.
Not likely. Gator's back, people, who are just joining us. Gator was gone last Friday and yesterday at a family get-together in Madison, Wisconsin, or just outside Madison, Wisconsin, which it's I hope you endured. It's a tough place to hang out, Madison. Not a lot to do there.
I enjoyed. The drive is long, but
Yep.
The observation I had, it's a lot like it's like if suburban Detroit, if Metro Detroit were put up north, if that makes sense.
That's what Madison reminds you
It's
of?
kind of what it felt like just going in that part, going from Milwaukee up to Madison. They've lots of hills, lots of green trees and all that. And then yet there were all these, the town of Middleton, which is the one that's adjacent to Madison where we were at. It was kind of a cool looking downtown area they had there, and lots of new construction, new architecture up there. It just looked kind of cool.
So what's the name of the casino that's got 1 million billboards right around Madison?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. You didn't see.
I don't pay attention to the casino stuff.
No,
But-
just there was like
I did see that they were, going through Indiana into Chicago area. Crazy Kaplan's fireworks.
yeah,
Let me tell you something. If you're going to get your fireworks
get them from.
from a guy named Crazy with a K, I'm just saying. Interesting.
That's your guy.
The logo for Crazy Kaplan's with a K.
It's like a cartoon, isn't it?
He's like a cartoon. The guy looks absolutely wired, and he's hanging onto a firecracker for dear life. I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
Worried about it. The other thing is Kaplan's. It's Kaplan's without an apostrophe. So I'm curious: are there other Kaplan's out there?
There must be.
Not only that, but then there's the other 15 fireworks stores that you'll see on the way. Some proclaiming to be the largest in the country.
So I believe the casino is Ho Chunk.
Had I seen an ad for Ho Chunk, I would have remembered.
It's like a whole chunk out of my paycheck,
Yeah,
right? And it's,
exactly.
Jeez,
Or Ho Chunk is a whole different expense. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with gambling.
that's down the street. A lot of those signs too.
That's late night.
And checking no Boston Market in Madison.
Yeah, no, sorry, Don.
That's quite all right. Anyway, welcome back. One thing you missed was a chance to talk about the end of the World Cup. What is your take on the end of the World Cup?
So Saturday was kind of like the get together with the family, and we're hanging outside of a pavilion.
So you missed a soccer game that made last night's baseball game look tame.
Right. Yes. I looked at my phone and I saw that it was 4-0 at halftime in the consolation game. Like, well, that's happening. And then what ended up being 5-3 was the final.
6-4.
6-4 is the final. Like, wow, that's a lot of goal scoring. Obviously that France decided to play in the second half, but not enough. And then the final, we drove back. The first half, we listened to the first half on the radio. So I didn't get a chance to. I didn't watch any. By the time we got to my brother's and I picked up my car, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to stick around and watch. I want to get home to the dog. And plus, I didn't have power or cable at that point either because of the storm. Apparently, wind had knocked it out at my house over the weekend. But as far as my interest, I found this crazy. Our drive back was mostly dominated by listening to coverage of the British Open.
Yeah.
And then the soccer game.
Yeah.
Like very little music on the way back. The way there was all music. The way back, not so much. We're like, hey, British Open's on. Let's listen to that.
Was it the BBC feed by chance?
Yeah.
So you heard?
There were a lot of, I don't know if it was BBC feed, maybe on PGA, but there were a lot of English announcers, Irish announcers, and then there was an American announcer who I thought was horrible, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm like, where is the ball? Did he leave it? If he left it short, how short is it? And he wasn't giving us any information. I said to my brother, it must be a TV guy because radio guy's going to tell you. But otherwise, hearing the Irish people talk about he's put this up there, it's what a bother, but it looks like he's going to have a chance at it. Oh, he's going to give it a go. Oh, I just made it short on the right side.
What'd you say?
He said short. It was short.
The putt was short.
The putt was short. That's a different thing. That's another kind of short.
Well, anyway,
It was short.
the World Cup, there's already talk about us trying to put in a bid for another one.
Well, they should. What record attendances? I haven't seen the number. Has anybody seen the numbers yet on the viewership for Sunday's final? I imagine it was through the roof.
3 billion. I have no idea. I just a big number.
I mean, the number has to be. If the numbers we saw with the Americans playing in the game in the earlier rounds were like peaking at 40 million, do you think that? I would imagine the final had to go past 50 million.
Telemundo's numbers are in, and Peacock Spanish language numbers are in, but I am not seeing.
They haven't done Fox yet.
No,
they should. Because the viewership was through the roof. And obviously they were able to sell the games. I mean, that was a big talk going into it, right? Remember how expensive it was? And then they had to bring the prices down. When all was said and done, the buy-in price for the final was like $11,000. And actually, those were the face value. It was up to $25,000 people were getting in resale for an $11,000 ticket, selling it for $25,000. Congratulations if you were able to find somebody to buy it, and they were because it was obviously packed.
Yeah, and so the next two World Cup venues are decided. I doubt they'll come back to us in 2038. It would seem like a rather quick turnaround. But by all accounts, this was a healthy event in terms of attendance. I think most people had a pretty positive attitude about it here. Our listeners seem to embrace it a little bit. It does bring out something that I absolutely love. And that is all of us giving our opinions. I think that Soccer Guy must be rolling their eyes like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
At World Cup opinions. But this happens with more than just Soccer Guy. We do this with the Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, gymnastics.
Yeah. Parachute in and you're not the real fan, but you're going to give an opinion because you're watching it now.
Yeah.
And I think with soccer, it's the diehard soccer fan that they're rolling their eyes at the rest of us. It's because they've adopted it, I should say. They've adopted it an understanding for what it is. It's a European sport and a South American sport. It's the rest of the world sport. It's not the United States. Is nowhere near the popularity. But they'll accept everything that goes on because that's just how it's done everywhere else. The people like us who will tune in every 4 years to watch the World Cup if the United States is relevant in any way possible, we'll watch it and we'll want to. Well, how do we change it to make it more important to us?
We immediately complain about offsides.
Right. Why do we have this VAR system? Why is this red card so damn punitive? Why aren't they doing more to police the amount of flopping that's going on? And like everybody else has already accepted it. Like it's their game. And now we want them to conform to what we want to watch, which I recognize that. And I think it is kind of funny. That's why I don't take it too seriously because I'm not,
We do our
I'm not
best
the guy
to
you're gonna
we do
reach.
our best to be realistic, and at the same time, we're actively invalidating our own opinions.
Yes.
However, with that said, are you an expert in some sport like soccer or gymnastics or horse racing or F1, and you just crack up when you hear commoners talk about your sport? Are you a lawyer? Are you a police officer? Are you a doctor? That when you hear things, you just cringe. And what are some of those things? So if you have a field of expertise, it sometimes happens to me, Gator, like I'll be at a Tiger game sitting in the stands, and there'll be some blowhard who thinks they know everything about baseball, and they're clearly their group is listening to them, and I'm like, oh my God, this is their authority, and he does not know this game at all. It cracks me up a little bit. I keep my mouth shut, but are you an authority in something like soccer or something that's not sports related, and just find it hysterical when people parachute in and give their opinions? Because I bet Soccer Guy had a field day during the World Cup. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Twin Peak fans, I want to double down today and talk about the best happy hour in the state. What better way to cure those current gas prices, which are out of control, than awesome deals at your new favorite sports bar? When I hear the specials they offer, it reminds me of those college days when deals would hook you up when you were trying to ball on a budget. With dining experiences really taking a turn in terms of service and the cost of eating out going through the roof, they've doubled down on happy hour, and that just makes sense for everyone. They call it $5, you call it, and $7 Big Baller Shot Collar. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack, Crown, or Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher and order up a Grey Goose, Patron, Maker's Mark for $7. There are many food options to choose from at those prices as well. And what makes it even better, you can do a shot, a 22-ounce draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and an in-house smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. Haven't even mentioned the best part, served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Happy hours runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday. There's never a dull moment at the Lodge. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Get to some Tiger stuff a little bit later on. What a game last night. We've talked Lions. We've talked Ward Manuel. Any of those things on your mind, fair game. 248-539-9797. Brought up the World Cup for Gator, who is back today to get your 2 cents on this thing and how it wrapped up. Whether or not we're going to be in line to get another one of these things quickly.
I don't like how you dismiss the fact that we won't get in 2038. Like, do you think that the Gator, and you mentioned it last segment, the soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, is popular everywhere else in the world, like their number one sport, except for America. America can clearly handle it. We just did, right? Got great ratings. To get more Americans involved and get more of our attention and money, wouldn't you want maybe America to be in the rotation for this? I don't know how they do it. It's not like the NCAA Final Four, obviously, where Indianapolis always gets it, right? At least every few, whatever. Can America be part of like more of the rotation, like every third or fourth World Cup instead of waiting so long?
The Superdome.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and that helps them out too, I think.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, the real fact is that other countries and other nations just don't have the massive stadiums that we have to accommodate that many fans. We have all these 80,000 seat stadiums or 75, whatever it is. I think it makes all the sense in the world for them to come back if they just want to make money off it. But I mean, I would understand too that they would want to reward other countries and nations for their participation too. But was the only other time 1994?
Yes.
That was the last time I was here in the States?
Yes.
So
and the only other time.
So yeah, I mean it's been a minute. I don't think that they're going to do it in 12 years to bring it back here, but will we see it more often? I think that would be certainly a conversation worth having, and same thing with the Women's World Cup.
So the countries expected to bid on it, okay, and that are putting together bids for this. One is France, who hasn't hosted since 1998. One is Germany, which hasn't hosted since 2006. And one indeed is the United States, which just hosted. There is also talk that France and Germany may combine their bid, and I would suspect that would probably get it done for them, given what soccer means. But these bids aren't done by who's most deserving. It's done by who pays FIFA the most money under the table. No, it's done by who's got the best, who puts together the best bid, who puts together the best bid. And the one thing that could work against France and Germany is that they're going to Spain, Portugal, and Morocco in 2030. So they want to go back to that area of the world because they went Qatar, United States, Spain, Saudi Arabia in 2034. I'm a little surprised there's not a South American bid coming in.
Is the Women's World Cup in Brazil upcoming?
I don't know.
That might be something there.
Could be.
But given if they're talking about expanding to 64 teams and 144 games or whatever they're talking about, if that becomes real, then wouldn't it make sense to if you're FIFA, and again, I'm sure they love that we're workshopping this.
Yeah.
Yes, let us tell you how you should run your business. But wouldn't you have it in more than one location? Like what they're talking about when you say with Spain, Portugal, Morocco.
Yeah.
Do Germany, France, Switzerland, Italy.
It might make
Greece.
some sense, yes, because you're going to run out of stadiums probably. Well, I shouldn't say it like I have any idea. I have no idea. But it's run out of stadiums in France, says Doug with absolutely no knowledge of what the stadium setup's like in France.
And apparently travel in Europe is real easy with their rail system and all that.
I can attest to, having done that.
I mean, would be easier than if you've got games in San Francisco, Dallas, Miami, Boston, New York, Escanaba.
Hammond.
That's right.
And soon to be Hammond, Indiana.
If they can get the Chicago Bears, we can get another World Cup here.
Probably. Yeah. Let's go to Alan next on 97.1. Hello, Alan.
Hey, I'm not a soccer fan. I'm never going to be a soccer fan, but I enjoyed watching some of the stories that they had about the fans and players. But what I want to know is, why couldn't they have some of these games like at the Big House? I'd like to see a game at the Horseshoe. We got some big stadiums down in the SEC. Why don't they try to play at some of these college stadiums?
You know, it's an interesting thought. If you combine the most rabid, passionate, over-the-top fans that the world has to offer and put them in the stadiums where our most rabid, over-the-top, passionate fans go, because college fans are different than professional sports fans. They're just insane, right? It's an interesting thought. I don't hate this idea, Alan.
Well, and obviously they've had friendlies at the big house before, right?
Yep.
And the stadiums are big. I mean, aren't the pro stadiums smaller than some of these the college stations? They get bigger crowds, and I know there are other things that go into it, but
yeah, I mean, those stadiums in those towns have to put in bids. They have to be able to.
Are they all big enough to fit a pitch?
I mean, you can build it out. You can build a platform and change the configuration a little bit. You also have to be able to have the hotel space and all that.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah.
And I am sure that Baton
Norway.
Rouge could handle it because they bring in fans, but I'm not sure Norway is going to want to stay in, a Hampton.
See all the Norwegian fans just storming over at Denny Stadium in Alabama.
Dude, hysterical.
It'd be great.
Let's go to Mike, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
So what they're trying to do is avoid having these FIFA and Olympic villages and stadiums created, and then they become just ghost towns that are just overgrown where nobody ever goes again. So the FIFA and the Olympic Committee are trying to get together to where they can kind of have a route where the World Cup will happen, and then 2 years later the Summer Games will happen. And the biggest thing is the infrastructure for these organizations is to have public transportation, hotels, and create an experience that more than most people can attribute to because they're closer to one of these countries. So a country like Portugal could never, ever host a FIFA World Cup on its own. But by clustering together, they at least have a chance. But the biggest thing is FIFA and the Olympic Committee coming together and not creating these ghost towns of getting two major class events 2 years apart, which is really smart if you think about it.
Yeah, no, it makes a ton of sense. Have you researched this? Do you follow it? Or how do you know all this?
So it's actually because of the FIFA World Cup happened this year in the United States. They've done research about what can we double dip from the FIFA World Cup that's going to affect the Olympics in 2 years. And a lot of that stuff is in California, obviously, but some of the research that's been coming out, I read an article last week about it, is that they're testing public transportation, hotels, strategy, things of that nature. So you're going to see more and more of that coming probably in the next 4 to 6 years as it relates to both events.
Okay. Oh, interesting, Mike. Thank you for sharing. We were talking about, are you an expert in anything, the way soccer fans have had to deal with Americans giving their soccer opinions the last month and a half? Are you an expert in anything and you just cringe when you hear people try and break it down? Stephen at work says, my wife is a NICU nurse. Anytime we are watching a medical show, she's constantly correcting them and asking, why would they give that drug? Or don't do that now. That's going to contradict this drug. That's not the right way to do an IV. Oh. You would think these medical shows on big networks would be more accurate.
Well, I definitely have consultants on board. So it's
apparently not good enough, according to Stephen at work. This will sound like a humble brag, and I don't mean it to, but I was All-State in basketball, so I know the game pretty well. I work with a guy who thinks he knows so much basketball, better than anyone in the world, and literally everything he says is absolutely moronic. It drives me absolutely crazy just to have to sit there and nod and agree because we're all at work. Does this guy, I think it's hysterical if you let him go and go and go and go and go, and then later tell him. Like if you've given no opinions ever, and then just offer one up in contradiction to him and say, well, I was All-State in basketball. I've listened to you for months and months and months. Next text, 2038 is a lock. U.S. gets World Cup again. Well, I'd like to know more. Why did you say that? From Will, when people start talking about bowling, my skin crawls.
You're a bowling expert? Sure.
As a mechanic, I can't stand when people think leaving their car running saves gas. It doesn't. It just wastes gas.
Who thinks that would save gas?
I don't know.
Like your car is literally running.
I think the theory behind that is if like you restarting it wastes more gas than actually letting it just sit there and run, depending on how long you're letting it sit there, I guess.
Like the idling thing where you can.
Well, that's
like
my
if you're at a
thought.
stoplight and the car shuts off if it has that feature.
Yeah, it literally shuts off to save gas, right?
Yeah, it does.
Listen to this one. Phil in Ann Arbor who says he loves the show. I'm in orthopedic sports medicine. 20 plus years of experience. Everyone on your station at some point has spoken about an injury and how long it'll take to recover, only knowing maybe 10% at best of what's really going on. I always literally laugh every single time. I'm sure there's others out there like me too.
I'm impressed you give them 10%.
I know, right? Former bartender of 16 years, bartended at all different styles of bars, including the craft cocktail scene. I would always cringe when somebody would tell me how to make a drink that I've made 1,000 times. My favorite was when they would say they were a bartender back in college, which was clearly 20 plus years prior. What makes you cringe given your field of work? It's Carson, or your fandom. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or you're just ready for a new ride, now is the perfect time to upgrade. Get behind the wheel of a new 2026 Chevy Silverado and lease it for just $134 a month for 24 months. Or if buying is the better fit, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. That's 60. Need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving? Okay, check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. You can lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or qualified buyers, again, get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. It's just south of the 12 Mile, and they're open on Saturdays as well. That makes it real easy just to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive!
Talk some Tigers coming up in a minute. Last night's wild game deserves some attention. Let's go to Dale of Westland on 97.1. Hello, Dale.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
I'm a retired air traffic controller after 26 years, and I'm also a flight instructor and pilot for over 50 years.
Yep.
Any aviation movie that or TV show that gets something wrong aggravates me, and when I say something about it, my wife usually tells me just to shut up.
Dale,
As they do.
how'd you feel about the movie Airplane when it came out?
It was pretty funny. With Leslie Nielsen, that was funny. But the dramatic ones that say, "Oh, you're cleared to land runway 38." Well, there's no such thing as a runway 38. It only goes up to 36. But it's stuff like that. And when I complain about it, my wife will tell me, "Just let it go. It doesn't. It's just for TV. It's just for the show."
So are you more inclined to watch those movies too, though? Because it's not, I mean, it's your area of expertise. So you want to watch Flight, you'll watch Flight or
Is Flight the one with Denzel Washington?
Yeah.
Did you see the movie Flight?
Yes, I did.
And what are your thoughts?
And flying, when we roll upside down, it's just ridiculous. An airliner.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I tell her, and my wife was, in the theater, she was telling me, shh.
Stop it.
But honey, it's wrong.
Exactly.
wrong.
Yeah. Dale, thank you. Gator, I did see a text that came in here.
Okay.
Did Gator think about going to the AC/DC concert Sunday at Camp Randall?
I didn't know they were playing at Camp Randall, and no, I didn't think about it.
Did you also see that Metallica is going to be at the Sphere?
I did, but not. I don't think they're there when I'm there.
No,
it's
they're
like
not.
later this
Yeah.
year. Yeah, I heard
Or
about
I
that.
think early next year or something, maybe. But either way, that's supposed to be a very, very expensive ticket.
Yeah, it is. I have a friend of mine whose wife got him tickets to go.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how they got the tickets this far in advance, but they had some connection and did it. Yeah, that'd be crazy. I don't know how I feel about the Sphere in Vegas. Like, as far as watching a show, I don't know how it would affect me, because sometimes, like, it's a whole visual thing, right? And they say some people get like vertigo and all types. Like, I wonder if that would. Sometimes I do get that, and I wonder if that would be too much systems overload with me.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money.
Have to, like, I got to concentrate on a band only, and not this crazy visual that's all around me and encompassing.
Do they have seatbelts in those seats?
Not when I was there.
No.
Yeah, and you were there for an awesome event.
Every event there is awesome, guys. Honestly, like
Yeah.
if you have a chance, and Metallica is going to be super expensive, so I mean, you might want to go, because they do have other things where you can take tours,
Yeah.
and do like geographical shows and things like that, and nature.
Yeah, it's still like $100 to
Yeah,
go
it's
take it.
not
$150.
cheap,
Yeah,
but it's Vegas.
For the
but-
record, Kang was at the NHL draft.
that's right.
Yeah.
Big hockey guy.
awesome.
Yep.
That is so odd. I think it was the last draft that they had,
Yes.
where they brought all the teams out. Now
Yep.
it's totally different.
I know.
And did you see
And now we're not even going to see Steve Eisman do it.
a listener sent us wanting to know if you saw the Bob Seger's teasing a return?
Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
Come on, really?
Seger's Instagram account on Monday, according to the Detroit News, posted an orange sky and a country road. The same orange sky and country road from the cover of his 2006 album, Face the Promise, along with music from the album's title track. Stay tuned for an announcement coming this week, the Post teased.
I mean, come on. I'm not going to get upset by it. I'm trying not to get upset about it anyway. When you announce that you're on a farewell tour, you should probably stay on the farewell tour. Now, given it may have been a little bit early jumping the gun back in 1987 when you said you were on the farewell tour the first time, when you had the 6 sellout shows at Joe Louis Arena. And I bought tickets because, hey, I got to see Seeger.
It's the last time, man.
Yep.
I'm a kid in high school. I got to see him. I'm never going to get another opportunity, only to find out, sucker, about 4 years later. And I held that grudge for years, over 20 years, I think. And then finally, I was given an opportunity. A friend of mine called me. She's like, "You want to go see Seeger?" I'm like, "I don't know. Well, I got tickets in a suite." All right. And then I get there, and Seeger's great. You know, he's Seeger. He's awesome. He's got a hell of a library. You want to hear all the songs. He sounded great. Yeah. Would I go again? Maybe.
Well, you're softening up on your stance. You were so mad about that when I first met you. You were in the.
Yeah,
it was like it was like a recent event.
It was a grudge I held for a long, long time. Yes, I don't mind holding on to grudges. It kind of fuels me in some ways. But then when it comes to music, though, do I want to punish myself for something I love? Like, that seems dumb, counterintuitive.
Yep.
There are some acts I will never see again, and based on videos I'm seeing now, like I would never see David Lee Roth again. He can't perform, and
yeah, I saw some of that online. Whew.
I wouldn't see Vince Neil with Motley Crue, and I know they're coming, I think, this week to Pine Knob. I have no interest in that. He can't sing anymore, and even one of my favorite bands, Don Dokken, he can't sing anymore. I don't want to see that.
But the Seeger thing was, I respected, because it was kind of like you had a stance. He told you it was the farewell tour, and he lied to you.
He lied.
So you were like, no, I'm not going back. But eventually you saw
What year did you say it was? 87?
Yeah, 87.
So you're working on a 40-year grudge here.
Well, I was, but when I went,
He softened it.
no, but I softened it because I went and saw him
Yeah.
at the Palace.
What year was that?
It was probably like 2010-ish. I think. Yeah, like 2010. It wouldn't be. I don't think it was any more recent than that. And it was good. He was great. The second you hear "Roll Me Away," you're like, all right, I'm gone. Look, fine. Take my money, Bob. But I don't know. I don't know if Bob can still sing or not, because nobody's seen him since the last farewell tour, which we were told was his farewell tour.
But to answer the original question, you didn't know about AC/DC and Camp Randall.
I did not.
Would you have changed your plans potentially?
No, I wouldn't, because I had to get back for reasons for Monday. I took Monday off for a reason, so I needed to get back in town.
Gotcha.
Had I flown, maybe. I've never seen AC/DC live.
Really?
No.
I'd say that's a pretty big upset.
There were a couple big ones that I haven't seen live, and I will never have the opportunity with Ozzy anymore. But Ozzy was one I never saw, or Black Sabbath, and I never saw AC/DC.
And your huge regrets on any of those?
There's a regret with Ozzy, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. With AC/DC, I don't know if there's a bigger. I mean, the band has started. Different people have died in that band now, so it's not going to be the same.
Yep.
But I do appreciate Brian Johnson, the singer, and Angus Young still going. But no, I don't have to.
So last night's Tiger game in Wrigley Field. Bravo to the Tiger fans that were there.
A lot of them.
Rather effective takeover.
See, that's the question you should have asked. If I known that they were
Stop in Chicago on your way home.
Yeah, the Monday thing.
Yeah, I mean, you would have had to get up at 4 a.m. and make it back for work if you stayed the night in Chicago. I would have loved to have seen you do that.
Yep.
Given that I do that coming back from up north like twice a year. Stay through Sunday night and get up at 4 a.m. on Monday. You could hear the Tiger fans. They were
loud.
They were loud, and they had a lot to cheer about early. I think Cubs fans roared back, especially in the game-tying home run. They really were going crazy. Still looks like a fun place to go to a game. And, the Tigers pulled out a wild and crazy game that included maybe one of the most unlikely things. Gator, I never would have thought they could have pulled it off, but this guy did, and we will get to that today at 12:46. Talk about what's next for our team, which continues to hang around and make little pushes back to 500. What are they doing here? It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. An update. If the Tigers get hyper-aggressive, could they make this move? We'll get to that today at 102. And next hour, a college football fact that will make you say, wait, what? It's pretty sweet. We'll get to that at 1:30. In the meantime, Scott, last night's game, Tigers in Chicago, they put up 4 in the top of the first. They give up 3 in the bottom of the third. It stays 4-3 most of the game. The middle relievers really get the job done for the Tigers, which was low-key awesome. Then, unfortunately, after Dylan Dingler hit his second home run of the game to give the Tigers a 5-3 lead, the Cubs get a 2-run homer off of Kyle Finnegan in the bottom of the 8th. Is it the bottom of the 8th or bottom of the 7th? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Tie the game. I think it was bottom of the 8th. Tigers go quietly in the 9th. The Cubs in the bottom of the 9th of a 5-5 game. This was unbelievable. Kenley Jansen comes in, and I think it was a double and 2 walks, I believe it was. One of them intentional. It was a double, a fly out to center, a tag up, and runner got the third. Then they walked PCA. PCA then took second. Then Jansen walked somebody. Bases loaded, 2 outs. He got a strikeout in there somewhere. Bases loaded, 2 outs. You could tell he was wild. He wasn't hitting his spots. He couldn't tell where the ball was going.
Nope.
And then you've got the free agent that wouldn't sign with Detroit, Alex Bregman, up against the free agent that did sign with Detroit, Kenley Jansen. Jansen's wild. Ball 1, ball 2, ball 3. And I mean, he was missing badly. The first pitch almost hit Bregman in the head. Another one was like a foot north of the strike zone. Like, he was missing in like big ways. You watch where Dingler set up, and I'm like, okay, 3-0 count, bases loaded, 5-5 game, bottom of the 9th. This game is over. Strike 1. Strike 2. Foul ball. Strike 3. On a pitch where he missed his spot. I mean, that pitch was up and in. It was probably ball 4.
But he was hell-bent on swinging it.
And somehow he got out of that. I don't know what the win probability was with the way Jansen was pitching, and it was 3-0 with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th of a tie game. I can't believe he got out of that. I can't believe that he found enough control out of nowhere to get out of it.
It was fantastic to see him battle back and get out of a situation that seemed impossible. The Cubs kind of did the similar thing, I think, in the 7th inning when the Tigers had 2 on, and I don't know if there was anybody out, 2 on and 1 out, or 2 on and nobody out, and then Riley Green was there out with 2 on and 2 out and got him to strike out or ground out. But the Cubs did something similar. It was a little bit of a Houdini act from them. But the 10th inning for the Tigers with the extra going to get the runner at second base.
Before we move on to that, because I want to get to that. Do you know the history between Bregman and Kenley Jansen?
No.
Bregman in his rookie season tormented Jansen in the 2017 World Series, according to Jason Beck's story. He had a home run in Game 4, had a walk-off single in Game 5 off of Kenley Jansen, both those things. Then he got a go-ahead single in a regular season game 3 years later and a double in 2022. He has dominated him.
Oh, boy.
Jansen said, listen, he's seen me pretty good, but I love facing him. It's bringing out the best in me. We've got a lot of battles in the past, and to me, he's one of the best hitters in clutch moments like that. A.J. Hinch said after the game, Kenley's got the heartbeat for that moment. I cannot believe he came back from 3-0 down to win that battle. I just can't believe it.
It's stunning. It was a stunning development, and watching Kenley Jansen pitch this year, there have not been many 1-2-3 innings.
Ooh.
Not many at all. And when they happen, you're like, wow, this is there's a reason this guy has, the 5th most saves in baseball history, whatever the number is. He looks great. And then you watch, and though factually, he may not have given up a run in his last, would you say, 6 outings?
He's gone 6 outings. Now, he gives up base runners like crazy. He's averaged he's had more than 2 base runners per outing in 5 of his last 9 appearances.
So that's not healthy for me or any Tiger fan out there that's watching this. It's not healthy for us because it's just heart palpitations. But he's he got the job done, and he's getting the job done, but I don't have confidence in him whatsoever.
Well, we'll talk about what they might be able to do. In the meantime, you were saying the 10th inning for the Tigers. Sorry, I interrupted. I just wanted to wrap up the Kenley Jansen thing.
So you start things off with Hau'oli on second base because he made the last out in the 9th inning. And with that, Riley Green comes to the plate. And he drills the ball off the pitcher Thornton, goes off his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Riley runs out, and then Thornton goes after it, picks it, and throws it wild, but it doesn't score the run. Hau'oli just goes to third. You got runners on the corner. But the pitcher's got to come out of the game in a game where they expected him to finish the inning. Start the inning, finish the inning. Nope, he's done. So now you got to grab somebody out of the bullpen who isn't warmed up. They got to take they're allowed to take their time because of the injury, and Assad comes in and pitches. And he's going to face Dylan Dingler. And there's a ball that was ruled an infield single to the shortstop, and now you've got Hau'oli scoring. Riley Green goes to second base. And what is happening with the Cubs? They're starting to melt down a little bit here. Kerry Carpenter grounds into fielder's choice. Dylan Dingler is safe over at second base because there's a fielding error by the second baseman.
Yeah, he just bobbled it.
Riley Green goes over to third. And now you got second and third and one out, and Carpenter's got to come out of the game because he looked gimpy on it. And here comes Malgeri, and then Torkelson comes up, and Torkelson has been
historically
horrible
bad
with bases loaded. Runs the scoring position. He's actually great, but when you factor in the bases loaded, that number's terrible. It's like a 200-point swing in batting average if the bases are loaded or if there's just runners in scoring position. And what does he do? He delivers. A base hit to center field, scored a couple runs. Those were monster runs. And then the Tigers, unfortunately, after that, you had strikeout, intentional walk, grounded to a fielder's choice to finish off what could have been an even bigger inning. Would have been nice. I'm watching going, just one more hit. I just want one more hit. I don't want to be greedy here, but one more would make me feel a lot better. Maybe you score one, maybe you score two on that. Just one hit. And they didn't get it. And then you get to the bottom of the 10th inning, and Holton does a decent enough job getting a couple ground balls, but they gave up one run. But I always expect, if you're in extra innings, I'm expecting to give up that run.
Yep. In the meantime, good to have Gleyber Torres back. Hit a couple loopers for singles, but walked twice, on base 4 times. And boy, does the top of the order look far more formidable when you have Kevin McGonigal and Gleyber Torres.
When you look at the on-base percentages of the Tigers, this is after the game is played now, right? Updated numbers. McGonigal leading off a .391 on-base percentage.
Strong.
As a rookie, .391. Gleyber Torres, .405 on-base percentage.
Right.
Then Colt Keith comes up, and he's hitting .256. His on-base percentage isn't anything special, but he's starting to hit the ball much better. And then you got Riley Green and Dylan Dingler, and trying to get past those two is now proving to be more and more difficult as they're really putting together some pretty good seasons. Dingler's having a hell of a season. First Tigers catcher since 1992, Mickey Tettleton, to have 20 homers and 20 doubles in the same year. I thought, wait a minute, didn't Pudge do that? Pudge never hit 20 home runs with the Tigers. He had 30 double seasons, but he never had a 20 home run season with the Tigers. So what Dylan Dingler is doing is kind of historic here. And he's already a Gold Glove winning catcher. He's an all-star, and he's backing it all up. Here we are, second half of the season now, and he's already got 21 home runs on the year, and he's driven in a ton with 63 now on the year. So good for Dylan Dingler. And, Torkelson, he may go 0 for 4, but does he go 0 for 5? He's going to have that timely hit, and this is why he's still around, because he can run into it like he did the other day, or he delivered a massive base hit last night to get 2 more runs across, even though it's just 1 for 5 on the day. That slugging percentage is still over 400. He's still doing enough where he can stay in this lineup. It's not to say that you don't look and see if there's greener pastures elsewhere. And I feel like time might be running out on Torkelson as a Tiger. Maybe not this year, but moving forward, we'll see.
He's hit some big home runs here. And you mentioned Dingler. Dingler's best moment last night might have been killing a rally with a back pick at second base.
Yeah.
which was just, I mean, the Cubs are down a run. They got first and second. There's 2 outs, and Suzuki got caught a little bit too far off a second. And I love Gleyber Torres, who just applied the tag, didn't even look, just started running in. Like it's just, that's such a feeling of, I mean, catching somebody off the bag at second. Dingler must just been like, blow the smoke off the gun and put it back in the holster and walk to the next saloon. All right. The Jansen thing. We just told, I mean, 6 straight appearances without giving up a run, but it doesn't look like a guy you can trust. Is the solution in-house or is it out of house? There's an update here on a name that could be had, or do they take care of business within the family? We will get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
New this hour, Mark Stein says the Pistons could be losing a key advisor and former coach overseas. According to Stein, Dwayne Casey is a candidate for the head coaching position of BC Roma SPQR, which is a new club founded in the top Italian basketball league, Serie A. Former Mavericks GM Donnie Nelson and Luka Doncic co-founded the team together. They are also reportedly looking at European coaching candidates for the job as well. Casey was the Pistons head coach from 2018 to 23 before stepping down and joining the front office as an advisor, where he has worked ever since. Lions training camp is around the corner, and the guys on Get Up discussed the team today. Dan Graziano says this can be a bounce-back year for Detroit. Training camp begins August 2nd for Detroit. Former Michigan guard L.J. Cason is transferring to Miami, John Rothstein reports today. He suffered a season-ending injury after playing 28 games for Michigan last year. And the Tigers will face the Cubs tonight at Wrigley Field for the second game of the series. They're going for their 5th series win in the last 6 opponents. Detroit is 3-1 since the All-Star break. Framber Valdez hoping to make that 4-1 today. First pitch at 8:05, pregame at 7:40 here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Okay. Watched every pitch of Jackson Job's start the other night in Erie, and boy, the potential there is tantalizing. Consistently hitting 99, 100 miles per hour with his fastball, changing speeds down to 83. He had a wicked curveball. I don't know that you can welcome a guy back from a year off and hand him the baseball and say close baseball games at the major league level in what is an extremely intense time for the Tigers. I don't know that, and we've had this job together, and Gator, probably 2/3 of the years the Tigers have been competitive, maybe half, whatever it is. Yeah. I would argue that this is the most intense July we've ever seen. Just the fact that these games mean so much, that the organization is going to pivot potentially one way or another based upon how they play in a 2-week stretch following an All-Star break. It's a 16-game stretch. And you threw down the 12-4 gauntlet, and I rolled at you a little bit, but I'm hoping you're right. I was closer to 8-8. I think it was 8-8. I can't remember if it was 8-8, 9-7, because I just didn't trust them. But they're playing games that feel like must-win games. And they are just one meager 3-game losing streak away from killing all hope. You know?
Not all, because that would be 3-4. And then
they could still
9 games and then get to 12-4. Math. Mm-hmm. I really think that this team is more along the lines of the team we've seen that we saw in April and since June 1st, as opposed to what we saw in May. It's just there's too many things that are adding up that make it so. And that being said, there's still so many holes that are on this team. They have holes in the bullpen. Clearly, at the back end of the bullpen now, you've got, seat of your pants here with Kenley Jansen. Though I just went through his game log. 23 of the 29 appearances he's made have been scoreless. Doesn't mean you don't feel nervous going through them because he gives up a ton of base runners, but it's 23 out of 29 have been scoreless. I was surprised to see that. But Kyle Finnegan he's not as consistent as he was last year either. And these are two guys at the back end, and Will Vest is recovering from an injury, and these are 3 back end bullpen arms that you felt pretty good about going into the season that now I don't feel good about any of them.
Nope.
So that's a major hole. It's not only a closer, but it's a setup guy that they could use. They could use another outfielder that you feel good about. But maybe that comes in the form of Javi Baez, who's getting ready to start a rehab assignment today. And that means playing actually in games today, which would be great because it sounds like, okay, the ankle's healed up enough where maybe a week from now, Javi's back on the Major League roster. We'll see how that progresses. But if he feels great, is able to get back to the major leagues, now you've got a really competent center fielder out there. Now, will he be able to hit? I don't know. I mean, Javi's always been kind of hit or miss over the last 3 years as a Tiger with the hit factor on it. But he's delivered in clutch situations. That's something that hasn't gone away. He's been able to hit with runners in scoring position, even though his batting average and OPS might be down for the whole year. Surprisingly, those numbers are good. But he plays a great center field. And that would help kind of calm things down in the outfield a little bit. So they also have other areas of concern. There's concern about what's going on with Kerry Carpenter and how he has just not hit well at all this season. And yeah, he missed a portion of the season with an injury, but beyond that, you're looking at a guy who now is down to 206 with the batting average. And that's a significant drop from where we're used to seeing him hit on a season. I mean, he's been a 258 career hitter, and this year at 206, is this the end of it, or is this just, okay, it's a bad year? I tend to think it's probably just a bad year, but nonetheless, it doesn't look good. And now the OPS has dropped significantly as well. As before he was hitting some home runs, he struggled. Now he's down to 705 with his OPS. That's below average now. So they have some holes.
Okay, if they want to go and buy at the trade deadline, ESPN just did an updated, Jeff Passan, an updated sort of where everybody stands with 2 weeks ago to the trade deadline. The number one player, of course, available is Skubal, chance of being traded. What do you think he lists as? Have you seen this?
I saw it.
Okay. Were you surprised? His list, his chance of being traded, he listed at 60%. What do you think the chances of him being traded are?
I mean, I don't know if I hate when it's not against you. I know, this whole thing bothers me because it's like, okay, it's 50% because either you do or you don't. You don't know.
That's ridiculous because a batting average is when James Outman comes to the plate, he either gets a hit or he doesn't. That doesn't mean it's 50%.
I guess you're asking, would I be surprised if he doesn't get traded? Because I think what I would do and I think the Tigers would do is, it's honestly, it still would be like 50%.
Would it?
Yeah, because I could see reasons why they would and why they wouldn't.
What's interesting is the name Mason Miller is here. Number 4.
Did you say what the school
it's 60%. Did 60? I say 60? I don't know. It is at 60%, yes. Which that seems a bit high based upon the recent vibes we're getting from the Tigers organization. But, I mean, they also have best fits for every player. They got a scouting report on Skubal and all that stuff, and there's nothing really particularly urgent.
Well, the interesting comment is the best fits when it comes to Tarek Skubal. It says every single contending team.
Yep, and then he writes, but more realistically, Dodgers, Braves, Brewers, Cubs, Phillies, and Rays. Last week on Friday, we did second half bold ass predictions, and at the time, I was thinking the Tigers were going to go 8-8 in the second half before the trade deadline and trade Skubal to the Braves. The Braves, for a couple of reasons. One, the Braves need the starting pitching. They got a young reliever right now, who's 21, who's killing it. I'd throw in Finnegan. Getting back, you'd get younger and better bullpen arm for the future for the Tigers. I'd get the Caminiti kid, and there was another player in their system I was going to go after. But the Caminiti kid is one of their best prospects. He's a top 100 prospect, pitching prospect. And the Tigers would have to pick up some of the money because the Braves have a terrible TV deal. But at number 4 is Mason Miller from the San Diego Padres. Chance of being traded 40%. And he writes, the buzz less than a year ago after giving up one of the top prospects in baseball and shortstop Leo DeVries and acquiring Miller, the Padres are now considering moving him. They would love to attach Xander Bogaerts' onerous contract to any trade, but that would severely limit their return, and frankly, nobody's going to take it. That leaves the Padres in a position to dangle the best reliever in baseball and see what kind of bites they get. There'll be plenty. Miller's a true game changer, a king of the ninth, and even the best teams always need another lockdown reliever. Miller's status will run parallel with the Padres. If they don't turn things around soon, he could be an ex-Padre by August 3rd. Now, the Padres are 2.5 games out. And I'm often called on ownership to help kill the myth, or I shouldn't say myth, but the perception that some people have that they don't spend money, even though this is the highest payroll in team history, and they added $80 million or something like that in the offseason. Would it be worth it to take on Xander Bogaerts' contract and not have to give up as much? if that's what the Padres are really looking for.
I don't think the Tigers want to take on anybody else's salary.
I don't think they do either. But I'm thinking if they're not gonna move Skubal, they should go for it. And if part of the tax is to take on a Xander Bogaerts contract, let me just see how much that is because I know it's big. $25.4 million for the next 9 years.
Yeah, no. So you're answering your own question. No, they're not.
I don't
wouldn't
think
do that.
I could do that. Even that, I didn't realize it was that much.
But the idea of Mason Miller would cost you.
Here's the risk: you take that, hoping that the new collective bargaining agreement provides you some relief, or you can buy one player out or something.
No, that's not going to happen. But I mean, would they give up prospects to acquire Mason Miller if he's available? I would do it because Mason Miller is available for 3 years after this season. So you're talking about your top prospect and Max Clark and at least one other prospect. It might cost you one of the catchers that you have, like Tyrone Lorenzo. Maybe it costs you a pitcher in addition, and maybe you end up giving, 3 of your top 15 prospects in the organization, which is a deep organization right now. Is that enough? I would hope that's enough. But they're going to listen to offers from other teams too.
There's one thing about this story that actually bothers me. And as it pertains to the Tigers, as they preview the trade deadline on ESPN, we'll get to that today at 1:18 and at 1:30. A fact about college football that will make you go, wait, what? We'll get to that at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. Call the Garage Door Company with the best customer service in all of Michigan. M&M Garage Door. Well, I can only speak from my experience. The customer service has been elite. I heard a story the other day about they had a technician call a client to say they were on their way. They were at the gas station. Ask the client if they needed to pick them up anything. And they did. That's how above and beyond M&M Garage Doors will go. And you can get that complete care tune-up for just $59. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. So I think we're kind of in lockstep that if they don't sell, buy. Don't take this team to the postseason. It would feel like much more of a long shot when we have some needs here that can be addressed. It can make some sense. Yesterday, I put together 4 outfielders, for instance. Well, 3 outfielders and a great player that's available that the Tigers could go get. A great player being Luis Arraez, but I'm not sure he's really only played second base. I think he publicly said he only wants to play second base. He has played some first base. My God, can he hit? And it doesn't matter righty-lefty, but Gleyber Torres is back. And Torres, one of the reasons there was access to him is because he wasn't going to play third, and Tigers signed to play second base. So he's not moving anywhere. And they've already got a bunch of middle infielders. Part of me wants to say if he's available and he doesn't cost too much, he's such a good hitter, work it out. You'll figure out a way, with DHs and whatnot. But so we were talking about the story on ESPN updating the top, I think it's the top 100 trade candidates. But the top 25, they give a scouting report, buzz about each player, and their best fit. Did you see who the best fit for the Tigers was?
I did not.
None of them. None of them. They didn't list the Tigers as a good fit, a best fit for any of these guys.
For which players? Oh, for
any of the top 25 on this list.
Yeah, because I don't think they think the Tigers are buying.
Well, obviously, if they list,
to.
If they list, I mean, some of the teams they list as buyers surprise me a little bit, but they don't list the Tigers as buyers. They got Casey Mize at 16 on the list, chance of being traded 60%. They've got Tarik Skubal on the list at number 1, chance of being traded 60%. So obviously, Jeff Passan.
Do you get any sense at all that the Tigers are entertaining the thought of trading Casey Mize? I mean, I have not heard a whiff of that, nor do I think they have any interest in trading him.
If you're going to trade anybody, I can see the thing that you've talked about forever, which is trading Skubal but trying to remain competitive. You're probably weakening your chance to make any kind of run, but that doesn't mean, given their depth of their starting pitching, if they make another move and move some prospects and bring somebody in, they could still maybe be a playoff team. But the reality is, anytime you move a Tarik Skubal, you're not thinking you're strengthening your chance to win the whole thing. So if you're going to move on from Skubal, you may as well move on from everybody that you might lose. Gleyber for sure. I think Gleyber would fetch you a decent return.
Well, he should. I mean, everybody's talking about how great Luis Arraez is, and he is. He's great. He's hitting like 323 this year.
Mm-hmm. He hits 323 every year.
Yeah, but you know what? His on-base percentage is only 40 points higher. Gleyber Torres is hitting 288 this year and has a 405 on-base percentage.
This is, like I said, he would help. It wouldn't. The problem is that they don't. I don't know that there's a lot of position flexibility. Arraez.
No, my point is that if you think Arraez would get a nice price, and I do, I think you'd get a good haul in return if you're the Giants, if you're looking to trade Arraez. But if the Tigers put Gleyber Torres on the market, they could absolutely get something decent in return. But Gleyber Torres is where I draw the line on the whole, we got to trade guys, but not going to be back next year thing. If I think, and I do think that the Tigers can be competitive if they trade Tarik Skubal, I think they can still go out and buy assets to make this team competitive this year to make the playoffs. That plan that I have includes hanging on to Gleyber Torres because I think he is so important to this Tigers offense that you'd be creating a hole if you traded him that is such an unknown to what you're replacing him with, because it looked like it would be like a minor league. Hey, let's go with Hao Lee, or maybe Max Anderson's ready to come up and one of those. But that's not Gleyber Torres. I know what I've got with Gleyber Torres. And if he walks at the end of the season, which I think the Tigers are more than willing to say, sure, go ahead, explore their options because they have players that are ready to play in a major league level. I want to hang on to Gleyber. Whereas the hole you leave if you were to trade Tarik Skubal, that can be filled. Like not by Tarik Skubal, obviously, but in the aggregate with the rest of the pitching staff. So I don't want to move Gleyber Torres unless this team goes in the tank here in the next dozen games. If they're unable to show that they're this team that I think that they are, then go ahead and trade Gleyber Torres. But otherwise, I want to go for it with him in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm in the position that if they sell Skubal, you go ahead and sell Torres. You probably I really sit down and try and hammer out a contract with Casey Mize, and the most recent injury hiccup, yeah, it scares me. I mean, it just
Well,
does.
it's one thing after another with him, which is it's kind of annoying.
None of this is arm stuff, though.
No, but it's kind of annoying.
Yep.
And getting hit by a batted ball on your glove hand, okay, I got it. That's not the issue. The issue is what a groin issue again.
Yep, and then there's a risk that he's supposedly not going to miss his start after taking that shot off the arm the other night. But the bottom line is, at some point, you just got to bite the bullet and take a risk here and there. And sometimes I'll say this about Mize. I feel like he's rolling into his prime. He's obviously working well with Federer. He's not having arm injuries right now. So
if you're the Tigers, are you trying to work out something with him now before the end of the season to give an extension?
Yes.
Or are you taking the thought of, well, this offseason, we don't know what's going to happen because a collective bargaining agreement uncertainty. We don't know when the league year is going to start, when we can start. I mean, can they even negotiate with players?
Look, I suspect that the players,
if there's no contract?
I suspect that the players know better than we do in terms of what the likely outcome of a work stoppage is. If I were a player, I'd be scared about cost certainty making the available pool of money less. And that I might want to sign my contract now so I know I'm all set into the new era of Major League Baseball. But I don't see a flurry of players signing early, so maybe my fears are unfounded, that it doesn't really, it's not that big a deal. But
the other thing is with Gleyber Torres, some would take the approach of you're selling high. He's never been a higher as a hitter. He's never hit in the 280s. He's hitting 288. His career on base percentage is 340. Yeah. He's at 405 this year. He is drawing a ton of walks, showing great plate discipline. I mean, if you have to, you have to. If there's a Godfather offer out there for him, then fair enough. I'll think about that as well, because maybe you do have confidence that Hao Yuli or Max Anderson can fill that spot, not as well, but can fill it well enough because you're getting other players from other deals.
Chris in St. Clair Shores writes in, I'm officially back in. I'm watching every game. I'm rooting for them to come back over 500. I believe they can do it. Hi, guys. I feel Kerry Carpenter should be added to any Skubal package or traded by himself. I like him, but he can be easily replaced. He has value now as a bat for a contending team. When we get Sirota, Kerry won't be playing anyway. That's from CG. Well, if they give up on the season, I mean, what do you really think you're going to get for Kerry Carpenter? The reason you want to trade him is because he's not producing and because he's hurt. Teams that are trying to trade for him are probably asking for him on the cheap.
You'd have control over the next 2 years with him. I believe he's a free agent after 2028. So you'd have control for that. So he'd be inexpensive. But at the same time, he's having his worst year by far. And he's struggling to stay healthy. So I don't know what kind of value he really has. He's got some value, but is he a platoon player? That's how the Tigers view him. They're only using him against right-handed pitching. Occasionally he gets some at-bats against left-handers, but not enough of a sample size to make you think that he's an everyday outfielder / DH.
Yeah, I really feel like he's got to be hurt, but what else do we got here into the Carson Anderson inbox? Need these Tigers to go 3-9 over the next 12. Can't risk Harris making a terrible decision to keep Skubal only to see him walking for nothing at the end of the season. Have to get something for him. This team is not a contender whatsoever. All right, Slick. I mean, you believe whatever you want. The GM's job isn't to cash in assets. The GM's job is to try and win championships. And I think we've already taken for granted what it means to get into the postseason. You know what they have in the postseason better this year than last year? They've got better starting pitching. They've got some better bats, Dingler and McGonigal. Dingler's way better than a year ago. McGonigal's consistent. Some guys have fallen off for sure. And the bullpen's an issue. But I think the bullpen might get addressed by guys returning and a trade. I don't know. I guess I just don't give up on seasons as easily. And I'm not surprised that they don't. Trading Skubal guarantees nothing. Yes, you'll get some prospects. And prospects are lottery tickets. Gator, I don't play the lottery.
No, you don't. You don't do that.
All right, a college football fact that will make you go, wow. We'll get to that today at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Did you hear that before the game yesterday, AJ Hinch was like, look, every day somebody's writing something different about Scooble, and we know it, and we got to deal with it. We're just trying to win the next game. It's all going around. It's this chaos around us, but we're just trying to win the next game.
Well, that's what they have to. They got to be focused on it, and they know that this comes with a territory. Yep. And when you have, like, they've done this for how many years have they done this, right? They had a pitcher that was going to be coveted at the trade deadline, whether it was Eduardo Rodriguez or Jack Flaherty or Tarek Skubal. We went through this, 2 years ago with Skubal, I felt like, with the whole Baltimore stuff. Should Baltimore trade for Skubal? And let's look at the package of players they can get from their organization. And, in hindsight, thank God they didn't make that trade.
Some of those players that we wanted, and this is an example, glad they didn't move them.
Because they're prospects, and you don't know what prospects really are, and I get that. But at this point, again, if you're going to move a Skubal, it's going to be for prospects. But you don't really know what you have.
So I mentioned this college football thing, and Gator, this was your discovery, and I want to give you credit for it. But The Athletic put together a list of every college quarterback from 1 to 138. Okay, so they have tiers, like the tier 1 quarterbacks are the best of the best, strong combination, proven production, elite traits. Among the Heisman frontrunners, coaches want to build their teams around them. Tier 2, they produced and their teams win because of them. They might be more circumstance dependent than Tier 1, or they may have a shortcoming keeping them from Tier 1. Tier 3, a mix of proven veterans, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just to give you some insight, Bryce Underwood is listed at number 31 from the University of Michigan. And Alessio Milivojevic is number 69 from Michigan State. Aiden Childs is 70.
It's kind of funny.
It's kind of funny that they're back to back. Underwood is in tier 4, which says some of the stars of tomorrow, like inexperienced quarterbacks that coaches believe in, but lack a proven resume. There's also veterans who are looking to redeem themselves and journeymen looking to make the most of their last stops. And the Spartan quarterbacks in tier 6, former Power 4 blue chip recruits who found new homes and are trying to make, is it tier 6 or tier 5?
I think it's tier 6.
Okay. Former Power 4 blue chip quarterbacks who found new homes and are trying to make the most of their opportunities, plus some veterans who have not put it all together yet, and young quarterbacks with bright futures who are just now getting their chance.
So I was a little surprised to see Milivojevic that far down the list. But I can understand, but we haven't seen a ton of them. He only started the last 4 games, but he looked pretty good running that offense for Michigan State. Now they're going to have a different offense to run. Athletic enough. I think he had 10 touchdowns to 3 interceptions last year, completed like 64% of his passes. I'm encouraged by what they have with him, but at the same time, there's like a whole turnover of players at Michigan State. I don't know what to really expect from the Spartans this year. I can hope for the best and probably expect the worst. But Underwood's interesting because it's all potential.
Mm-hmm.
Came in with all the hype, and there's reason for the hype. He's incredibly gifted athletically. Can he put it together? Now he's got a new coach, a different kind of quarterback whisperer. I think he's in a good situation because I think Whittingham is an outstanding coach. He's worked with good quarterbacks before.
I've not gotten into recruiting rankings as much as I used to. I find that it's such an inexact science that it's cool. Yeah, 5-star quarterback, great. He's still a true freshman. And understanding what it takes to be good in this day and age, if you look at the true freshmen that have had success, they've had really good teams around them, and Michigan really didn't. I got to tell you, somebody put together and put out in social media a montage of the drop passes last year by Michigan's receivers. And I feel like guys really cost him in critical times. And he made some bad throws. I think 9 interceptions as a true freshman isn't a stunning total, but there's definitely room for growth there from Bryce. And hopefully they have a better team around him that can help him when he's still going to be a relatively young quarterback. And I think if you look at the arc of like Arch Manning, you can kind of see that it doesn't Arch Manning right away. People were surprised at his struggles. And I'm like, I'm not. But here's the thing that'll make you say, wow. Here are the top 3 quarterbacks in the country. Number 1, Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss. Number 2, Dante Moore at Oregon. Number 3, C.J. Carr at Notre Dame. Trinidad Chambliss from Forest Hills Northern High School in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Number 1. Dante Moore from Martin Luther King High School in Detroit, Michigan. Number 2. C.J. Carr from Saline High School in Saline, Michigan. Number 3. The top 3 quarterbacks, according to The Athletic, all products of Michigan high schools.
And yet none of them playing for Michigan College.
Nope. Still.
Although Trinidad Chambliss did play at Ferris.
He did.
But that's not Michigan State.
No, it's not.
Or even Central, Western, Eastern.
Nope. And then, look, I mean, it'd be a lot cooler if Michigan State and had number 1 and number 2. Got it. But eventually maybe they will. Well, how about that? Still pretty cool that the state of Michigan produced the top 3 ranked quarterbacks here going into the season in college.
I think it's really cool. I think it's when I saw this earlier today, I was like, wow, that's kind of an oddity there that the top quarterbacks are here. And it's, you talk about hype. Obviously, Dante Moore had a ton of hype coming out of we heard it in high school. I remember on our show, like 5 years ago, we had one of his coaches call us and say, when he was like a sophomore, touting how good he was going to be. But it's just fun. And CJ Carr is kind of like, okay, well, I think everybody expected he was going to go to Michigan. He went to Notre Dame and sat, behind for a little bit. Now here he is and going to hit the ground running. I think this is really cool for the state that we've got the talent, and it's high-end talent that are playing the most important position in the sport. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I'm getting fired up because we'll have Big Ten Media Days coming up, which just is chance for some college football content. We'll have practice starting for Michigan State, and start to get some insider reports. That is right around the corner, my friend. Lions Rookies Report on Saturday. It's a good time. Good time. More feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. I'm happy they are winning, but you still have to move Skubal regardless. Starting pitching is fine, and get some return for Skubal. I'm just trying to make the best. I'm trying to win a championship, Scott.
That's what you're trying to do? Good for you.
Joe in Midlothian, Texas. Doug, I live 15 minutes outside of Duncanville, Texas, and I had no idea there was a Boston market there. I'll be sure to go in your honor.
Are you going to get pissed about that?
No.
Are you jealous?
Well, I'm
You're so
jealous.
jealous.
I am jealous, but I'm not going to get pissed. Apparently, there's a Boston market about 50 miles away from Rutgers campus, and Michigan plays a road game at Rutgers. Maybe, just maybe.
Is it worth that drive?
Well, it depends. Do we have a noon game? If we have a night game at Rutgers,
Then you do
I
it.
could go. Definitely could make that trip.
Although you're probably not going to drive to Rutgers.
No, but I can find a vehicle. Maybe.
Hot wire?
What's that?
Hot wire?
Yes, I'm going to steal a car to go to Boston Market.
Seems kind of crazy.
Next text. There's no hype on the Lions because it's going to be a SOL season. Who sent this? What evidence? What evidence is there that you think this is going to be an SOL season?
Well, that's the thing about the SOL card, that you can just play it whenever you want.
Right?
For that crowd, honestly. You could play it all day, every day, like Lionel Richie. Doesn't matter. All night long.
Idea for station fantasy football. Last place has to drive to Boston Market in Philly and bring back lunch for everyone.
What about the breakdown? I mean,
We were so in
if
over our heads.
you win or lose the breakdown, does that impact the carving station?
It's one of the greatest things that's happened here at the station. I lost players on the waiver wire for some rule I didn't understand.
No.
We had money getting paid out for people who did well in the breakdown.
You don't need to understand.
Yeah. If Valenti ran a fantasy football league today, do you think he'd run it the same way he ran it back then?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
You don't think he's mellowed out?
Maybe a little bit, but I still think he'd run the fantasy football league because he's had time for it to build up again because he hasn't done it in a long time.
Kang, what do you think? If he ran it now, do you think he's mellowed out at all?
I think a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten older. I think he's still intense, of course. We hear him. But I think he's mellowed down a little bit.
The auction was fascinating.
He's really good at the auction.
Oh, there's no
There's
question.
no one better than
He ran
than
the
Mike.
auction. He was fascinating.
But you have to have someone like that to run the auction.
Yeah, let's go. Make it
Yep,
quick. And
exactly.
he kept it rolling.
Yeah.
No, I give him credit for that. It was like he was trained for that. More feedback. If they aren't going to sign these players, then send them now. The Tigers aren't going to the World Series. Why lose these players for basically nothing? Well, I mean, look, I haven't made up my mind of what direction this season's going to go. I'm going to let the next 10 days play or 12 days play itself out.
I got 12 games.
Yep.
So it's it's kind of important the rest of the way here. If are they the team that we've seen since June 1st? Because if they are, then you want to add to that.
I do. But look, we got a text here from Bill in Madison Heights that said, if you're not going to win it all, it's not worth it. And I guess I've lost it. Somebody sent in some feedback that said, that is a person that's scared to go for anything. If you're afraid to go for anything, you'll never win anything. If you basically only want to give it gas if you're some sort of favorite, like it's better to be the Dodgers. I get it. But we're forgetting that a seat at the table is a valuable thing. It's a big deal. The Knicks got a seat at the table. No one is trading for Carpenter. Moving Skubal for high-end prospects is the best option. They aren't going to win the World Series with him, and they likely can make a postseason run without him. Stock up before the new CBA as prospect values will likely skyrocket. I mean, they might. It's an interesting thing I haven't thought about. Do you start playing for the new CBA when you don't know what it is? I'm scared of it. I'm almost scared that we won't have baseball next year. In which case, I really want him to go for it. This is going to be our last kick at the can for a while. I don't think Mize will want to come back. I think him not being on a playoff roster 2 seasons ago soured him on this organization, and that he's just been biding his time till free agency. That's from Jonathan.
Yeah, I don't get that vibe.
No.
I think he does want to be on this team, and I think he'd be open to signing with this team. Plus, what are other teams going to be willing to offer a guy who's oft injured? I mean, if you think he's going to be a $30 million a year player, then I'm probably going to say bon voyage. That's fine. If you get into a discussion and that's where they're looking, okay, well, we'll let you look around and you can come back to us. So here's our modest offer of 5 years and $100 million or whatever the offer is going to be. I think he probably deserving of a contract in that range.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone you can actually trust, right? It's a lot of money you're going to put out there. So this is why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. They've got over 30 years of service right here in our state of Michigan. Shaner's built a reputation that's frankly unmatched, and we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners, and you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. What you do is get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they're going to skip the high-pressure sales tactics, and instead they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty, which is awesome. While other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. Mention again, they are local. They're here to stay. When you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com and get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, Shaner Roofing, find them at mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Mize is annoying, but Torres has been on the injured list twice already and said he's not going to be 100% still. So let's keep him, Gator. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I don't know what you're going to get for him on the trade market, and it's, I don't know, he's a 405 on base percentage. I really like that. I like that he hits the ball.
Isn't that why you'll get something for him? Is because
I mean, you might be able to, but I mean,
One thing about
I'm drawing a
trades-
line on him because you're creating another hole on a team this is part of my buy and sell program. I'm selling Skubal, but I'm buying other players. And if I'm going to be trading Skubal and Torres, what am I getting in return? I'm getting nothing but prospects typically. And
but let's be clear though, your buy and sell, just so people understand, is sell Skubal, but buy with Tiger prospects.
Yes.
Because the idea, if you trade Skubal, you probably get 2 or 3 prospects. Now you've got maybe some excess minor league talent that you can move and get some to a seller and get some helpful players. Guys, the Tigers are a joke of an organization. If they were real, they would trade Skubal, Mize, and Torres. We're not winning the World Series this year. I mean, again,
How many teams do you think would do that if they found themselves where they're one of the best teams in the American League, if not the best team since June 1st?
how many other organizations would do it?
I mean, do you think this is just an easy punch button because we're here watching it now, and it's like people will see the record and see this team is 6 games below 500. They're 6.5 out of the division, 4.5 out of the wild card spot. They don't have a chance, and yet, hang on. The last 6-7 weeks of baseball, this team is playing at a very high rate. They had an awful May. That's it.
So what's funny about that is your question. This person calls the Tigers a terrible organization, a joke of an organization. Do I think just about every other team would be hanging on for every last second? I actually believe they would.
Yes.
I don't think teams like giving up.
No.
I don't think organizations like giving up. I think teams try and get a seat at the table. They battle for a spot to get into the postseason and then take their chances. If you want to say the Tigers aren't winning the World Series, it's a really safe position. You can always take the field. In fact, I would say if you took the field every year since 1984, you'd be right. And if that's, how you want to go about sports is, unless I'm the overwhelming favorite, I'm not going for it. You're going to spend a lot of time selling off a lot of players. But there are teams that have made the postseason that surprised and won a championship. I keep bringing up the Knicks. Now, the Knicks were never this far out of a playoff spot.
No, but everybody thought the West was so strong with the 2 teams who are going to come out. Is it going to be Oklahoma City or San Antonio? Which one of those teams wins the NBA championship? And hello.
And then the same thing. I mean, is it going to be the Dodgers, Phillies, or Braves? The Yankees. And people weren't talking about the Knicks in the East. They were talking about Boston, Cleveland, and Detroit.
I didn't do the research on this, but I backed it up and found it was true. In 2021, do you guys remember who won the World Series? It was the Atlanta Braves, okay?
The Atlanta Braves won it in 2020.
I'll go Braves.
Bingo, guys. Good job. They were below 500 at the All-Star break. Ronald Acuna, their best player, was out for the year. Everyone said sell, sell, sell. They actually bought. They won the World Series. Now, I'm not saying the Tigers are going to win the World Series or even have close to a chance it is, but it's sports. You still play the game. People do want to just get in and have a chance. And
it's happened recently.
Yes,
you don't have to go back to like
1905
to find something like this happen.
Yeah.
The other thing about this is I am not in the absolutely buy category yet. Like, I think saying right now they should buy or saying right now they should sell isn't wise. They could win the next 5. They could lose the next 5, which would dramatically change sort of the overall tenor of this team headed closer to the trade deadline. They could go, what do we got left? 12?
Yeah.
They could go 9-3, sorry. Or they could go 11-1, or they could go 1-11. And then these decisions go, cool, got an obvious path.
Yeah.
Let's follow it. But the people that already want to sell, I guess I just don't understand.
Well, I can understand the people that want to sell Skubal because that that belief is he's not going to re-sign with you in the offseason. Let him go. Go ahead, trade him, get something for him rather than losing him for nothing. That's the only part I understand. Wanting to trade Mize? Do you not think you can re-sign Casey Mize?
I think you can.
I think you can. I think there's a very strong possibility you re-sign Casey Mize.
Well, I think you can. I can see the
If you
debate
don't
whether they
want
should.
to, if you think, forget it, this guy's always, it's an arm injury waiting to happen again, or an injury, period, waiting to happen because he can't stay healthy. And if you feel that's the case, and I get it, then go ahead and trade him.
I will say this. They could keep winning, and somebody could absolutely blow your doors off with a Skubal offer. Somebody could do something that is off the charts, pegs the meter insane, where I'd say, okay, I'd sell for that. But barring that, further definition is necessary. More games need to be played. That's one. And two is the return does matter. Given that he is a rental, I'm thinking that I just keep thinking of the what happened with JV. A little bit different situation, but even the JV thing, we were looking forward to all those prospects. We really were.
Yeah, and yet there was only one of them that was really on a top 100 list.
The guy who never made it.
It was a guy who never made it past AA, which was Franklin Perez.
Yep. 248-539-9797. This Fear is awesome, Gator. We went to see The Wizard of Oz. We're going to see Metallica on Halloween. That's from an unnamed texter. Gator, dude, the Sphere was unbelievable for a concert. Saw the Eagles last year. It was definitely an immersive experience, a sensory overload, but with whatever mild trauma you endure with it, do it. That's from Bruno and Dearborn.
Yeah, it's just a concern I have about, is it too much sensory overload? But I do want to, I've seen it in the distance, and I haven't walked into it, but seen it in the distance. It's amazing. It's a fantastic piece of engineering.
Gator Motley Crue played last night at Pine Knob. My friend said they killed it.
Well, the band can sound great. How'd Vince sound? Was he terrible as a vocalist? Everything I've seen online seems like he's awful.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. I'm a nurse watching some medical dramas. I scream at the television sometimes. When do 4 doctors try to walk with a patient in the hallway? It's from a nurse. We were talking about things.
Fortunate enough to see a doctor.
We were talking about things that you're an expert in, and you just laugh because we had a lot of soccer experts call the show, and you and I played that role for a month and a half. I'm an arborist. I hate when people call evergreen trees a pine. There are pines, spruces, hemlocks, and firs, and different diseases and insects. I hate when people call every evergreen tree a pine. Okay.
Don't do that.
Well, I'm in jeopardy of doing that because I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Different categories.
Yeah, I guess. We don't have to wait long for more fun. The Olympics are coming to LA in 28. If we get another World Cup, we will need some games in Detroit. It looked like the rest of the world was having so much fun, and all these host cities were having fun.
Is there a certain country you would want here? Like the games, the
Scotland.
Scots took over. Yeah, they took
Scotland.
Over. You want Scotland?
The Scotland fans look pretty awesome.
Just wanted to hear the accent. That's all worth it. For sure.
I just ask you to do the accent.
Yeah, I don't do it justice. Brune.
I don't know what that was.
It's great. You just gotta start like vomiting in your mouth.
Make some guttural sounds.
Yeah, exactly. And it's amazing. Love it.
Gotcha. All right.
10 seconds, Rico. What do you got?
Yeah, what do you got next?
World Cup expansion. Who has screwed up their sport more?
Okay. Look forward to that.
That's it.
Rico talking soccer. I like it.
Yeah. There you go.
That's good. That's what we dream for.
Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll do it again tomorrow. Stay safe. Tigers' big game tonight. We will be discussing it. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers prepping for Game 2 against the Cubs. Framber Valdez returns from the bereavement list to make the start. He had his strongest outing as a Tiger last time out against the A's, throwing 7 innings, a 1-run, 3-hit, and no walk ball. A faced lefty David Peterson, who's recently traded to Chicago from the Mets. Between both teams, he's got a 6.45 ERA and 19 appearances. Detroit has not done well against lefties this season, however, carrying a 13-8 record. Here, the 8:05 first pitch. You're on 97.1. ESPN's Jeff Passan still says the chances of the Tigers trading Tarek Skubal are far more likely than not, given the hole they dug themselves into at the beginning of the season. Contrary to some other reports lately, he says that whoever lands Skubal will pay, quote, an enormous price, end quote. The Red Sox look to make it 15 straight wins. Ranger Suarez was due to return from the IL. He's been scratched again. Michigan basketball guard LJ Kaysen entered the transfer portal after Dusty May left. He just committed to Miami, according to 24/7 Sports. Kaysen averaged 8.5 points and shot 40% from 3 last year. Ex-Michigan basketball... Ex-Michigan basketball star Yashel Lenford has been named the Summer League MVP, according to Mark Stein. Which one is that? Oh, that one. I remember that now. Ex-Pistons head coach and current executive Dwayne Casey is a head coaching candidate for a new pro team in Rome. Yes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, I'm actually in a great mood. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, here's Rico.
I'm not annoyed. I'm good.
I tell you, I am annoyed at a couple of things. I can't lie. Like, I'm in a good mood, but I'm also annoyed distinctly by a couple of things.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, this reporting about the Skubal stuff, it's just got to stop.
Hold on, let me flip a coin. He's going to be traded.
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, it literally is how it feels every day. Mike, I'm gonna say he won't be traded. You're gonna say he's gonna be traded, and we'll write articles about it.
Dude, it's ESPN could have 10 people, and it's 10 different opinions. It's like, I'm starting to question whether the national guys know anything or if it's all just engagement farming. Like, okay, hey Bob, what are you gonna write today? Are you gonna say he's not gonna be traded? All right, cool. I'm gonna say he's traded.
Right.
I've been consistent for 3 months. He ain't getting traded. I just don't think Scott Harris or this organization has the appetite or the balls to do it. I just don't think they want to do it. I think they've fooled themselves into believing they can be a World Series team. They're not trading him. But like Passan keeps coming out and saying, no, they're going to trade him. Okay, well, why? What reporting do you have on that? Well, it's more likely than not. Okay, it's more likely than not that I wake up tomorrow. But like, what does that mean exactly?
It's a good way of putting it. No, it's a great way of putting it. Here's what I think it means. As we get closer and closer, he has to keep doubling down because he needs it to happen.
Okay.
He needs it to happen so that he can keep the name Insider. I knew.
Well, I just hope everybody has fun with whatever the Tigers decide to do because I give 0 Fs. Whatever you want, I'm good with it. I don't care.
What they should do and what they will do are two entirely
That's
different
why
things.
I don't care. You've just hit on it because we're not even having a real discussion.
All right.
You can't, buddy. No, I'm saying is you can't even have a real conversation about it.
No.
Because the debating what the right thing to do is meaningless. It's totally meaningless. Mm-hmm. So I don't care. I told you if they keep him, they better buy with both barrels.
Right, because whether you win or whether you lose, you're still in the same quagmire that you were to start the game. You're still 6.5 and 4.5 games out of the wild card, and
with 6 teams between. Again, the wild card thing. Right. I don't want to do something
because it sounds great. Like, it's achievable until you look at all the teams that you would have to leapfrog.
Sounds great to people that are just sitting there hammered and drooling on themselves. Yeah, it's 4.5 games out, but there's 6 teams ahead of. Like, please,
I'm with you.
It's almost as bad as Wojo's column.
No, not that bad.
I said almost.
Yeah. It was the right move.
Oh, please. I just down a bit. I was listening.
David, did I not say exactly what he was going to say sitting on that couch? And you were like, wow. He said everything. Everything.
When you said this, I said, did he just walk in the building? Because it feels like you're him. And you said, and it was true.
Everything he said. I'm like, Here's what he's going to say. And I did it in Wojo voice. He did not disappoint.
Listening last night, he had talked himself into a Bavarian pretzel, and all Rieger was saying is like, Bob, I just don't think it's a good look to not have a press conference, not take questions, not release the report in its entirety. If you're innocent, just release it. And he couldn't bring himself to even say it. He was just like, well, you wanted Ward gone. What else do you want? It's like, what was your example you did with me last week? You're like, hey, I need a carburetor. Sir, this is Wendy's.
Yeah.
Dude, he was doing that last night. I'm just like,
I want a pair of shoes. Sir, this is Wendy's.
Right. This man is deranged. So, I don't know. There's lots of good things in the world. His column wasn't one of them. We'll just move forward.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Let's do helmet drafts. We'll do that later.
Dude, I wish. Look, I had a hell of a good time in pre-show as we started. We can do it before the season. But yeah, going over college football helmet collections and different resets. And yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
I would rather do that than anything related to Scooble. Or if I have to hear the phrase, it's a big game tonight again, I'm going to absolutely throw a chair. They're all big games because this team stinks. They're all big games because you're 7 games under and you're 6.5 out of the division. We don't need the effing moniker about it being a big game on a big game on a big trip on a big week on a big game. Maron, enough.
Let me help you with that. Every game's going to be a big game because you're in playoff mode already. So let's just get that out the way.
Oh, but it's a big game.
Oh, yeah. Except if you lose it, then it's, it's not a big game.
Whatever, dude. Just let me know what they do at the deadline, and I'll re-engage. I can't do this.
I'll send you a text
message. Thank you. You can honestly do it. May never come back from Saratoga. Don't care. All right, so let's talk about other things. We'll get to Scooble later. I'm hoping in the next 3 hours either he's traded or is launched into space. But we'll give you the latest and greatest on Scooblegate. But that's not going to be till 5. How do you want to start? I leave this to you. Otherwise, I'm going to make fun of Otto for keeping a broken dishwasher because he doesn't want to buy a new dishwasher because, quote, new dishwashers break.
Okay, that didn't make sense to you either, right? I'm actually annoyed. And I'm like, well,
what did I miss? Well, come on, dude. He can't be this.
30 seconds. Otto says, I don't need a new dishwasher because new dishwashers just break within a year. I'm like, well, you have a warranty, right? Yeah. Did they replace it? Yeah. What's the problem? Well, yeah, and then he had to start doing his update, and then he muttered something, and I was just like, that. And I'm like, so you're just going to deal with the old one when you could just get a new one? No, it's going to break. No, the one you have is broken, not the new one. But anyway, I digress.
Go ahead.
Michael.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The World Cup is not official yet, but looks like it's going to be expanding to 64 teams.
Which no one asked for.
Shout out Italy. You'll make it this time.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You've often said, I've ruined college sports. The World Cup is hell-bent on trying to ruin itself by expanding because they saw, well, look what we did with the extra teams in Cape Verde, and it was fun, right? And everybody loved it. So let's just ask the question to you and to the people. What sport has ruined themselves the most?
Oh, boy. Okay, well, I would say on one level or another, every sport is actively hurting themselves long-term. Not today, not next week, maybe not even next year. The greed and this private equity mindset of it all and the networks driving the bus, everything is worse than it was 5 years ago, period. But when you talk about what sport has ruined itself, man.
Whether it's money, whether it's rules, whether it's expansion.
Isn't college football number one? If we were going to do a power rank here, wouldn't college football be number one?
College football, for me, it's right up there. But I have another one that I'm like, you know what? Mike, I look at baseball, and I'm like, the analytics to me. It's not the expansion, but it's just the analytics.
Nobody can hit.
Right, and it's just like, okay, this isn't the game I grew up loving. This is a totally different sport.
Okay.
And I know I become old guy.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You haven't. You're making a good point. Look, this is going to be a subjective thing.
It is.
I think with baseball, here would be the issues. The analytics are a problem. The interleague play thing is played out. It's too much. I don't need to play every team in the league. It's taken away a little bit of the mystique. So I'd say that's two. Obviously, they're about to have a labor war because the financial aspect of the game, 2/3 of the teams are just completely non-competitive. So I hear you there. I'll also too look at, and when let me say this for the people in the back. When you say the analytics, I think it's a problem is you can watch an entire inning of baseball, top end, bottom half, and one ball gets put in play. It's hard to watch. That's before we get to the broadcast, but I digress. It's hard to watch. So I don't. Okay, if we're really going to dig deep, then let me give you the reasons I think college football is number one.
I was going to help you with that because that's Mike. The reason why college football may be number one, and I hate to say it because it's a sport that both you and I dearly loved. I mean, as we sat out there pre-show talking about helmets and who had the best helmets back in the day.
Oh, East Carolina.
Because the passion was still there. Nah, it's the black Buckeye helmet with the weed stickers.
It's always got to be about race, David. Just always has to be about race.
Well, I've heard the whites may be better.
Okay.
So I got to represent the brothers.
NC State's white helmets are sweet.
I got to represent the brothers.
We should do a racial helmet draft. Rico can only select black helmets. I only select white helmets. All other colors are null and void. It's going to be a full race card preseason. It's going to be like the Athlon race card preview.
Okay. Like the racial draft on Chappelle. The Asian nation takes the Wu-Tang.
I'm game if you are. All right, go ahead.
We can do that. But the problem with college football, it was the story. It was the buildup. It was the intrigue. It was years in the making of watching this team and this prospect grow and this coach and this style and the formations and everything. And you would see the blossoming in like 3 years when the quarterback finally became that red shirt sophomore or junior and the team was good. And it was like you look back at how it used to be. You don't get that anymore.
You've taken away geography. You've taken away rivalries based on the expansion of playoff. You've taken away familiarity. You've taken away the ability to know what your program is about. I would argue you've taken away program identity. Anyone who's played the sport will tell you identities, program values, those things are born and incubated over a course of years. You can't just descend into a program and understand everything that it's about. And the problem is that's all this is now, aside from jokes about boats and hoes. Like, there are no program identities. Every year is a completely new team. It's a completely, hell, you could say it's a completely new offense. And what you're talking about, whether you were a Wolverine, a Spartan, a Buckeye, Notre Dame Fighting Irish, that development of a player that had been there for 2-3 years to earn their spot, to become a part of that football history, it's all gone.
Right.
So, man, it's like innumerable ways college football could be number one. I'm interested. I think another one, I got a sleeper candidate for analytics ruining a sport.
Okay.
That a sport has done more to hurt itself. I'll give it to you next. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Doug, are you eating kale?
No. All right. Home Run Tuesdays and stuff. FanDuel. You can join the action. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game. And if you're right, you get a profit boost to use in your next at bat for a chance for extra winnings. I don't know. Bet the whole Tigers team tonight. David Peterson blows. Dude's got like a 70 ERA.
Dylan Dingler.
Sure. I don't care. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Daily Dingler. Whatever you want, do your thing. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration max wager amount. You see terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, I just want to offer the sleeper in this question. And the backdrop to this is the World Cup, for no good reason, is expanding to 64 teams. Okay, we're not going to see it for 4 years. Fine enough. But that's on the heels of things like college football playoff expansion, on the heels of NFL playoff expansion, MLB playoff expansion, on things like television rights and splintering of packages and how to watch games and where to go, on the heels of analytics, which absolutely help you win, but analytics have no regard for the health of the sport and the watchability of the sport. So we're asking the question of which sport comprehensively, as we sit here today, has done the most damage to itself from a enjoyment standpoint, a passion standpoint, a sports standpoint. Please do not call in as a member of like Vanguard and tell me about revenue. Revenue is not a joy quotient. So it's not what we're talking about. Okay, don't do what Wojo did to Rieger last night. Don't say we're ranking your favorite pizza and Wojo just yells out cough syrup. That's not what we're doing. I want to offer you the sleeper in all of this because I said college football, you said baseball. You know, the NBA could be mixed into this. If we factor in load management, analytics, if we factor in post-COVID, the true unleashing of analytics as it would pertain to the three-point shot is the only thing that matters in that sport. If we factor in what I think are bogus media rights deals, where you are taking the game away from well-established legacy partners, putting random playoff games on streaming platforms that nobody cares to use, and then you factor in the last piece, the in-season tournament, the play-in tournament, i.e. playoff expansion in a league where if you're not a top 4 seed, you're not winning a championship, but let's have more of more. And then you get to the game. We have homogenized the entire sport. No longer do styles make fights. Okay? Post-game. What's a post-game? Teams that want to get up and down, 99% of them do. Except teams like the Celtics, right? They just plod and then fire 83s. But my point is, everyone's using the same arithmetic, and it makes it really hard to watch. Like, there's nothing sexy about a team going 14 of 53 from deep. It's just bad to watch. Now, I'm not pining for the early 2000s and some mid-range revival. But when you put basketball all together, it's a beautiful game. From the post to the mid-range, to the dribble drive, the kick, the ball movement, open floor. It's all gone because all of it results in one thing primarily now. YOLO, the Rainmaker. So
Thank you, Steph Curry.
Yeah, and again, the other thing with the NBA, and I'm not, this isn't boomer vision here. The money has gotten so out of control, I would argue 9 out of 10 players don't give a rat's ass about winning or losing. They don't care. It's all handshakes and hugs. They don't care. And the absence of caring makes it very hard for me to care. I mean, Game 7, you got guys recording podcasts. Could anyone imagine Magic, Larry, Michael, or Isaiah recording a podcast after being eliminated from the playoffs?
Bro, I remember people got angry at Magic and Isaiah because they kissed each other on the cheek before the game. What? What do you mean you're doing this? You're not ready to tear each other apart? And now it's like...
No, James Harden's got the money cannon at the strip club. So I'm sorry. Like, I think the NBA could be an interesting addition to this.
It could be. Now, I think the one that, I guess the least, and it's because the format had already changed with the one and done in college hoops, because it was already like community college. But now, because of NIL, you actually get to see a few people stick around a lot longer because they have really no options of going to the league.
It's the Hunter Dickinson.
Yes. Either you go to the league or you go play in Europe. But now I can stay, make $1 million. I can stay on campus.
I would argue one thing. you do see college teams now that have an older starting five than NBA teams.
Yes.
That's kind of goofy. But I hear you from a quality okay, now your idea is go get as many grown-ass men to play hoops as possible. That's not really college basketball.
But I guess it's different than the NBA because that may be the last place where you see different styles.
Okay.
Where everybody isn't YOLO. Some teams are like, you know what, we're going to keep this thing under 60. And other teams, now we're going to take it to the first one to 100.
Paul Serra, I want to get his opinion. David, what sport has hurt themselves the most on the heels of the World Cup expanding to 64, which basically now kills any drama for qualifying for said World Cup?
So before I get to my answer, Rico, they may be the least. College basketball may be the least. And then they decided, well, let's ruin it now with expansion.
Okay.
So right now they could be the least, but in the next year or two.
Poor Rico was just getting up from falling, and you kicked him in the kneecap and sent him right back down to the ground.
I'm so sorry.
He did not.
He did not. Let me help you out. All right. Paul is screening calls. We'll get to Paul momentarily. Brandon's going to bat lead off 97.1. Brandon, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good,
Hey, man.
What's on your mind?
So if you have 1 year left on your contract, you're gone. Like Gleyber Torres just came back from injury and he got on base 4 times last night. You're gone. Skubal, trade him for what you got. So we have older people getting ready for trades and we got younger people like McGonigal and Dingler that are stepping up. So we can sell but not have to worry about it.
Well, okay, Brandon, listen, I've established pretty much where I'm at with this team. Yes, I would sell. I don't think it would affect your pitching to trade a Derek Skubal. You have a nice rotation. I'm with you with guys that don't have term left. If you truly believe they're a World Series team, I'm not going to slander you, not going to make fun of you. I just view it differently. But if you keep everybody, you only have one choice. You got to go both barrels, and you got to buy. If you think you're closing out games in the playoffs with Finnegan and Kenley Jansen, I wish you good luck. I mean, last night they should have lost the game 7 different times in the ninth. So Brandon, I'm with you, but I also am out of care factor. They're going to do what they're going to do, and I'll get back from Saratoga and I'll either be fully engaged or fully out. But I ain't doing this roller coaster up to it. Scott Harris got to show us who he is. So let's see. Show me.
You know what's funny, Mike? So they always say, like, oh, this is the game. Every game matters. And I go to watch the game with the Cubs, and then all of a sudden my girlfriend says, hey, you want to watch this movie? And I say, I would rather watch the movie than watch the Tigers.
Oh, yeah.
And I care about the Tigers, but at the same time, I'm still not bought in.
No, and look, guess what? You've still got months and months of baseball ahead. Watch the movie. You enjoy it. Let us losers watch this game. Don't worry about it, Brandon. Hope the movie was delightful. By the way, did you end up seeing that Christopher Nolan movie you wanted to see? Odyssey?
No, I haven't seen it yet. No, but I was going to wait.
You're Mr. Film.
I don't go on the opening weekend,
Okay,
Mike, because
all
I like to enjoy the film. I don't want to hear everybody.
I was reading an article. People like it. It's doing good at the box office.
No, it is, but I'd rather wait, let people go, and then like maybe in week 3 or 4 when it dies down.
There'll be like a little founders get together for that, like Founders Night at IMAX. No, okay.
No. But you know what? As I told Evan, maybe I should have bought tickets to the new Avengers movie. It made $10 million yesterday. The movie comes out in 6 months. People bought advance tickets.
Oh God, people are such losers. Paul, what sport has damaged itself the most?
It's college football. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And I don't mean by like nil and all this, or necessarily even the transfer portal, but just the TV executives meddling, expanding the playoffs. I always thought it should have been expanded from 4, but the fact that you just hightailed it right past any rational number and went immediately to 12.
Should have been 8.
It should have been 8, exactly. So, it's basically 2 super conferences and a bunch of just scragglers hanging on to other conferences. It's just, they've done themselves no favors. They're trying to be NFL light when it was its own beautiful thing, and the NFL is its own great thing as well. You don't have to be a mirror copy of one another. You are your own 2 separate great things. It's just, I don't understand it.
All right, so there's a vote for college football. Baseball's been mentioned. We got NBA. Look, everything's in play. I think it's an interesting question because all you hear about now, expansion. And while that's good for the immediate bottom line, it's just like in life. You take the shortcut, you've actually traveled the longest road. You're hurting yourself long term. The NFL is going to kill the golden goose. My problem is I can't tell you when it's going to take hold, but the more they keep taking games away from Sunday and the more platforms they ask people to go to watch games that are not on Sunday, they're taking away the singular best built-in advantage in all of sports.
That's
was
funny.
Sunday weekly games.
It's funny because I was going to say, if you hear that, that's the NFL knocking on the door saying, hey, can we join this party? Because what you're about to do is become sick of the product. The beauty of the NFL, they always left you wanting more. And then right when you finally got close to being fed up, the season was over.
Oh, you mean you don't like 2 games on the 4 o'clock window because they've whored out the league at 9:30 in the morning and on Thursday night and on Black Friday?
No.
And then you got to look at Scott Hansen touching his balls on national TV because he has no games to watch?
No. But I like that little thing you said, the shortcut is the longest. Is that Mike's razor? Valenti's razor. I like that.
This is principle in life. You've got corners. You're gonna travel a way longer road, man.
That's Valenti's razor, folks.
Oh, sure. Schoenfeld's cat or whatever the hell you're saying. What is it?
Schrodinger. Schoenfeld.
Former Washington Capitals head coach Jim Schoenfeld. All right. Okay, David, hit a button. We're going to get to more of the people coming up next. 97.1. David, the text communications, which sport is bleeping itself the most? And again, it's all just the backdrop. Another event thinking more is better. It is not. The World Cup going to 64 teams, you are destroying the 2-year odyssey of qualifying for the World Cup. And then once you're in, you are destroying competitive balance. It's just, you are going to have matchups that from start to finish are wholly unwatchable. That is not what the World Cup was meant to be. They already expanded to 48 for this one. There was no reason to go to 48. Let me be clear. There's also you can't have less of a reason than no reason to go to 64. So we said, okay, well, what other sports have followed this path and ruined themselves? My number one vote, college football. I think Rico's made an interesting point for baseball. a little bit on the NBA. The NFL's actively doing it, and people are going to catch on. I really believe it. But, David, what are people saying?
The NHL, because it still hasn't recovered from its lockout season 20 years ago, Chaz, in Brighton.
I would disagree in one regard. What hurt them the biggest was leaving ESPN long ago and ending up on the Nature Network or whatever it was. But the cap is going up. That player empowerment has finally arrived, so that makes it a little more interesting. Their playoffs are still the best playoffs in all of sports. Mm-hmm. Now, I think what's hurting them, hockey players don't want to play in Canada no more.
You know what's hurting the NHL, Mike? They're almost the perfect in between college and the pros, because if you just look at the money, it's hard to take them seriously when 15th player on the bench for a bad basketball team makes more money than some of the star players.
Do it this way. Beef Stew makes more money than Connor McDavid.
Yeah.
That's their Michael Jordan.
So they make a little bit, the star players make more than the top players in college. It's almost like that right in between. So I think that's why for me, it's like, yeah, until you make more money, I can't take you seriously like everybody else.
Oh, my. David, go ahead.
The NBA is the one that I think has been completely ruined. The three-point contest makes it unwatchable. There's no pride, there's low management, and flopping.
Yep. And I will fight to the death on it. These players don't care. You can see it. Watch the games, man. It takes a rare player to actually give an F. I don't care.
It does. And I know it's probably not going to be a popular opinion in this town, but it's why I appreciate it with Jalen Brunson and the Knicks, because you could see they actually cared.
Oh, you'll have outliers.
They went out there and you saw old school basketball, a team rather than just a bunch of individuals who were all getting paid, who can't, as you say, can't wait to do their podcast later on in the evening to say how much they hate their teammates.
Let's go to Mike in Clinton Township. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, hey. Mike. What's up?
Baseball. We used to have guys flirting with 400. Nobody can hit anymore. We saw this preview with the Tigers in the early 2000s with Rob Deere and Palmer, and it was horrible to watch. Now we get to see the whole league do it. Too many strikeouts. Everybody's shooting for that home run because baseball ignored all the PEDs when McGuire and Sosa were hitting bombs all the time and putting it on TV. Totally ruined it all. No one knows how to play anymore.
You're not hearing me interrupt you.
Like same thing with the college basketball. They used to know how to learn how to play. Now NBA, no one knows how to play the game anymore.
No, players, when you're getting into the NBA now, and Rico made this point, you're not drafting grown-ass men. You're drafting 19-year-olds whose basic coaching was AAU and 1 year of college, and here we are. And it's not a good product.
Because Mike, the funny thing about that, if you look at the summer league, the MVP of the summer league may have been the oldest player in the summer league. It was Yaxel.
Yes, that comment about the starting five in college is older than the starters in the NBA. That's ridiculous.
Michigan had an older starting five than the Pistons.
It's a joke. And that Beef Stew comment that he makes more than Connor McDavid. Oh my God, we are all over the board.
Nah, Mike, I'm with you, buddy. And look, it's something where I grew up on baseball. I love baseball, but it has gotten increasingly harder to watch. And look, I admit it. I don't enjoy watching the Tigers play. I don't like watching their style of ball. So it's kind of like a double play for me.
Optionality.
No, but in general, baseball's suffering right now. Now, you get to the playoffs, it can become more enjoyable.
It is.
But still, you're watching games where 51 total outs here. If you don't go to the bottom of the ninth, Rico, you might see 30 strikeouts. It's just, does someone want to roll over to second, please?
I like playoff baseball, but you guys make fun of me of the reason why I like playoff baseball.
Ooh, I want a bunt.
Because you see steals and you see bunts and you see the manufacturing of runs. And yes, I like that. And it's not just, softball city where you just go up there, hit the ball, take a shot, drown a beer at second base and then go score.
The league average OPS continues to plummet. I mean, now if somebody has like a 710 OPS, they're considered decent. I mean, that's heresy. It's an absurd notion. Yeah.
To your point, Rico, the reason I think you like playoff baseball so much is because it's like regular baseball. They're advancing runners. Yeah. They're running the base pads. They're stealing. They're trying to steal runs.
So if that's regular baseball, what's the regular season?
It's like a 162 game All-Star break type thing.
Dude, that's the other thing.
It's basically everybody pads your stats for your contract.
I mean, 162 games in this environment. Oh my God. I mean, think about it, guys. We have like 2.5 months left of Tiger baseball. Oh, God help me.
And yes,
wake me up when the playoffs.
And I know analytics, and yes, that's not how the game is played anymore. But I like when you would see the pitcher throw a complete game. I like when you see certain things.
What?
It's called a complete game.
What's that?
It's when the pitcher goes out there and throws all 9 innings, and the bullpen gets the day off. They just sit there in their satin starter jackets, and they have the best seat in the house.
That's the other problem. Yep. What is it? But I
you know what? I'll own that, David.
No, but I'm with you. If we're talking about sports that have hurt themselves, I mean, pitchers right now are turning into something I don't want to pay. I don't want to sign long term. I don't care how good you are because you're only going to give me 5 or 6 innings. It's like I miss a Justin Verlander who pitched 240 innings. I miss a guy who could go out and basically go 8, maybe go 9. Forget about the whole must-see JV every night could be a no-hitter. No, I'm talking just like I want my stars to – like baseball right now, it's the equivalent of if Pat Mahomes only played half the game. I want my stars on the field. I'm paying you how much?
Your starting pitchers have become the equivalent of the NFL running back, where it's by committee.
That's a good one.
Where you don't do it, where you have the bell cow who just gets it all the time. No. You'll get this amount of – and then I'll go to this back, and I'll go to that back. I mean, I could only imagine what would a guy like Nolan Ryan, when he sees these pitchers, are like, really, you guys, don't call me. Just don't. You're not pitchers. I was a pitcher.
Tyler, 97.1. Hi, Ty.
Guys, how we doing on this Tuesday?
Good, hey, Tyler. What's up?
Hey, so I got 2 sports. I have one for sure, and then the one that's starting to kind of grow on me, that's starting to kind of annoy me, and then I wanted to talk about, just quickly, about a Tigers player stat at the end. Sure. So the one that's number one for me would be the MLB. If we're counting pitchers and catchers reporting to the Game 7 of the World Series, that's literally like 10 months of our lives with the MLB. It's too much. It's insane. And it's been going on. I mean, it's been going on for how long?
You know what else it is too, Tyler? And I'll give you all the time you need. Just you've kind of highlighted something here. I think the other problem is it feels like 2024 never ended. 2025 never started. It's like 3 straight years of the same Tiger season of just volatility, of being awesome or being dog ass. I'm exhausted by this team, and it's because 100%. Of what you're saying. It never went away.
Now, if you're a Red Sox fan, clearly you're in a good mood right now. But and then the other sport for me would be, I think it's the NFL. Like, Sundays were our days to just sit and watch games all day, order a pizza, watch it snow outside. But now you're going to have games almost every week, every night, and like there's going to be all these people that you're working, you have all these other conflicts to go with it. You're not going to be able to catch every game. It's just a money grab, man. It's just a money grab.
And like I said, Tyler, you can make 90% of the decisions about money. You got to have a couple of coins in your pocket that are about the health of the sport and long-term prosperity. Nothing right now.
Not only that, it's like you can't. The average fan can't even go to these games. No. Like you're taking out a mortgage to pay to just go to a game.
Yeah, and I'd argue the at-home experience is so much better anyway. Save your money. Treat your kids to something that matters. I mean, I know that sounds callous, but like it's not worth it. When you're talking about dropping $1,000 to go to a Lions game with a family of 4,
no,
I'm sorry.
Can't do it.
Go relax at home, man.
I can now shake hands with you on that, Mike, because I've crossed that rainbow bridge, as you like to say, where...
Oh, boy. Cue up in the arms of an angel, please.
Well, yeah, it's because it's like, you don't have to deal with the parking. You don't have to deal with the concession lines. You don't have to deal with a lot of different things.
Bathroom.
And 4K has taken it to a whole nother level.
Okay. Tyler, you had a stat you wanted to share? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think it's just because I'm watching these Tigers games. It's just obviously it's painful to watch, but Kerry Carpenter to me is just dog trash. I mean, I have his stats right here. He's in a regular season, he's 45 for 218 ABs. And the month of July, he is 3 for 39.
Yeah, he's largely been atrocious this year. Look, and I like Kerry Bonds, but he's been bad. Now, when he heats up, okay. But this is Tyler again. I said it in the offseason. I would have probably tried to move him. You have Riley Green. They're kind of the same player. Riley's got more upside. And look, it panned out that Riley worked on himself. Strikeouts are down, batting average is up. This team, hey, the names are the same, but the team will be different. No, it won't.
They don't spend the money. They just don't.
Not on bats, they don't.
Don't spend money.
Nah, they spend money. They don't spend it smart, Tyler. $18 million to a 50-year-old reliever on an outlier. I told you I hated the signing that day. I have every right to make fun of it now. Kenley Jansen looked like he needed an oxygen tank last night. Yeah. It's ridiculous. All of it. The idea they didn't add a single bat, that's crazy talk.
Right, that right there.
Yeah, but hey, whatever Scott Harris decides, that's good by me. Whatever you guys want. I just want everybody to be happy. David, you got the orange slices for everybody? Gather around. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of the people coming up. What?
No, I was just laughing.
Okay. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. It's GM employee pricing for everyone on every light-duty GMC Sierra in stock, including the Denali's. So whether it's for work, hauling your gear up north, they got you covered. MoranExpress.com. You can shop online anytime. Also, schedule your certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, now do we have a special guest blitz here? Is this Paul from the mind of Paul Serra, noted male escort? It's football and things, or not? What is this?
So this is a start bench cut.
Okay, all right. This is the weekend deal you do with Stoney and Shabath, etc.
So this is Mike, Rico, David, all involved on this one. So we're going to start out with start bench cut. Things Mike hates talking about.
Oh, God.
Scooble, Larkin, Michigan.
Now, by starting, that means it's the thing I hate most.
Yes.
Okay, it's Scooble,
Larkin, and Michigan.
I'm starting Scooble. I don't ever want to look at him again, see him again, talk about him again. I can't stand the very existence of the whole topic. That's a start. I would...
Shouldn't you have gone last for this?
Oh.
I'm just thinking... Yeah, you're giving the answer. Me and David, I think, would have to guess.
No, but you could also pick.
No. Then it's what your power rank and his. Oh, or is this guess what I...
Yeah.
No. This was just you guys go along.
Okay. Scooble 1. I'm next sickest of talking about Michigan because there's nothing to talk about. They're never going to change, and the media will never do their jobs. And then Larkin, I'm fine enough. There's a conclusion we have to get to there, especially now that Stevie's on the 9th hole and not in that office.
I would say
Texas.
No, I would say Scooble. He'd marry Scooble, or what's the not F marry?
No.
Start bench cut.
Start Scooble. He would bench Larkin. He would cut Michigan because it's a non-factor and the passion's been drained from you.
Okay.
Larkin can still bring passion from you.
Okay.
He's on the bench waiting.
David?
Yeah, Scooble, Larkin, and Michigan is what I would do there. So, yeah.
Next.
Okay, start bench cut. Where LeBron ends up. Cleveland, Miami, Golden State.
I still think Cleveland's the best fit, but I'll start Golden State because it's just been that thing that you feel like is going to happen. So Golden State, Cleveland, Philly last.
I'm going to go with Cleveland. It's not what I want, but I think it's Cleveland. I think it's part of the clues he's telling us. He's hanging out with old teammates and hanging out back in the state. I would go bench Golden State, and I think Miami, that's the one I would cut. I think he's already been there, done that.
Plus, Pat Riley took his chocolate chip cookies.
That is true.
That did happen, yes.
No, I think he wants to take the spotlight from Giannis, go to Miami on his farewell tour, take that away all year. Golden State would be the one I would bench. Cleveland, whatever.
Look, you better hope it's whatever. If he goes to Cleveland, that's a problem. That's the perfect small forward for them and a primary ball handler late in games. You do not want that.
LeBron or Bronny?
Bronny's in with the Lakers.
Okay,
he did it again.
Start bench cut. Most embarrassing Michigan man. Jim Harbaugh, Juwan Howard, Connor Stalions.
Wow. Well, this is easy for me. I'm cutting Stalions. He's not a Michigan man. He's a reject. He's a sociopath.
You earned
okay,
that.
so I'll start Harbaugh. He's a repugnant human being who represents nothing that Michigan purports to be, period. The man's a habitual liar and a sociopath. He's a great NFL coach, but a terrible example. Juwan would be 2, raised by Chicago. The guy straight up said he was going to kill another coach and punched another one. Number 2.
What was the criteria again?
Most embarrassing Michigan man. Jim Harbaugh, Juwan Howard, Connor Stalions.
I would probably have to start Juwan Howard.
Ooh.
Because on camera, not once, but twice, he threatened to kill another man. Live. Whether it was Maryland or whether it was the handshake line with Wisconsin, where all of a sudden they cut back. It was like, whoa, okay. I think I would bench Harbaugh because he did a lot of dirt, but it was all in silence. And Connor, yeah, you're not really a Michigan man. You're the ultimate wannabe, but you're not a Michigan man.
So I am going to start Howard. You just cannot punch a man at a handshake line. You just cannot do that. Along with the other thing that he did, I'm going to bench Stalions because you just cannot cheat. You just can't do that. I'm going to cut Harbaugh because he won us the title. And then I'm going to end it right there.
Okay. Could you imagine Juwan and Cheney facing off?
I'll kick your ass. That's still one of the greatest
Chicago.
One of the greatest YouTube videos ever. John Cheney barging into John Calipari's press conference, threatening to kick his ass and needing to be restrained, all while being dressed like a high school principal.
Okay, start, bench, cut. What the hell are they doing edition? Brandon Ayuk, Cam Scatterbo, Tom Brady. What are they doing?
Tom Brady's start. It's the most stunning thing ever. It's so unnecessary. I don't know if this guy's going through a midlife crisis or what the deal is. Tom Brady's one. It's a complete, he needs to disappear for a while. Then it was Ayuk, and who else?
Cam Scatterbo.
Ayuk would be next because, again, Ayuk had a lot of money on the table, and this guy has submarined his own career. I think Scatterbo's just a dumb human being. I actually think Scatterbo's just stupid.
See, I'm going to go Ayuk first because he's playing himself out of the league where he'll never recuperate this money. I'm going to go with Scatterbo second. I'm going to bench him. Brady, it's a cry for help. He just needs some attention. He needs somebody to pay attention to him.
I'm going to start Brady because you just don't need to do this. You're the GOAT. We don't need this from you.
Ayuk is going to be holding a tin cup.
I am going to bench Scatterbo, and I'm just cutting Ayuk because I'm sick of it. I'm just done with it.
He's going to be moving out to Sacramento with Jalen Duren.
Okay, last start, bench, cut here. Are these real? Aliens, ghosts, Bigfoot. Start, bench,
okay,
cut.
we're okay. That's a wrap. No, stop it right now.
We're starting all of them.
Okay, there you go. That's it. We're up against it. Thank you very much for your participation. What's this called? It doesn't matter. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After their extra inning win last night over the Cubs, the Tigers have game 1 tonight at Wrigley. Framber Valdez back from the bereavement list to make the start. His last time out against the A's, he threw 7 innings of 1-run ball. He'll face newly acquired lefty David Peterson, who struggled this season with a mid-6 ERA, 8.05 the first pitch here on 97.1. Jeff Passan still thinks it's a 60% chance the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal at the deadline. If they do, the price will be enormous for the buyer. His co-worker at ESPN, though, Alden Gonzalez, says that executives are saying Detroit intends to keep him, but notes they must keep playing really well. Right now, the Tigers still 4.5 games back. The wild card, 6.5 in the division. With the win tonight over the Orioles, the Red Sox can extend their winning streak to 15 as well. Adam Schefter says that retired defensive tackle Aaron Donald is getting back in football shape, but he's yet to make a decision whether he'll return to the Rams. The Rocket Classic announced another round of commitments today, including world number 7 Chris Gotterup and number 19 Ben Griffin. 13-time PGA winner Jason Day joins them. The first round of the final tournament is set for 9 days away. Former Michigan basketball star Yaxel Lendenborg has been named the Summer League MVP. His Wolverine teammate LJ Kaysen is transferring to Miami for 24/7 Sports. Kaysen shot 40% from 3 for the Wolverines last year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. Yes, for more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour 2. Good to have you with us. I want to reset what we were up to. We are going to delay this Skubal nonsense until 5. Why? Because we want to. I think you're sick of it. We're sick of it. And honestly, I don't think any of these reporters know a damn thing. I mean, Passan does his article every week. More likely than not. Bro, you were at 85% 2 weeks ago. Now you're at 60-40. Sit this one out. Like, just stop. If you don't have reporting, I don't need to hear it. I'm just tired. So we'll get to Skubal later because nothing's going to change. But we asked a question, and it was on the heels of now it seems like the World Cup, after expanding from 32 to 48, is going to go 48 to 64. Why? Greed. Now, this is one thing we've seen on the ticket text too, and I want to be clear about something because some of you just critical thought's not your strong point. Capitalism and then abhorrent greed are not necessarily the same thing. Capitalism is about making money. But a healthy business plan goes with it. That's capitalism. Mm-hmm. You have to have a space left for the customer, for the business, for the health, for the long-term health of what you're doing. Now, in sports, this isn't a sub shop. You're not charging it for 50 cents for toppings. What they're doing in sports is they are taking away the product you've already paid to watch and giving you more ways to pay. I mean, that's like disassembling the turkey sandwich and you have to buy each piece of it separately in the store.
Right.
That's not the same, guys. So the question is, what sport has hurt itself the most? Not from profit margin. We don't care about franchise fees. We do not care about how much money each school gets because you don't get to see the benefit of any of it. It's a question about the watchability, the passion, the fun. What sport has damaged itself the most? Now, Rico led with baseball and gave reasons. We'll reset those. I said it's college football. Paul Sarah said college football.
I'm not that far away from agreeing with you.
No, I know, but you look, it's more interesting to have some different ideas. I think the whole sports world is hurting itself. Oh, sure, the revenues are better, but you, the people, care less. The passion is less. Rivalries are less. And I have bad news for you. Specific to like the NBA, these players don't care. These idiots are more interested in doing a podcast or getting eliminated from the playoffs than actually throwing hands at somebody. I mean, it's pretty off-putting. And sure, you'll have an outlier like a Jalen Brunson that's a dog. That's a guy that absolutely wants to die on the floor. By and large, you think NBA players' lives are busted up getting eliminated? Please. 2/3 of these teams know they don't even have a chance to do bupkis anyway. 13 teams are tanking. These players care.
That's why I put baseball in there because after certain teams lose their first game, mathematically eliminated from the playoffs this year.
The Royals.
They don't care and they don't want to actually do anything. Now, it's funny that you mentioned that. Is there really any rivalries in any sports? I mean, when you think about it, it's...
No.
I mean, I guess you used to get like Yankees, Red Sox every other weekend. You don't even get that anymore. It's like there's really no rivalries where you're like that. You could see these teams hate each other.
That's why I said college football. It's just those rivalries were so far above anything else. I mean, we've not only destroyed rivalries, we've destroyed conference championship games. We've destroyed the best regular season in all of sports. Why? Networks.
If they had just stopped at 8 teams in the playoffs, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You could have did all the other stuff, but it's still every game would have mattered.
But I want to get to the people. You guys tell me what sport has hurt itself the most from a passion standpoint, an enjoyment standpoint. Look, the baseball angle Rico brought up, he's not wrong. The analytics help you win, but ain't nobody interested in the analytics as far as enjoyment.
It's not really watchable. It's not fun.
You can go 3 innings and barely see a ball get put in play. I mean, well, what do you want the pitchers to do? Pitch slower? No, guys, listen, I've watched baseball my whole life. This is the worst offensive baseball of my life. It's terrible. I mean, league average OPS is going to be under 700 soon. Ain't nobody trying to watch that. Right. Starting pitchers? What good is a superstar pitcher if he's only going to go 5-6 innings?
Right. Now it's all about your exit velo and the home runs.
Yeah, but the home runs, everyone has turned into a welfare version of Rob Deere.
Right.
Like Kyle Schwarber, the guy's going to hit 190 and have 40 bombs. Who's here for that?
Right.
That makes Mickey Tettleton look like Honus Wagner.
Right. Just a guy who, you know what, a slap hitter who just gets on base? Nope. Just don't get that anymore. That's why I like McGonigal, because I'm like, at least that's close to baseball. You just get on base. Good.
Well, McGonigal's a bit of a unicorn.
He is.
Again, this is the other problem. You're always going to find outliers.
Yeah.
But the outlier doesn't defeat the broad base opinion. So that's baseball by and large. It's tough on a lot of nights, man. It is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. Joe's on a cell. He bats leadoff. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on. I do want to touch on the sports that I think have most been ruined, because I think there are two that are far and above the rest, and it's college football and it's college basketball. Now, for different reasons. I think college football has been destroyed, not because of the portal, not because of NIL. Do those things not help? Of course they don't help. The greatest advantage college football had was every single Saturday meant something.
Yes.
And the fact that you destroyed that, and the conferences and these worthless conference championship games that mean nothing, you've killed the sport, because the fact that there is, and 2024 is a great example, and don't call, this may come off as kind of a bitter take because I'm a Wolverine. The fact that Ohio State was allowed to lose 2 games, lose to a 6-5 Michigan team at home as a 23-point favorite, not win the Big Ten, and still get rewarded with the title, that was the moment the greatest sport died. Because under no circumstances should that ever be allowed. That game used to mean something, and it still should mean something. But these TV networks have destroyed it. Now, college basketball, it's different. I think the expansion is not what's going to kill the tournament. I think what has killed March Madness has been the portal and the NIL, because you have Cinderella schools like Oakland. I know they beat Kentucky a couple of years ago. And you even have Big East schools that, like Villanova, like imagine Mikal Bridges and Jalen Brunson in an NIL era. They don't stay at Nova for 4 years. I mean,
no.
But
the NIL, it's destroyed college football too, because look, we have lived in a time there was a LaDainian Tomlinson at TCU. I mean, they're like, Joe, players are now all just filtering to the same schools. You have no hope if you are not one of these well-heeled schools. It's not even about your program, not about your campus, not about your coaching, not about your academic track, your pursuit, not about the alumni network. It's not about the scheme you run. This is nothing more than a whore market.
Could you imagine Josh Allen would have had a bidding war?
Right. Instead of it being interesting that he was at Wyoming, yeah, that doesn't exist. Khalil Mack isn't at Buffalo. Mm-hmm. And that magical Saturday where America got introduced to this guy against Ohio State, where he terrorized them, including a pick 6, and the scariest face mask ever.
Aaron Donald ain't stand that pit.
No. So that's the problem in all of this. Yeah. You've destroyed a lot of the unique features because players now, they have loyalty to nothing. And sadly, look, I understand they are adults by definition, but they are still young. A lot of these guys are just being pimped. That's all this is. The only thing you're missing is Wayne Brady stopping at the ATM. These dudes are being pimped by street agents who there's no accreditation to be a street agent. There's no test you have to pass. There's no qualifications. I mean, you could be a crack dealer and be a street agent in the NIL world. You could have a fourth grade education, and there's no standardized rate. There's no scruples. And these dudes are actively, while they're playing for your school, being pimped, brokered, and brought somewhere else. And if you're a Michigan fan, you know all about it. Shout out Dusty Man. The point I'm making, it's real.
No, Mike, what you're saying, I can't disagree with you because, I guess pimped would be a word because I would say they're not being really tutored by adults because these are young men and in some cases young women who need guidance. But the people who they're looking up to are seeing dollar signs and not giving. They won't say the most magical word to them.
No.
Not a good decision.
As Ralph said on The Sopranos, 1, she's a hooer. 2, she hit me. Like that's all college football is. It's not the national title. They should change the trophy to Spender of the Year. That's all it is. It's Brewster's Millions. Great Richard Pryor movie.
And now what Indiana has done, everybody's going to try to do the same thing.
Indiana has combined immense financial backing with elite player personnel. You still have to identify the proper hooer. But
No. But to the
she hit me.
To the outside person, Indiana just went out and bought a team.
But that lacks the nuance necessary.
There's going to be a lot of head coaches and athletic directors getting fired because of what just happened, what Cignetti did.
248-539-9797. More of the people at our sports summit in the middle of July. Warm weather shows up. Everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers. You got to call David Femininio the second you get in that accident because the insurance company, their team is at work. You better come to battle with yours. Don't let the insurance company call the shots. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. What sport has kind of effed itself the most based on greed? Don't be calling in with revenue reports. We're talking passion, interest. All sports is suffering right now. I'm telling you, you want to argue, I'll argue to the death. But none of it feels the way it used to. And that's not nostalgia. It's reality. Rivalries being gone, passion of players less, games harder to watch, more expensive to watch. And again, analytics, man. It's more than just the computer. Yes, it helps you win. It also destroys the watchability of the sport. NBA, who's pumped up about today's NBA versus, 10 years ago? The three-point shooting's out of control. I mean, we may complain the Pistons are terrible at doing it. That doesn't mean I want to watch Missoula ball. It's awful. Baseball, pitchers only go 5. Every guy out of the pen's throwing 100. For what? So I can watch the league average OPS fly below 700? Who's interested in that? Not me. College football, you already know the list. I ain't even going to repeat it.
The NFL, Mike, is very close to really taking over this.
Point. Yep.
Right, because when you think about last year, and last year I think was the beginning of the tipping point, the meaningless games in week 17 and 18 it felt like preseason. Nobody was playing. Playoff spots were already cemented.
Just wait till they expand again.
And right,
they're going to.
So
we'll play 18 games, David. We're gonna have another team in the AFC and NFC. Hope you're ready for those under 500 scabs to get in.
Well, but don't forget the other byproduct of that is just, hey, here's your 4:00 game. Here's Jacksonville versus Carolina. And the other 4:00 game, here's the Raiders versus the Cardinals.
So the NFC South, is what you're saying, Mike, would have had 2 of those teams get in. It would have been the Panthers and the Bucks at 8 and 9.
Yep. Well, if the NFL had a brain, here's what you really should do. I mean, it's already fugazi. You should take away automatic bids. You should just, honestly, at this point, take away winning a division automatically puts you in. You rank the top records and you go from there. Like, you can't keep doing it this way.
No, David. No. The NFC South would not have gotten 2 teams. You know who would have got their final bid?
The Lions.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh,
with
you're right.
Frank Brosmer.
You're right. They were third.
Minnesota, based on the tiebreaker, would have gotten the last. That team with no quarterback would have been in the playoffs.
Which is strange why people are crapping all over them this year when they went out and got someone who is exponentially better than their quarterback room last year. Buddy, even with his flaws. I know Kyler's flawed.
We will talk about this later. I will make the case for that because, yeah.
No, I'm just making a point. People act like they're going to win 3 games or something. And I'm like, that's a Super Bowl caliber roster.
Are you new to this city? Don't you know that only in Detroit do teams get better? Everybody else, you take a step back.
Okay, that's fair.
Jamie,
Jamie,
I'm going to give myself this.
That's fine. Jamie, 97.1, what's good?
Thanks for having me on the show. At the time, I would have said, and it's not too many reasons, pro football is the worst of them all. You were right to say greed and expansion. They're going way too far for that reason only. I don't know if they'll ruin the game, but they're sure not helping it.
No.
They're not. It's just not the same as soccer, which all over the world is popular, maybe except us. That's understandable. And I'm not a big soccer fan, but the reason I called is that for me, I emphasize that you can't touch anybody when you tackle them, or when they're going out on passes. You touch them too many times, they'll call a penalty. What about the old days? You kill each other. Dick
Well,
buckets.
that's
There's got to be a middle ground.
Well, okay, there is a middle ground. We can't go back to Deacon Jones causing brain damage with his helmet slap. You know, I mean, we can't do that.
You're right.
But Jamie, there is a middle ground. It's gone way too far. Now you have quarterbacks play acting. I hate when, this is what kills me about the NFL. They want the average fan to respect a quarterback getting his helmet grazed because a 280-pound man has to bear fight a 320-pound tackle. They're in live combat to get to that quarterback. You reach up to block a pass. God forbid your hand grazes the helmet of the quarterback 15 yards. Go to hell. That's the middle. Stop with that crap. Oh, his body weight fell on the quarterback. Newsflash, this isn't Cirque du Soleil. This is real time. Like, what do you want these defensive players to do? Oh, you tackled the receiver too hard, 15 yards. That's the middle ground he speaks of that the NFL, it is making me not even want to watch defense.
I'm with you because you can't just stop in midair like this is the Matrix and just rotate and go another direction. I often said for the NFL, this is an easy fix is in your league office. You could just go ahead and say, you know what? No. We're just going to override that penalty. It had nothing to do with the play. Keep going.
Oh, you mean the 3rd and 18 defensive holding on the opposite side of the field where the quarterback wasn't even looking and it had no impact on the play but first down?
Or on the punt return.
NFL's become the ref show. That's the problem. Nobody's here to watch the refs.
Yeah.
We're here to watch the players. And that's the problem. Every Sunday, it is a tour de force of penalty flags.
Because think about it. Because the rule should be, like, think about the kickoff for punt return, Mike, and it gets called back because 15 yards behind the runner, there was an illegal block in the back.
What return? You've taken away the ability to return a kick?
You know what?
Sorry.
No.
My bad.
I should have left at 2.
You should.
You know what? Just go ahead and take us to 6.
It's all downhill from here. Let's go to Mac, 97.1. Mac, how are you?
Not bad, guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
Baseball's killing me. I watched 3 games last night where a pinch hitter was batting 170 or less in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable. And we just don't see players. I about jumped out of my seat when I saw McGonigal hit a line drive where there was nobody playing on the left side of the infield. You don't see that anymore. And I'm sick and tired of 2 strikes, guys on second and third, and guys still slinging for the fences.
Oh, please. I was watching it last night. Look, the Tigers benefited from it. Suzuki's out here swinging to try to hit a 500-foot home run. I'm going, I hate my life. Then Bregman's out here. I don't know what. I'm like, I can't watch this. You just got to put it in play. That's it. Jansen can't. Kenley looked like he was about to have a heart attack. All you got to do is put it in play. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, this is today's game. Mac, I can't stand it.
I can't watch it anymore. I have an 87-year-old mother who loves baseball, would stay up and watch the Angels and Tigers till 1 o'clock in the morning. And she even told me that I can't watch baseball anymore. And it's not just the players. It's the way the managers are using the players too. And the way the teams are being set up. You have 2 or 3 guys in a lineup, in most lineups other than the Dodgers and the Yankees, that actually you got to worry about. Everybody else is so damn pitchable, it's ridiculous.
Well, and again, the analytics have turned it into something where launch angle, exit velo, we don't care about strikeouts. They devalue contact. Mac, it's a hard watch. Now, again, the metrics, I understand the math. I understand what they're trying to accomplish. The problem is it is mutually exclusive from entertainment.
There it is right there. It's not entertaining at all until you get to the playoffs. Then the entertainment comes back. So that's why I said baseball, because it's in essence changed the game. Like the college football is still the same game. You just don't know who's playing for your team, but it's still the same. But you have no idea who your starting quarterback is. I'm sure about it.
Okay. David, text communications, please.
Lance in West Bloomfield texts in and says, college basketball, with all the money going around in college basketball, you may never see a Cinderella ever again.
I actually am okay if I never watch a college basketball game again. It's absolutely terrible.
But let me say this about the Cinderella. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I don't care.
No one cares about the Cinderella except for your brackets that you pick in the first weekend. Because when all the Cinderellas made it to the Final Four,
all right,
it was the worst Final Four ever.
Let me make a better point than the Cinderella thing. The regular season's useless. There is no point to watching it. Lose 13 games, no problem. And now they're expanding the tournament.
Right.
It's pointless.
The only thing that I will fight you on the regular season is this. Unlike college football, you actually play real teams. Real programs will go up against each other either at a neutral site or a home and home. So if you like the sport, it's entertaining.
Here's your
to
problem.
see.
There's nothing on the line.
Okay, I can't fight that.
No,
point,
it's
but-
okay. It's okay.
But
But,
no,
you're
but I'm
saying,
saying-
from a watchability, you still enjoyed in the
Right,
moment.
You could watch Michigan State, Arkansas go at it. You could watch Duke and Michigan go at it. It's not like we're going to line up as many cupcakes as we can to get into the tournament. At least you could sit there and watch real teams, programs that you know, battle each other. And it may not mean anything at the time, but it could mean, you know what? This is the difference between a 2 seed and a 4 seed when it comes to the tournament to the winner. You know what?
That doesn't sound as delicious as
what?
It doesn't. It just doesn't sound
As what?
delicious.
David,
without accountability, like when you play a game, there's supposed to be a cost to losing said game. In the absence of that, me, not you, I can't bother with it. That's the problem with college hoops. Oh my God, we went to Mackey and got our asses kicked. And you can get in at 18 and 15.
You can't get in at 18 and 15, but you're going to make the tournament.
State did.
I thought that was COVID.
You can get in at 18 and 15.
You got to win your tournament to get in at that point, but I digress. What I'm saying is by winning, it gives you an impressive resume. Everybody's going to the tournament, but if you can stack enough wins against quality programs, now you're a 1 seed or you're a 2 seed. You're playing close to home. It's how Michigan ended up with a nice path to the national championship because they got to play in Chicago. They got to play close to home. So
How
their fans
many
can
teams are
follow.
in the tournament now? 130?
I thought it was 150.
Actually, hold on. There's 340 Division I teams. They're all in. We're just going to play a 6-month tourney.
It starts in November.
I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? Shout out the Champions Classic. Rico loves it. All right. We'll get
I'll
more
be there this year.
Are you really?
I am.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I'll be taking that day off.
That's fine. We'll get more to go live your life, man. Life's too short not to do what makes you happy, pal. You do whatever you want. I wish I still cared.
I like watching the top teams play each other.
You don't have to justify it.
I feel like I do.
You justify the things you like. You don't need to. Just enjoy it.
Okay. Got you two. Sadler and Wynn, the Muppet judges.
Oh, my God. Hurtful. 97.1.
All right, guys, you've waited long enough to finish. I am. And you know what? You should be annoyed too because you've waited too long to get your basement done. That lower level is just sitting there and it's nothing but boxes and exercise equipment that you don't even use. How about this? For as low as $495 a month, Matrix Basements will turn that cold, unfinished space into a stunning home theater, a gorgeous family room, or the sports lounge you've always wanted. Just tell them about your vision and they will build it. Your dream basement is closer than you actually think, and it all starts for just $495 a month. Visit matrixbasements.com today for your free in-home design consultation. And the next thing you know, you will have that dream space that you want, whether it's the home theater, whether it's the man cave, or you're just doing an extra room. Matrix Basements, built for you.
All right, we're going to get to the people. Wrap these calls on what sport has destroyed itself the most, all in the backdrop of the World Cup's going to expand to 64, which is, it's stupid. I mean, you're taking a 2-year odyssey of qualifying in your region of the world, and you've rendered the games largely useless. There aren't 64 teams that are World Cup caliber. There aren't 48 teams. 32 was really the sweet spot, and even then you got a couple of stragglers. Well, it's a theme in sports. Expansion of the NCAA tournament hasn't helped anything. Expansion of the college football playoff, it's helped kill the sport, amongst other things. Then you get to analytics, maybe NBA, right? It's basically one big three-point shooting contest. It's not fun. Baseball, please. Don't even get me started with what analytics has done to the watchability of the game. I don't deny the analytics. I don't deny that they help you win. But my God, it's not watchable. So we've kind of asked the question. David, a couple of texts. We'll get to the calls, and we got to move. And at some point, Rico's going to tell us where LeBron's going, because I've had enough of that too.
But hold on, David, real quick. I will say this, and then I'll get off of this hill.
More about you defending the Champions Classic?
No. Well, that as well, Mike, because at least it's one of the few regular seasons where games mean something, where you'll actually see players go out there and try. Whereas NBA, I'm going to take the day off.
Can I give you an example of why I disagree? I don't care. We're here till 6. We got all day, brother. Gonzaga got beat by 50 by Michigan. They're still 2 seed. What does it matter?
They weren't a good team.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, they had a bad night.
Okay. David, the text, please.
Oh, this is hilarious. David from Ohio texted in and says, does both college basketball and football count as one sport that has destroyed itself the most? Because I don't think I can separate the two.
That's fine. I'm not here to argue with it. Sure. College sports in general, atrocious.
It's the NBA. I care less about all of them. I can't even watch the NBA right now.
Do you know the sad reality for the average sports fan? You could skip the whole regular season in the NBA and just watch the playoffs. What did you really miss? 13 teams were tanking. Another 10 teams just plain stink. And you got about 8 teams that are worth a bleep. And what? Who's playing who? Look at the Pistons' trumped up 64-game record. Oh, boy. All the load management, all the BS. The games aren't watchable.
Here's the thing that bothers me the most about the NBA, and you touched upon it, Mike. The fans get screwed all the time because you go out and you buy your kids tickets for Christmas. Hey, LeBron's coming to town.
No, yeah.
Let's get your jersey on. And then you get there and he's in a suit.
No, you're not.
Or you spend all of this money months ahead of time only to find out your favorite player didn't even make the trip. He's at home.
That's right.
And you don't get your money back. And if you try to sell the tickets, you're not going to make any money on it. That bothers
or
me
the
a
team
lot.
will take your tickets away.
That bothers me. At least NFL, you buy tickets ahead of time. Unless the player is hurt, they're going to be out there playing in the game.
Let's go to Tom in Oxford, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Mikey, good, man. Good to talk to you guys.
What's on your mind?
I'm gonna go a little off record from you guys, and because I've been saying baseball on that, but to me, one sport that's really hurt itself is NASCAR. I know you guys aren't really big NASCAR talk, but
No, but I'm interested because I like learning. So explain it to me like I'm a second grader. What have they done to hurt themselves?
Okay, so the first thing they did is, so back when, say, 2001, and past that point, it was just a full season where the points mattered all season. So whether if you won, it didn't matter how many races you won. The guy that was most consistent won. Then they changed it to this new system where everything's a playoff. They tried to make it like a playoff where, the first 26 races we're going to race, and then the rest are playoffs. What guys are going to get eliminated? It's like it's racing.
This sounds unnecessarily complicated.
Yep. And then to make matters worse, they started with stage racing where they break the race up into thirds where they stop, they pit, they just slow everything down. It's more for commercial breaks, but it's like go back to full racing when strategies matter.
Yeah, I always thought it was just, listen, if you show up every part of the series, how you finish, you're awarded a certain amount of points, and at the end of the year, Yeah, you have situations where this guy's got to finish above this guy or this guy's got to win this race. Playoff? I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know what to tell you there.
It's ridiculous. Oh, can I say one thing about baseball?
Yeah.
Managers like AJ Hinch. I can't stand AJ Hinch. I get so tired of let's do a lefty-lefty, righty matchup. Analytics has absolutely killed that sport. But you notice the one sport nobody's saying that thing's really done himself favor is hockey.
Yeah, hockey, listen, they haven't made material changes to hurt themselves. The problem for them has been, is now, and will forever be, they do not have a proper media rights deal. You got to go back to the mid-'90s when it was ESPN National Hockey Night, and it was a feature on SportsCenter. There was a magical time there. Even ESPN2, when they did NHL Tonight, Chicken Parm was on there. They had it. And that was kind of the zenith. But now, look, I know they're trying, but their other issue, too, players don't want to play in Canada. And the zero-tax states, Tommy, have this unbelievable advantage because, as Rico put it, look, in the NBA, you don't really have a problem with the zero-tax thing. The money is, beef stew makes more than Connor McDavid.
Poverty sport.
It kind of is.
I mean, you can sum all that up. Poverty sport.
Kind of is. He's right. David, do I have time for one more? I want to go to Aaron. He's been very patient. Aaron, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, right, Mike. So I really appreciate you taking my call. So you've been talking about analytics a lot, and it is something that you do on your show where you call out the hockey elite, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a basketball associate. My favorite sport is the NBA. I'm a weirdo like that. I've been watching AJ DeBonza in the summer league. I'm a sicko. Okay,
sure.
It's just who I am in the world. It just is what it is. The NBA is the worst because they could fix it with two simple changes. And Rico, I might need your Harvard mind to help me explain this, okay? Right now, in the NBA, a free throw is worth 1, a jump shot is worth 2, everything outside the line is worth 3. If the NBA changed that to 2 points for a free throw and 3 points for a jump shot and 4 points for everything outside the line, you would change the analytics. The analytics would tell you that making a layup and getting a foul is not worth 100% of a three-pointer. It would be worth 120%. You can change the analytics and fix the game. I know people would be scoring 300 points a game or whatever the hell it would be, but you would literally make it so that things inside that three-point line became important again. The second thing they need to do in the NBA...
Aaron, hold on. The only problem with that is I still would rather shoot the four-pointer instead of trying to get the three-pointer and one. I'll just shoot the 4-point shot now. Now, if you told me that there were no more 3-point shots, then that would maybe change what people shoot because now, you know what, shooting that three is the same as shooting a jumper. But if you offer a 4-point shot, I'm going to go with the 4-point shot.
Okay, here's the thing, though. If you make a layup, it's worth 3, and if you get fouled, your free throw is worth 2. Now you've made a 5-point play, and it's worth more than what you've shot from outside the line. It's not worth the same anymore.
I see what you're saying, and
Do you see what I'm saying?
It'll be the first team to 200.
And who cares what the score is, right? Like, let's have more exciting basketball. The second thing that the NBA has to do, God, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, is they have to actually expand the season to 87 games.
Oh, dear.
So that you actually, I know, Mike, I knew you were going to have that reaction, because then you are playing every team in the league 3 times. Therefore, you can start to have series wins come into what your playoff seeding is. And you, at that point, you are negating some of the
You just killed the sport
load
even more
management.
You just killed the sport even more for me. We cannot expand to 87 games. No. Load management, you wouldn't have the league wouldn't play the season.
Aaron, I got to be honest with you. I'd be more inclined to tell you, chop the season down to 60. I'll play everybody twice. I can't.
Okay, here's the reason I said it, and it's because your series wins would matter more than anything else in your playoff seeding.
Look, I'll give you an A+ for creativity. But I mean, and Aaron, we're up against it. I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just I'm way over. I wanted to hear this presentation. Aaron, I got to tell you, I got to collect myself. My head is spinning.
That math ain't mathing. I'm sorry.
It's mathing, but I don't think it's possible.
I'm going to collect myself. We're all going to figure out what we just heard, and I'll offer you an opinion momentarily. It's Northville Lumber, largest Trex stacking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. The brand new warehouse, phenomenal. It's the size of Ford Field, full window program, everything in stock all the time. You're a contractor. You're not working with Northville. You're costing yourself money. It's just that simple. Stop by, take home some samples, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hold on. All right, Rico and I are arguing about smoking ribs in the commercial break. Just letting you know. We got a lot going on. Sports is fugazi. I don't know. The air quality sucks. David texts, and then we'll go to the people.
Trying to give him ways to.
It's not that I
know.
It's just, you know what? We're not now.
I thought you were talking about smoking weed like the last caller we just had on.
I understand where he was going.
No, you don't.
If you make a 3 while you're eating ribs, it's 8 points.
What he did, he didn't realize he recreated MTV's Rock and Jock is what he was doing.
Oh, that's what the world needed. I forgot.
Where he was going to increase the scoring. As I said in the break, David, under the last caller, a guy like Jalen Duren, big men become valuable again because you dump the ball down low, they hit a layup, they get fouled, they have a chance for a 5-point play. So Duren would be happy.
Sounds awesome.
Under this new system.
Doing what? Catching the ball and going, help me, help me.
No, going to the rim and dunking it, and that's his game, right? He gets fouled, you got a chance for 5 points.
It's very nuanced. All right.
The texters are loving it. Half court shot, 17 points. Underhand only, though.
Yeah, maybe we should start doing what they used to do in fantasy football 30 years ago. If you score a 30-yard touchdown, you get a 3-point bonus. A 50-yarder, you get a 5-point bonus. Go ahead. Just fully ruin everything.
You said 55-yard field goal was worth 5 points.
Oh, God.
Text here says, do you think if the NBA goes back to the peach baskets, making the 3-point shot more difficult, that fixes the game?
You know, Paul had a suggestion. He said the league should be all white.
That's
Paul, I don't know why you said that on the air, Mike.
Paul, that's called the Los Angeles Lakers.
No, it's just Paul, we're just putting you through the paces. We're just seeing how you react to a few things.
But yeah, that's the Lakers. He's right. This is like Ice Cube in his new league could do this. The NBA cannot do this.
The problem is he's fixing the NBA by making it not the NBA, but saying it's the NBA.
Right.
What he said. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Matt. 97.1. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
What up, Mike?
How are you, sir?
For me, it's just another day. For me, the sport that's ruining itself is college football. Because, yes, student athletes did still get paid, but not as much. Now it's, the players are, well, if you don't pay me this much, I'll just go to this team because they will pay me, and I don't really care if I have a career or not, as long as I'm getting paid. And it's so ridiculous because greed is ruining everything. The other sport, I think, is ruining itself, and I don't know if you watch wrestling. I'm so sick of the Logan Paul and now Tom Brady's getting involved.
Oh God,
Tom Brady might be wrestling. I
gotta tell you something. His wife banging a karate teacher really sent him for a loop. Something is wrong here. Tom got screwed up, man.
Can you say
that? I just did. I mean, what? He's going through a midlife crisis.
Yeah, he needs to find something else to do with his time, right?
And it was jujitsu.
Whatever.
But yeah, this greed is ruining college football, and I love college football, but I'm so sick of it.
Me too. No, Matt, the problem is, and I understand if people are insular about college football, hey, man, I only care about the Big Ten or I only care about the SEC. If you zoom out, what was awesome about college football was every conference was distinctly different. You go back, the Big 12 was the originator of this Wild West, air raid, no huddle. You're like, this is crazy. The Big 10 was more of a ground and pound. It's everything now. We've lost all identity with all teams, with all conferences, because every team has 30, 40, 50 new players. It's just dumb.
Last thing, my unpopular opinion, because I told this to the morning show, which is why I really don't listen to them anymore.
Oh.
I personally think the Big Ten sucks.
It does.
All they do is they play cupcake games like Michigan. All they do is play cupcakes.
No, what the Big Ten is, the Big Ten every year right now is going to have 2 elite teams and then basically 16 piles of garbage. Matt, look, they have the best team in America. It's everything else is unwatchable. Turn on Maryland, Purdue.
I was about to say, can I meet you halfway and say 4-14?
3-15.
I'm going to hold tight at 4-14.
I still don't
deal.
know. What did I say that was out of order? She was sleeping with the karate teacher, and I'm telling you, it messed him up.
I just wasn't ready for that, that's all.
But he's on stage like
between that and Shabbat champion Elijah Collins, I wasn't ready for that today.
That was a moment, but that was off air.
Hey, you
so
know what? Shout out Party Ribs. Let's go.
All the former Patriots have issues. Belichick, Vrabel, Brady, all those former Patriot guys have issues.
But you know what I'm saying. Brady has it all. He had it all. And his ego got the best of him. He goes back and plays football. He blows up his family. She starts nailing the karate teacher, which is a real problem. Now, Brady, he looks different. He acts weirder. And now he's on stage doing pathetic things. It's sad. Like, you don't need to be this way, dude.
Let me help you out with that. Needs to be hugged. That's where Tom Brady is right now. He just needs to be hugged.
Okay.
He's not getting it anymore.
Rico as Sally Jesse Raphael. All right, let's send it to break. 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers are prepping for Game 2 against the Cubs. Framber Valdez returns from the bereavement list to make the start. He had his strongest outing as a Tiger last time out against the A's, not yet, throwing 7 innings of 1-run, 3-hit, and no-run ball. He faces lefty David Peterson, who's recently traded to Chicago from the Mets. Between both teams, he's got a 6.45 ERA in 19 appearances. Detroit has not done well against lefties this season, however, carrying a 13-18 record. Hear that 8:05 first pitch right here on 97.1. ESPN's Jeff Passan still says the chances of the Tigers trading Tarek Skubal are far more likely than not, given the hole they dug themselves into at the beginning of the season. Contrary to other reports lately, he says that whomever lands Skubal will pay, quote, an enormous price, end quote. The Tigers just announced some of the confirmed alumni for their 125th anniversary this weekend, including 06 players Kenny Rogers, Nate Robertson, and Jeremy Bonderman. Michigan basketball guard LJ Kaysen entered the transfer portal after Dusty May left. He just committed to Miami, according to 24/7 Sports. Ex-Michigan basketball star Axel Lenenborg has been named the Summer League MVP, averaged 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. According to Mark Stein, ex-Pistons head coach and current executive Dwayne Casey is a head coaching candidate for a new pro team in Rome. NFL insider Tom Pelissero is reportedly getting let go as a part of the Disney layoffs as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I have no idea what we're doing here, but David's going to hit some music. I don't know if Paul's going to talk. I don't know what we have. David, go ahead. Oh, God, this again? All right, what do you want?
So, SI has come out with, or Connor Orr from SI has come out with his 14 teams that can actually win the Super Bowl this year. So I am going to give you, he has 7 in the AFC, 7 in the NFC. I'm going to pair them up, and you're going to just say yay or nay to these teams.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the 2 teams that were just in the Super Bowl that he now still has on their list, the Patriots and the Seahawks.
No. I don't think either make the playoffs.
What he just said. I don't. I think that the Super Bowl hangover will be for both teams.
It all ended when Cardi B and Steph Diggs couldn't work it out.
I know. Moment of silence.
Those 2 kids can't make it in this world. There's no chance for any of us.
Bruh. I mean, right now, my last hope is Belichick.
It's a true, true American romance.
So long as he can keep that going, Mike, I'll
dating a woman 50 years younger than you.
I'll believe in love.
Okay. I heard Mick Jagger is going to officiate the nuptials.
I think Seattle doesn't care. They won their Super Bowl. They let players walk away. They'll be okay. For New England, I do think that the Rossini and all of that stuff, that's going to come back to haunt them throughout the year. I don't think they'll be as focused.
I think it will. Mike Vrabel's going to be, thinking about other things.
He better go
this
perfect.
Season.
Let's just put it like that.
Okay, then.
Let's go to the next 2 teams here, the Ravens and the Chicago Bears.
As to be a Super Bowl team?
He says they can actually win the Super Bowl.
No to the Ravens. Can't win with that quarterback. The Bears, I understand the regression turnover-wise. You're not going to be a plus zilly. But year 2, Ben Johnson scheme, Loveland is a superstar. Luther Burden is a superstar. Caleb Williams, year 2 in that offense. I think Ben Johnson might be the best OC in the sport. Top 3 play caller. F it, just to be provocative. Yeah, sure. Bears.
To quote a man much wiser than me, David, no and no.
Uh-oh.
The Ravens, no, I don't see this new coach.
Slandering Lamar. How about you?
It's not. And then for the Bears, I think a year too early. Maybe in year 3 you would be there, but I think right now you're still going to be trying to struggle to get out the North, and I think it's going to take a lot out of you once you get to the playoffs, and whoever you play, you're going to end up getting eliminated.
Next 2 teams will be the Buffalo Bills and the Dallas Cowboys.
I'll always say yes to the Bills because Josh Allen could put it together for a few games. I don't know if he'll do it, but they got a new stadium. F it, sure. Let's throw a baby through a table. Tailgate style. Yeah, I'll say yes to the Bills. What was the other one?
Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys.
I like what they've put together, but I They are who they are. I can't trust them. No.
This is a difficult Buffalo, I'm going to say no, because if you couldn't do it last year, what makes you think you can do it this year?
Well, now he's not busy, with superstar wife and pregnancy and stuff. It's all in the background, and now Josh can focus. As Mick said in Rocky, women weaken the legs. Josh will be back and ready to go.
You know what? I'll trust you on this one because last year was your opportunity, buddy, and you blew it.
He did
the
not.
Cowboys,
They're the NFL equivalent of same old Spartans.
No,
if there's a way to lose that game, they will.
Or the old Lions, they're Charlie Brown and Lucy. Every year, I'm going to kick the ball. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Next two teams will be the Houston Texans and the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, boy.
I can say yes for both. The Texans, you're going to bring it on defense, and defense wins championship. It's a cliche, but it's a true cliche. If CJ can bounce back, I think that's going to help. I like where they are. For the Packers,
a lot of defense.
If you can tread water until Micah Parsons gets back.
Mid-October was the report yesterday.
That's where it's almost going to be like you made a trade and you upgraded your defense. So I'm going to say yes for both.
I'll co-sign with the senator from Delaware.
Paul, you have something on that one?
No, I mean, it's just if C.J. Stroud could stop turning the ball over 5 times every playoff game, the Houston might actually be able to win something because their defense is good enough and the position players around him are good enough to win the Super Bowl.
He's right,
I mean, but in all fairness,
What?
He didn't have any receivers.
It doesn't mean you got to throw it to the other team.
He's got Nico Collins.
Hey, Tank Dell's coming back. Right, David?
He's attempting to, yes. Let's go to the next two teams, the Jags, the Rams.
Rams, yes. Jags, no. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence in a big spot. Rams, it's self-explanatory.
Yeah, the Rams, I like what they did in the offseason. They just said, we don't care. We're the Rams. We're going to steal all your best players, and we're going to win. So long as Stafford stays healthy, they're good. The Jaguars, just what the senator from Troy said, I
can't trust him, man.
I will never buy into the Jags. It's just something about them.
Trevor Lawrence will play like a beautiful game, and then he just does something bonerific, and you're like, I hate this guy. I can't do this.
He's right,
It kills me.
All right, so I don't even know how to do these next two here.
Just
because
say it.
You all are going to say yes here. Mike, you don't have to answer this first team. Chargers, 49ers. Rico, you don't have to answer the second team.
I say yes to both. No, I say yes to both. I could see the Niners putting it together if they get a modicum of good health. They have arguably the best play caller in the sport. They have elite war daddies on defense. I make fun of Brock Purdy, but he's way better than Sam Darnold. And if that soulless ginger butthead could win a Super Bowl, then there's hope for all of us. So I'll say yes to the Niners.
And I'll say this, Mike McDonald running the offense, yes, the Chargers could go out there and win the whole thing. I think Harbaugh running the show, looking at what they have, offense and defense, yes, that's a team that could win the Super Bowl.
Don't you have to apply what you said about Trevor Lawrence to Justin Herbert, though, Mike?
The only reason I'm not going there yet, this is the first time he will have a real modern play caller. I can't do that when you have Liam Cohen babysitting you or you had Doug Peterson. Yeah. That offensive line was so much worse than what Stroud had. I think the line will be better. The running game's there. Hey, man, by week 8, maybe I'll change, but that's my team this year.
No, I think that he'll put Herbert in a good spot running that offense because he's basically going to say, what are the things you like to do, and I'll build plays around it. Not a lot of offensive coordinators do that. It's more, you're going to run my plays, not with McDonald.
Now, all bets are off if he gets his girlfriend pregnant or whatever.
There he goes, Josh Allen.
Listen, I saw what I needed to see last year.
But, yeah, and for the Niners, so long as they can keep everybody away from the substation this year, it'll be different.
More useless investigation. The Niners spending $9 million into the substation or Michigan spending $11 million into their own athletic department?
I'm going to say Michigan because they spent more. $9 million. Does this cause injuries?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure the 49ers had a physical report, though.
You know what, Paul? You win. You can FOIA that.
The last two teams would be the Denver Broncos and the Detroit Lions.
Yes to the Lions. I don't have a problem saying it. I mean, I don't expect it, but they got some heavies talent-wise. The Broncos, no shot. Can't do it with Bo Nix. I'm sorry. And I love the addition of Waddle. I think Sean Payton will do some crazy stuff. It's still going to come down to Bo Nix, and that don't work for me.
I'm going to flip them, David. I'm going to say yes for Denver because I think Denver could have been in the Super Bowl last year had Nix not gone down. They would have beaten the Patriots. The Lions, Mike, I will hearken back to the fact it's the defense. I don't trust this defense.
What are you talking about? Kirby Joseph tripped over a chair in a hotel room.
Yeah, okay.
He looks great.
They'll outscore people. You know, the offense, not a problem. Defensively, especially come playoff time, you got to make those key stops. I don't trust this defense to get it done.
So, based on what Connor has said, he did not have Seattle on his list last year, so didn't think about them until after training camp. So, with the Ravens, Bills, Broncos, Texans, Jags, Chargers, Patriots on the AFC side, did he miss any possibility there?
Yeah, he missed one. I can't believe I'll add it to the mix. Let's have some fun. What about the Cincinnati Bengals? I don't expect it, but again, if Burrow's healthy, you know the talent. I don't need to name all the people. You got that kind of quarterback. We've already seen him go to a Super Bowl once. I'm just throwing that out there.
I get that. I'm going to go with an oldie but a goodie. I'm going to go Kansas City.
Oh, God.
Maybe that one last run. They still have Patrick Mahomes on the team. I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
And so I'm not going to go through the teams he named.
And last place schedule.
Oh, someone tell Costa he's probably going to predict 17 wins.
So I'm not going to mention the teams on the NFC. I'm just going to say one team here that he didn't have, the Eagles. Did he miss them?
He did. This may be addition by subtraction. No A.J. Brown. I think Hurts would all of a sudden fall in love with his team again. I could see the Eagles doing something. And I still say watch out for your Giants.
All right, take it easy.
Malik
Neighbors apparently is hanging out with Tank Dell. So can I?
No, I forgot. This is playoffs, not Super Bowl. Eagles,
this is Super Bowl, not playoffs.
Eagles, yes.
You got to eliminate Mike's Giants immediately just because Scam Scatterbo in an important situation is going to do like a backflip on the sideline after doing a beer pong.
I know.
No.
He's a complete idiot.
Paul, he takes it 70 yards down the field and tries to backflip into the end zone to score the winning touchdown.
There you go. Breaks both legs simultaneously.
And fumbles.
The guy makes Gronk look like Socrates. I can't take this. My God.
Well, that is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. By the way, just to clarify, Rico and I were having this debate. Look, commercial breaks, no, we don't sit here and bicker about sports. We do that on the air. I don't know what this new stuff is. David, have you ever heard of this, like, party ribs? When I smoke ribs, I smoke ribs. Now, I'm not getting into some debate about whether you want Memphis style or you want to make them, you need a hazmat suit to eat them. Have you seen this where people are cutting their ribs up before smoking them and they do them individually? I'm going, what planet am I on?
Yeah, you cut everything up and you season them individually and you cook them. It's party style. They're already ready. It's almost like wings where you can just go ahead and grab as many as you want.
You can get them done in 2.5 hours instead of 5 to 6.
You put them on the smoker. They're just already cut up, and then it puts the bark across the entire rib.
David, basically it's 2 hours at 275. Then all these guys are putting them in a big-ass pan. This is where you lose me. Oh, yeah, they're throwing, stick of butter, half a bottle of salt. I'm going, I don't want none of that. That is not how I need it. We were talking about it, and then Rico started bragging about, I got this technique, how to get the membrane off ribs. And we were off the rails because I just was like, okay. So, no, I just wanted to reaffirm what the hell we were talking about.
But, yeah, party ribs are just, they're individual. So, yeah, when you just put them in a thing and they're already there, you don't have to worry about cutting it up.
Well, and then, by the way, he's got a space smoker. He's got something called a gravity smoker, and he was explaining it's not 24 briquettes and it's not 26. It's exactly 25 briquettes.
Because I told you what happened the first time.
You smoked for 9 straight days like Jesus in the desert.
I put a whole bag of briquettes in there, and I couldn't get the damn thing to stop. I'm like, okay, stop. Is there a button? Can I go online?
There is not.
What are we going to do? So at this point, just empty out the freezer. This thing is going to keep cooking.
Rico was smoking a beach ball.
You were going to Neighbors.
Rico, is that a bike in there?
David, it kept smoking I had to, in the middle of the night, move it away because the smoke was coming up to the bedroom window. I was like, oh, my goodness. Let me move. It was still red hot. Like, okay. Made a mistake because you were gone. So I went back out there. I tried again, and then I realized you put about 25 briquettes in there, it'll cook forever. But then I couldn't get the heat to stay consistent, and I didn't realize you have to take, because I burned an entire thing. I had to take all the ash out the drawer. Once I did that, Mike, it was like I had the opposite of blackface. All of a sudden, the ash just came up and hit me in the face.
Nope. Nope. David, text, please.
Well, on that note, this text here.
Holy hell.
I also agree with Paul. We should have an all-white league and, in fact, give it a 9-pointer.
That was a joke. Paul is, in fact, not a racist.
That was amazing timing to what you just said, Rico.
Ash everywhere.
Okay, again.
I was Ashy Larry. How about that?
Fine. I did not have what you said anywhere on my bingo board today.
It's like Tom Brady's wife.
That was a statement of, okay, just saying the guy seems like he's having a little crisis.
He needs to be loved. I mean, he needs attention. Let's face it. He's out of football. And
you own a piece of the Raiders. You've been handed $350 million to be a terrible broadcaster with Fox. Why can't you just be normal? What is his problem?
He can't sit in the booth and just sit in the suite. He needs people to say, "Oh, you're Tom Brady." I mean, he's a broadcaster, but Olsen's still better than
you. It's
Tom.
weird. You know where he was loved? At home. And he blew up his family because he wanted to be an ass and go win a Super Bowl at 50 years old. Not my problem.
Right. I mean, he's doing pizza commercials. You're Tom Brady.
Right? Why do you I'm sorry, you don't have 4 divorces. You don't need to do this. If Fox paid you $350 million, you think the Hut is paying? They're not paying you $350 grand.
But he needs the commercials so he can say,
"No, he doesn't."
Hey, they need the notoriety. They
do. I don't know who's a bigger ass, him or A-Rod. I can't really separate the two.
I'm going to say it's kind of tipping towards A-Rod's kind of forgotten about.
Did you see what he did over All-Star break?
I did, Mike.
He asked Justin Verlander what it was like to get DFA'd twice and be a low-round draft pick. Yeah, it was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Verlander was trying to be respectful. He's like, nope, that ain't me.
What Verlander should have done is crack a chair over his spine.
The only thing
I hate A-Rod.
And what was it like being when you got traded to the Dodgers? Well, it was great. Let me tell you all.
When did you meet Will Smith?
Text come in and says, karate instructors are not to be trusted.
Well, obviously. I mean, I don't know what, you know what?
So are we going to power rank like pool boy, karate instructor?
No.
Chauffeur.
Pizza delivery guy.
Paul, maybe you could do that for your next blitz.
You know what? Let's move away, please.
Bench start cut.
Okay. Jerry Falwell's pool boy, Gargiulio. Oh, boy. You can tell it's mid-July.
Arnold's nanny.
Okay, thank you.
Someone texts in and says, Rico, I would have loved to see that picture looking just like the Chappelle Show.
I was Ashy Larry, man. I'm coughing up dust.
David from Ohio texts in and says, hey, guys, aren't party ribs just another name for the old school country ribs?
I don't know, man. You know, hold on. We got somebody who makes these damn things. I don't care. I'll take one call on it. I don't know that I need to alter anything. I like smoking ribs regularly.
The party ribs are basically the baby backs, though. That's why.
Let me go. David, welcome. Thank you for contributing to this ridiculous conversation.
Gentlemen, I have a classic Weber, kettle grill, nothing fancy.
Sure.
And I turn my grill basically into a smoker.
Mm-hmm.
Party ribs are the only way to go. When you're making ribs, you want flavor, right? So all these guys cooking ribs, whole, they're making them look pretty, but ribs don't need to look pretty. They need to taste good. So as you cut them up, you do your smoking, you season them up, for a couple hours, whatever. At the end, you throw them in like a pan, like a metal pan, and like a tinfoil pan, and then you put brown sugar, butter, and then your barbecue sauce, and you cover it up, and you let them cook in there for like another hour, and then when that's done, then you char them up. And I tell you what, I'll put that rib against any competition rib in the world.
Yeah, David, listen, I understand the concept of it. And again, even if you're doing an alteration, because I don't think the 3-2-1 method is the best way. Those end up just too fall. Yeah, they end up too fall off the bone. You don't need to wrap them that long. You don't need to smoke them that long. The point is,
you need a little bite.
Some of these recipes lose me. When Rico and I watched something during a break. This guy was pouring a paint can of sauce in there. I'm going, I don't want that. I still want a level of bark. So I can understand if you're limiting what you're putting in there. I guess I could work my way that, all right, David, maybe I'll give it a run this weekend. I don't know.
You try it. I'm telling you, it's the easiest thing, and I guarantee you, your family, whoever, will love it.
Okay.
David, it looks good. I think I'm going to try this.
Yeah, light your smoker for 9 straight days.
I will not do that ever again.
Don't use a garbage pellet grill and all that crap. Those are easy bake ovens to me. You want a charcoal offset grill. That's what you should use.
All right, David, listen, I appreciate you calling on it. Seriously. It's just a fun little side note. I appreciate you, man. Just, it was a side note. We're not doing some topic on it.
But no, I won't be grilling, smoking for 3 days.
Can't believe you called yourself Ashy Larry. Oh, man.
Bruh.
David.
Let's just put it like this.
No, let's
I had
not.
to delete that footage from the security camera.
Oh, dude.
Here's the text, though. You're going to love this. I guess we finally have the answer to Doug's "Do black dudes get ashy?" Thanks, Rico.
Yes. With real ash.
David?
I want Rico to tell us how he removes the membrane from the ribs. Maybe an entire segment on barbecue.
No, hold on. Everyone knows how to do it. It just doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. But this guy's like, no. Flawless. Every time. Can't lose. I go, stop.
Always that way with him.
Stop that.
I'll show up and show Mike.
No,
here we go.
What's your secret? Go ahead, Mr. Miyagi. What do you have?
You got to earn it, and you haven't earned it
Oh,
yet.
shut up, you.
You haven't earned it yet.
I quit. If I battle with that thing for a few minutes and I don't have that ripped out in one spot, that's it. I'm scoring them and I'm moving on. Because when you smoke them and you score it, It just incinerates itself and you move on.
I'll tell you in the break because if I set it on air, it'll be like drops for
No,
years.
no, we will be drop free.
Oh, please.
No.
Please.
My right hand to God, we won't take a drop from this. I want to hear it. I mean it. I want to hear it.
Paul ain't said nothing. No. I'll tell you in the break.
David, if David promises.
I wouldn't do it. I promise you. Wouldn't do it. Because I want to know how you do it.
This is how he has 2 families.
Stop it.
Wow.
No. She's just a friend.
I just went away for bread.
Lottery scratchers. Hey, man, it's midsummer.
Okay, I'm done. But just, you know what? Hit the button. We're going to reset. One more moment on LeBron James here, and we'll keep moving. Yeah, we'll get to Scooble in the 5. Let me tell you how excited I am. I'm not. 97.1.
That was an interesting description there, Rico.
All right, so I told you guys in the break what to do, and yes, I would have got myself in trouble, but good news, I probably would have won the drop tournament for next year.
You would have, because I would have definitely broke my promise, and I would have used that as a drop.
No,
Yes.
Jimmy would have put a kibosh on all of that and been like, guys, no. You cannot use this anymore. Play the kazoo, do anything else. You can't use any of those drops. Ticket text, please. Text communication.
Oh, boy. Between the karate teacher, Ashy Rico, and Rockin' Jock White Guy NBA, it's been a great show today, boys.
This is what happens. It's the middle of summer, and I'm tired of talking Scooble. So I would talk barbecue for the rest of the show if I could.
Someone else texts in and says, sports in this town are terrible when you can do 20 minutes on barbecue ribs and you don't have a problem with it.
No, because Mike's like, had you ever heard of party ribs? I was like, yeah, I want to try it. It looks kind of cool. You get the bark around the whole thing. And, it's like, therefore, I look at it when you have a party, you're not wasting it because people aren't like taking half a slab, eating 2. And like, no, it's like wings. Eat what you're going to eat. Leave the rest for other people.
I love listening to you guys on the way home. It's great. That topic on barbecue, and the karate teacher was outstanding.
Paul, I do want you to do your the bench, Mary, whatever. That would be funny. Karate teacher, pool boy, and I don't know what the third one would be.
Maybe pizza delivery guy.
Or, you know what, ESPN reporter.
See, I'm not allowing this. Is from Mario. He says the third thing should be pastor. Not allowing that in that one. Nope.
No,
not doing that one.
ESPN reporter, pool boy, karate teacher.
Okay, what did I miss?
For Paul's next time.
Oh, no.
Definitely
not. Although I do wish you would have described your technique on the air.
Amazing.
Well, I told David, and he was just like,
yeah, there was no way that was making the air.
No, David was like, oh, yeah, that would have been a drop.
I would have broke my promise.
That was going to be nothing but drops.
So I want to ask a question. If you have a couple of texts, go ahead. But I have a LeBron question. Just because there's a chance this happens today. There's a chance.
Okay.
Yeah, one more here on Rico and the Ash. They said, please find that video.
No.
That got deleted.
Okay. So here's my question. With LeBron's decision, I want to know, in your guys' opinion, the best fit, but where does he end up? Because I don't think it's going to be the same place. Like, example, the best fit, this has been from the start of the offseason, is the Cavs. He slots in to be their starting small forward. It's perfect. But does he go there? This Golden State thing just doesn't go away. I don't think he goes to Philly. He ain't going to Miami.
I think the Cavs is the best fit. I think it's still going to be the Cavs because I think for Golden State, LeBron is trying to figure out a way to tell Steph and Draymond he's not coming. He wants to be there, but it's not going to happen.
All right. So if it ends up Cleveland, as we sit here today, Paul, I want your opinion on this too. As we sit here today with that Cialis offseason the Pistons had, how many teams are better than the Pistons today on paper? None of us are going to know until we see the actuality. We know this. But as you sit here today, forget about the 64 wins. How many teams are better than the Pistons right now if LeBron ended up in Cleveland? Go ahead. You guys can workshop this together.
I'm going to go to champions. I'm going to say the Knicks. I think the 76ers.
Two.
You have to say the Miami Heat.
I'm going to say Miami.
I can't because they still have a shooting problem.
Understood.
That's me, but Paul's the Mr. 305. He can comment.
I think they're better than the Pistons.
I'm going to say Orlando.
Okay, I was also
What,
thinking
new coach, healthy.
Yep.
Should have beat the Pistons. Okay, I don't know that I'd go there, but I understand it. Go ahead.
I have to wait on the Raptors based on the Kawhi situation.
Yeah, based on the NBA, might want to wrap that investigation
gotta wait on
up.
that.
I'm going to lean to you.
Why can't the NBA hire Michigan's attorneys? They wrap up investigations real quick and find nothing wrong.
I'm going to lean to you.
What?
What about Boston?
No, too many moving pieces. I got to see what it all looks like. And look, you know what? Can I just say no and avoid the explanation because nobody cares? Like, can I just avoid the part where I alienate the whole audience?
Sleeper team to watch out for, the Hawks.
I was just about to say the Hawks.
That one intrigues me because their moves, they're piecing it together. Now, I don't understand what the hell's going on with Kuminga. I thought he was going to go to the Lakers, then those talks broke down. It doesn't seem like he's going back to the Hawks. What the hell's up with Kuminga?
Kuminga's been a problem child from Golden State. Like, he never is happy.
But that's because Kerr was a jerk.
Right.
Kerr wouldn't play him.
Or maybe there's a reason that he just is that malcontent no matter where he goes.
Bottom line is, are the Pistons one of the three best teams in the East?
No.
Okay.
No.
So then is it fair to say Trajan didn't do his job?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, all right. I didn't realize it was that obvious a
Because
question.
I think right now the Cavs are already better than them. And then
Well,
if they had LeBron,
they actually beat them.
If
correct.
it's Philly, Cleveland, Knicks, before we get exploratory.
with the Heat or the Hawks or the Magic,
He didn't do it. And here's the other team people are sleeping on. As long as Halliburton's healthy again.
Correct.
Now, let's not forget Indiana got to Game 7 of the finals year prior. I don't know, man. I just...
There's questions with the Celtics, like you said, questions with the Hawks, and questions with Indiana.
Yeah,
Just
the
because of recovery.
Celtics, look, and I know Detroit, they get off on this. The whole other teams try and it doesn't work out. Look, the Celtics tried to go crazy bold. It didn't work. Do I like what they got for Jalen? No. Do I think the analytics people have run wild in this league? Like, oh, he'd be the 7th best guy. The guy was 3rd in MVP voting. The guy carried the Celtics because Tatum was dead. Now you want to tell me he's Marge Simpson. I mean, forgive me if I'd like to operate in the middle, but did they get a good return? No.
But let me ask you this,
I'm sorry, Dave. I think we should lose that whole all other teams aren't any good, because remember, I was told all year long, well, we swept the Knicks, and if we play the Knicks, we're going to beat them. Sign championship parade down Times Square.
And regarding the Celtics, could it possibly be with the locker room dynamic? Could it be like when we talk about how the Eagles were? Could it be addition by subtraction by just getting rid of that issue?
Let me be very clear. I wanted JB gone.
Yes.
I said this. You had to break the Jays up. There was no world you were going to have Tatum back full time and JB would go from being the 1A option to now taking a back seat to Tatum again. I wanted him gone. But if you're going to do what they did, there's no try. There's only do. That's the difference between this town and a place like Boston. I'm not giving Brad Stevens credit for trying. In fact, I'd like Brad Stevens loaded onto a rocket, because you're going to engage in a dangerous game here when you try to trade Jaylen Brown. You better be able to get that deal done. And if they didn't get it done because of Hugo Gonzalez, and I love Hugo, but the point is, you failed. Now, I got to look at podcast Paul George. I don't know. Maybe they put him in a cryo chamber for 82 games. He played well in the playoffs.
Playoff P.
But you gotta show me. But you know what that is? That's analytics.
Yes.
Because they think they're better without JB, and they want to give Peyton Pritchard more run. That's tough for me. JB is still an all-NBA player.
And in the end, it could work. But right now, you're saying it's a lot of question marks.
They got to prove it.
And right now, I would put the Pistons in the 2nd tier of the East. Well, the top 3 teams, I would look at New York, I would look at Philly, and I would look at Cleveland. And then after that, the Pistons go in there with Toronto, with Atlanta, and with Orlando.
And Indiana. And Boston.
And Boston.
And Miami.
Yes.
Wait, it's almost like the East is going to be tougher this year.
The Pistons' whole offseason makes no sense now. So in hindsight, it makes no sense.
So you mean saying that the Pistons really need to go for broke last year when the East wasn't any good? I wasn't just spaced out.
No. But you don't get it. All the water carriers, well, they tried. Paul, go ahead.
No, I was just saying the Pistons' whole offseason in retrospect now makes no sense what they did. Literally, it makes no sense.
Elaborate.
They have they added some 3-point shooting, but you downgraded at power forward. Yep. So you got Joe, who I think is a good guy to come off the bench, but you still have no Robin to Cade. You moved around all this stuff to get extra money. You let Beef Stew go, who was your best guy coming off the bench as far as defense.
You were not. I don't know if you were working with us the day I said this. I talked to a buddy of mine, covers the league nationally, not a local yokel, and he just told me, no, the rough season's over, and the analytics people are in Trajan's ear. That they truly believe they just lacked a little more 3-point shooting, and they could have seen it through, which I think is hilarious, because in the same breath, you're going to tell me that they win the try award, that they tried for Kawhi, or that they tried for JB, or try. I don't care about try. I only care about do. So, Paul, I hear you. This is who they are. I can't change it.
Do you think a surprise team this year? Because let's face it, nobody saw the Pistons going from where they were to the number 1 overall seed in the East. I know how you feel about one of the players.
Okay.
But with the number 1 pick this year, Trae Young,
the Wiz kids?
Yeah. And
Man,
Anthony Davis.
Can I just file that under Frankenstein and need experiment results before I can I get to the All-Star break with that team?
Okay, no, I'm just saying that's just one where you look at the pieces as a whole. Like, they may have a pretty good big 3 right there.
Maybe not surprise team, but they're not going to win 17 games. So that makes the East even tougher. If you're winning 24, that makes every matchup now tough, right? I mean, not surprised,
Look, man,
but you get what I'm saying.
We got the Red Mamba back.
Oh, boy.
That's true. Yeah.
Why you paid him 3 at 27, that should be studied. Forget Michigan's investigation. Can I hire that law firm for that contract?
That's the Sam Darnold clause.
Bro, 3 at 27. I didn't even want the guy back for $27.
Can they fire the analytical guy that suggested that contract?
Paul, we're living in strange times, buddy. All right, David, we good on time? 97.1. All right, now do we have a special guest blitz here? Is this Paul from the mind of Paul Serra, noted male escort? It's football and things, or not? What is this?
So this is a start bench cut.
Okay, all right. This is the weekend deal you do with
Yes.
Stoney and Shabath,
So
etc.
this is Mike, Rico, David, all involved on this one. So we're going to start out with start bench cut. Things Mike hates talking about.
Oh, God.
Scoobel, Larkin, Michigan.
Now, by starting, that means it's the thing I hate most.
Yes.
Okay, it's Scoobel.
Larkin, and Michigan.
I'm starting Scoobel. I don't ever want to look at him again, see him again, talk about him again. I can't stand the very existence of the whole topic. That's a start. I would
Shouldn't you have gone last for this?
Oh,
I'm just thinking. Yeah, you're giving the answer. Me and David, I think, would have to guess.
No, but you could also
I
pick.
know.
No. Then it's what your
right.
power rank and his. Oh, or is this guess what I?
Yeah.
No. This was just you guys go along.
Okay. Scooble 1. I'm next sickest of talking about Michigan because there's nothing to talk about. They're never going to change, and the media will never do their jobs. And then Larkin, I'm fine enough. There's a conclusion we have to get to there, especially now that Stevie's on the 9th hole and not in that office.
I would say
Texas.
No, I would say Scooble. He'd marry Scooble, or what's the not F Mary?
No.
Start bench cut.
Start Scooble. He would bench Larkin. He would cut Michigan because it's a non-factor and the passion's been drained from you.
Okay.
Larkin can still bring passion from you.
Okay.
He's on the bench waiting.
David.
Yeah, Scooble, Larkin, and Michigan is
Yeah.
what I would do there. So, yeah.
Next.
Okay, start bench cut. Where LeBron ends up: Cleveland, Miami, Golden State.
I still think Cleveland's the best fit, but I'll start Golden State because it's just been that thing that you feel like is going to happen. So Golden State, Cleveland, Philly last.
I'm going to go with Cleveland. It's not what I want, but I think it's Cleveland. I think it's part of the clues he's telling us. He's hanging out with old teammates and hanging out back in the state. I would go bench Golden State, and I think Miami, that's the one I would cut. I think he's already been there, done that.
Plus, Pat Riley took his chocolate chip cookies.
That is true.
That did happen, yes.
No, I think he wants to take the spotlight from Giannis, go to Miami on his farewell tour, take that away all year. Golden State would be the one I would bench. Cleveland, whatever.
Look, you better hope it's whatever. If he goes to Cleveland, that's a problem. That's the perfect small forward for them and a primary ball handler late in games. You do not want that.
LeBron or Bronny?
Bronny's in with the Lakers.
Okay,
He did it again.
Start bench cut. Most embarrassing Michigan man: Jim Harbaugh, Juwan Howard, Connor Stallions.
Wow. Well, this is easy for me. I'm cutting Stallions. He's not a Michigan man. He's a reject. He's a sociopath.
You earned
Okay,
that.
so I'll start Harbaugh. He's a repugnant human being who represents nothing that Michigan purports to be, period. The man's a habitual liar and a sociopath. He's a great NFL coach, but a terrible example. Juwan would be 2, raised by Chicago. The guy straight up said he was going to kill another coach and punched another one. Number 2.
What was the criteria again?
Most embarrassing Michigan man: Jim Harbaugh, Juwan Howard, Connor Stallions.
I would probably have to start Juwan Howard.
Ooh.
Because on camera, not once, but twice, he threatened to kill another man. Live. Whether it was Maryland or whether it was the handshake line with Wisconsin, where all of a sudden they cut back. It was like, whoa, okay. I think I would bench Harbaugh because he did a lot of dirt, but it was all in silence. And Connor, yeah, you're not really a Michigan man. You're the ultimate wannabe, but you're not a Michigan man.
So I am going to start Howard. You just cannot punch a man at a handshake line. You just cannot do that. Along with the other thing that he did, I'm going to bench Stallions because you just cannot cheat. You just can't do that. I'm going to cut Harbaugh because he won us the title. And then I'm going to end it right there.
Okay. Could you imagine Juwan and Chaney facing off?
Oh, kick your ass. That's still one of the greatest
Chicago.
One of the greatest YouTube videos ever. John Chaney barging into John Calipari's press conference, threatening to kick his ass and needing to be restrained, all while being dressed like a high school principal.
Okay, start bench cut. What the hell are they doing edition? Brandon Ayuk, Cam Scatterbo, Tom Brady. What are they doing?
Tom Brady's start. It's the most stunning thing ever. It's so unnecessary. I don't know if this guy's going through a midlife crisis or what the deal is. Tom Brady's one. It's a complete, he needs to disappear for a while. Then it was Ayuk, and who else?
Cam Scatterbo.
Ayuk would be next because, again, Ayuk had a lot of money on the table, and this guy has submarined his own career. I think Scadabo's just a dumb human being. I actually think Scadabo's just stupid.
See, I'm going to go Ayuk first because he's playing himself out of the league where he'll never recuperate this money. I'm going to go with Scadabo second. I'm going to bench him. Brady, it's a cry for help. He just needs some attention. He needs somebody to pay attention to him.
I'm going to start Brady because you just don't need to do this. You're the GOAT. We don't need this from you.
Ayuk is going to be holding a tin cup.
I am going to bench Scadabo, and I'm just cutting Ayuk because I'm sick of it. I'm just done with it.
He's going to be moving out to Sacramento with Jalen Duren.
Okay, last start bench cut here. Are these real? Aliens, ghosts, Bigfoot. Start bench cut.
We're okay. That's a wrap. No, stop it right now.
We're starting all of them.
Okay, there you go. That's it. We're up against it. Thank you very much for your participation. What's this called? It doesn't matter. 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Framber Valdez back from the bereavement list to make the start in Game 2 against the Cubs tonight. He'll face newly acquired lefty David Peterson, who struggled so far this season with a mid-6 ERA. First pitch right here on 97.1 at 8:05. The MLBPA offered their latest proposal to MLB, this time focused on the draft, including retaining 20 rounds, quote, increasing signing bonuses, not decimating them, unquote, and preserving eligibility for high school and JUCO players. According to The Athletic, an MLB scout with the Angels who referred to himself as the baseball spy has been let go after filming Rockies coaches with his phone from the stands. Quote, while scouts filming is generally considered a legal practice, using technology to steal or decode signs is not allowed, end quote. The Rocket Classic announced another round of commitments today, including world number 7 golfer Chris Gotterup and number 19 Ben Griffin. 13-time PGA winner Jason Day joins them as well. Ramona Shelbourne said the following about Jalen Duren's deal on ESPN. Michigan announced they've added new turf at the Big House. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, well, we waited as long as we could. Here's Rico. No, we've had so much fun today. I hate the idea this is what we're doing for our 5 o'clock audience, but it is, I guess, newsworthy. But my question is not only the news of it, but you driving home from work, do you even want to hear it? I said it earlier, it feels like 2.5 of the same year for the Tigers. It's exhausting. Mm-hmm. And the Skubal thing is the backdrop to it. It's exhausting. I mean, I don't care anymore. Keep him, trade him, I don't care. But now what you're seeing is every day national baseball reporters, writers, personalities tripping over their garden hose. He will be dealt, he won't be dealt. And there is no consensus. There doesn't seem to be any credible reporting. Mm-hmm. And Jeff Passan today did something that bugged me. Now, this is a guy that basically had him 90% gone a couple weeks ago. Now today, well, they're far more likely than not to trade him. Cutscene, 60-40, cutscene, they got to keep playing really well. What are we doing? I want to say this again. Trading Tarik Skubal has nothing to do with what happens the next 2 weeks. A decision of this caliber, this scale, this scope, this importance. That decision was made when you basically went $4 million in the month of May. This is not your typical rental. This is not your typical buy or sell. This is something that has the power to help shape your franchise for better or worse over the next 3 to 5 years. I'm not fighting any fights with this. You have 2 ESPN reports now. One from Jeff Passan, one from some guy named Alden Gonzalez. The bottom line is Passan says he's going to get traded. Gonzalez says team executives believe around the league they're not trading him. Here's my question. Is he traded or not, and do you give a rat's ass as we sit here on July 21st, basically 10 days from the deadline? Is he going to be traded or not, and do you give an F? There's your very unnuanced 5 p.m. topic, because I hate all of this. I am so done with it. Here's what I'm ready to do. I'm ready to just wake me up after the deadline. I'll see what they've done, and I'll let you know if I care. I hate everything. Here's Rico. That's actually ESPN's reporting.
Because that's where I'm at right now. Every day, flip coin. Is Skubal going to get traded?
And do you care?
Magic 8 Ball says Perhaps.
But do you understand my point about the folly of, well, if they keep playing and doing what? Like doing what? Okay, so let's say they bludgeon the A's, who are like 2-20 their last 22 games. That's going to impact a 5-year decision?
Unfortunately, I think so, because what a lot of people aren't seeing is you're just treading water. That's it. You're not swimming to a destination. You're just staying afloat. You're staying somewhere between 6.5 and 5.5 games back with a ton of teams in between you. You can say we're in the graphic. You can say we got a chance. We got a shot. There's a 17% chance we can make the playoffs. That also means that there's an 83% chance you don't.
Can I workshop something else I'm thinking? And I want you and Paulie and David, please tell me if I'm crazy. Is there an element of this that feels like Scott Harris is trying to save his own ass? I mean, think about it.
Explain.
Well, you went to ownership and had the can out for money. And even after you lost the arbitration, you got Framber. You signed Kenley. You brought back Finnegan. Kenley stinks. I don't want to hear about last night. Kenley should go to church 7 days in a row for getting out of that last night. And he wasn't any good. Finnegan stinks. Oh, the ERA is good. Yeah, really? He's got a 1.5 whip. Wait till that normalizes in the play. I can't wait to see that. Your bullpen stinks. The money he spent stinks. And what happens? That you're the guy who's going to go and sell? You look like a fool. You didn't add any bats in the offseason. What happened for most of this year? Here, you want evidence of it? Go look at the Anaheim series. 2 out of 3 games, your offense was brain dead. Like, is part of keeping Scooble Scott Harris trying to save his ass? Because otherwise it looks pretty bad with how this is going.
Yeah.
I don't know. Buddy, I don't know what to tell you anymore.
And we may never know the answer to this, Mike, but at least Trajan Langdon, we didn't like it. But he told us what his goal was for this year. We get out the first round of the playoffs. We made that. It was a successful year. For Scott Harris, maybe it's I keep Scooble because our goal is to claim that last wild card spot. The best way to do that is with him on our team and not playing for the Braves or the Dodgers or the Yankees. So I need to know what their goals are, because you're right. If your goal is to win the World Series, you got to go ahead and bite that bullet right now and say, no, we're not going to win the World Series. So let's go ahead and think towards the future. But if it's a short-term goal, let's make the wild card, probably no baseball next year. We'll figure it out later. Well, okay, you will kick the can down the road, but you end up keeping him. That's why I've come to the point he's not going to go anywhere. I don't see it. And so you'll never serve us the steak and lobster dinner because it's not going to happen. But I guess baseball people who are not close to this team, they look and say, well, this doesn't make sense. Why? They see what we see. Well, you should absolutely trade him because you're not going to make the playoffs, and he could help your team in the future.
I mean, Passan even says it. You're going to get a king's ransom for this guy. This is an absolute unicorn rental. This is not a typical rental. You could really help this franchise by doing it. And yet, I have no faith they'll do it. See, my whole point when I say I don't care, it's not to alienate the listener. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm trying to make a point. Whether they keep him or not, we're going to get to find out who Scott Harris is. All right? We know he sucks at free agency. Just go look. He's terrible. But this is a big boy move. This is one where you want an Andrew Friedman or a Brian Cashman or a Dave Dombrowski. Like you want a big boy making this move. This is what a big-time GM is paid to do. Because this is you're going to put your ass in a jackpot if you trade him or keep him. Now, if you keep him, you got to go all in. Both feet, and you got to plunge into the pool. You got to buy. And if you sell him, you better get a damn good return. You can't be Al Avila with the Daz Cameron experience. I'm just interested in getting to the end because what I can't do, like when I listen to these other shows, they drive me out of my mind. Oh, big game. They're all big games when you're 15 games under 500. Big game. They're all big games. The problem is you're going to play a bunch of crap. I don't care about that. Oh, good, you beat the Angels. One of the 3 teams with a worse record than you. Oh, good, you beat the A's. One of the worst teams in all of baseball with a worse record than you. Oh, we're going to play the Royals this week. Guys, I don't care. None of that's waiting for you in the playoffs. So my problem is, this is a very serious long-term deal. This has ramifications on this franchise. Wake me up when you tell me what happens, because nothing this team does between now and the deadline matters to me. Nothing. I don't think they're a World Series team. So for me, the World Series was the stated goal. Mm-hmm. It's not impossible, but you have to play probabilities. You can't guarantee a World Series, just like you can't guarantee you don't make it or do make it. You have to play probabilities. If I said right now, what chance do I give them to make the World Series? 10%. And by the way, if you get there, you're dead. You're dead. You're not facing David Peterson and Jameson Taillon.
10%? I don't give them 10%.
I'm trying to be nice.
Okay.
But I'd love to hear from you guys, because honestly, the ESPN reporting, any baseball reporting right now is exhausting. And I don't know if anyone cares. Here, let's sample the audience. We got calls on Party Ribs and our topic about which sport has orbital rammed itself the most. We bring up Scooble. May as well talk about mostaccioli, which isn't even a real Italian dish. That's my point. I don't think people care. I think I am a man of the people. I'm the voice of the people.
You're the voice of the people.
They don't care. They've had enough of this guy. They've had enough of the situation, and the reporting is absolutely soul-sucking. Passan, he's traded. Gonzalez, he's not. What are you, spinning an effing wheel at ESPN?
Yes, Mike, it's this.
What I mean by that is, if they light up David Peterson tonight, I do not care.
There's never been a drop so applicable to a topic ever in the history of this show than that. Is nothing means nothing. They're going to trade him. No, they're not. Yes, they are. My sources say they will. Mine say they won't. Oh, yeah? Well, my dad can beat up your dad.
It's insane.
That's what it feels like.
And yet, locally, I think there's a more unified front. They're not dealing him.
Because locally, I think we all know you're not going to do what's right for the team. You're going to do what's right for right now.
I wonder if he's doing what's right for himself. That's my point.
Yeah, right for right now. Hey, guess what? We're in the graphic. People are talking about us. And you know what? We're intriguing. And if we can keep kind of winning series against these bad teams, maybe we can sneak into the playoffs. This is a win-win. So we keep him around, and everybody will say great things about it.
It's easier conversation of saying we went for it. He's the best pitcher. I wasn't comfortable with the trades. Do you know how hard of a conversation it is to go into Chris Ilitch and go, hey, remember when I asked you to give me a top 10 payroll? Yeah, now I need you to give me a blank check, and I got to write it and prorate his salary. We got to pay to send Scooble out of here because this season's been a bleep disaster. Dude, I'm sorry. Scott Harris hasn't shown a single trait of being a killer. Now, you could say, well, he's a good drafter. That ain't what I'm talking about. The idea is you have to execute at an incredibly high level. This is the same problem with Trajan Langdon. Well, we tried. No, there's no try. There's only do. Do you trust this guy who's yet to make a functional high-level trade to make the biggest trade in baseball this year? I would love to see it. But I don't have to believe it's going to happen.
You don't? This is where
nothing means nothing.
No. This is where we harken back to the Coney Island. Because you don't want to make that move, because now all of a sudden the pressure's on you. Right
Correct.
Now, people are looking at you saying, we're judging you based upon this trade.
The other thing, too, is the longer this goes, do I believe in the White Sox? Not particularly, but it is July 21st, and they do keep winning. Cleveland has stabilized, albeit losing one of the best players in baseball. Eventually, he comes back. Look, the thing that people have gotten very comfortable with is citing 2024 and complete and utter free fall by the team at that time, the one team you were chasing. That's not happening right now. So I don't understand ESPN's bipolar reporting, and I do not care. I truly am just ready for the deadline. I don't care if they win every game or lose every game. Show me what they did. I will come back day one from Saratoga, and I will tell you I am all in or I'm all out. There will be no in between.
And maybe every ESPN reporter had to write something because yesterday or today was Axe Day, so you had to justify your job.
They should keep cutting. Got plenty more people. You get rid of it, ESPN. 24853. Nothing means nothing. All right, we get hit with these heat waves. Your AC has got to be running right. $79 AC tune-up from Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Can't go wrong there. Don't go calling around either. Mastercraft will get to you faster than anybody else. They're available 24/7 for emergencies, free in-home estimates, and all work is backed by a 5-year warranty. They offer flexible financing options. They're going to work with your budget. Call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. And for every power failure or seasonal shift, they have got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. To the people, this lacks all nuance. ESPN reporting. I can't take anymore. You got two different people saying two different things. Cool. Are they trading him or not? And do you give a damn? As simple as it gets. Low stress for you on your way home from work. Ivan is going to lead off. Ivan, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
I agree that Scott Harris has been pretty abysmal, especially like the last 2 years. We've made the playoffs and we haven't made a single move that's like helped us in any way. Like picking up Finnegan last year, awesome, dude. Like that was great. Not Kenley Jansen over the offseason, like didn't pick up a bat, and we get a 45-year-old reliever who, like, yeah, if this was like 7 or 8 years ago, 6, dude, like that would have been awesome to have. But at like, I don't know, 38 or 39, throwing like 92 mile per hour cutters, middle, not cool. I agree that like if we keep Skubal, you have to go all in, or at least make some sort of moves, pick up a bat, get some like more arms out of the bullpen or something. I hate how like I've heard it so many times over the last week or two. People call in and saying, well, you can sell Tarik Skubal and not be sellers at the deadline. That doesn't make sense. In my opinion, those don't go hand in hand. If you're selling Skubal, you're giving up on the year. You don't think you can win, which I get why people would see it that way. But like, I want to know your opinion. Like, if we keep Skubal, what do you think is like a successful season? Do you think it's like World Series or bust?
Yeah.
Or is it like,
yeah.
So if we keep Skubal and win the pennant, don't win the World Series, do you think it was a waste of a year?
No. Get to the World Series. Once you're there, you got to get in a series and you got to play it out. And I mean, look, the Dodgers almost got beat last year. Now, do I think you're the team to do that? No. I think you'd get your skulls kicked in. But it's baseball. But get to the stated goal, get to a World Series. I mean, Ivan, personal experience. There have been plenty of times since 2009 the Yankees been the best team in baseball. We have not won the World Series. We've gotten there. We haven't won it. You got to get there. So get there with a chip in a chair at the grandest poker tournament of all. I would say, you know what? Fine. My problem is I don't think by keeping Skubal and doing nothing you get there. That's the issue.
I agree. I think like if we keep Skubal and do nothing at the deadline, I would agree. Like Scott Harris is a joke, and like people will probably start calling for him the way they were for Avila. But like I don't know if you keep Skubal and don't make a deal for something. I would actually be shocked by that. But
here's your problem. No, Ivan, you're not wrong. It's just what evidence do we have that this guy is going to pull that kind of move? We have nothing. Hold on. Let me open my evidence folder. It's empty. I got nothing. So, Ivan, that's why I've said, and I'm not saying it to be a smartass. Wake me up at the deadline. Show me what you're about. You keep them, show me what you put around them. You sold them, show me you got the metal to do it and execute the highest level trade that'll be done in the sport this year. That's it.
Mike, you'll have more excitement on what happens on race 5 than you will for the trade deadline and what the Tigers have done.
Race 5? What day?
I'm just saying Saratoga.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, listen, race 5 this past week was a steak race, so sure. Saturday? Oh, yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's get it.
Basically, nothing will happen.
Okay. Nothing means nothing. Go to Ethan, 97.1. Ethan, how are you, sir?
Oh, fellas, I've been better. That's for sure.
Okay.
I'm really struggling because it feels like what has happened here. Scott Boras is the name of his agent, correct?
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It just feels like Skubal has handed him the pad and paper and has said, "Put down what I say when I go where." And, he makes these public appearances. He talks all this. Oh, yeah, it'd be so great to re-sign in Detroit for $400 million and blah. And for some reason, it just feels so ingenuine that it's like I'd almost rather him not say anything at all than to speak. And it just is like it's like a bot. It's like an AI chat bot talking back to you. And you're just like, God, I wish this thing would just shut up. And forgive me if that's an ignorant take or anything like that.
No, it's not at all. Ethan, this is the problem. We are losing in 2026. We're losing the ability for fans to speak passionately. People want to get angry, to gaslight them. Oh, that's hurtful. No, it's sports. You have every right to feel the way you feel. You know somebody's bleeping on your head and they're telling you it's raining. No, you're not wrong.
And see, that's Mike, that's my biggest problem in all of this, because I'm allowed to look at what Scooble is doing and say, this is phony. This is straight up BS is what I'm being fed.
So
right
here's
now.
my question. ESPN has the two reports today. One says he's staying, one says he's going. I need to know what you think's going to happen, and you've already answered the part about you don't give a damn.
Well, and here's my thing. It must happen. You have to trade him. Yeah, and you've had this conversation with Rico recently that sure, if you want to make the playoffs and make a run at a wild card or something like that, those are goals that are obtainable without Scooble on the team. He only pitches once every 5 days, and you're lucky if you get 5 innings out of it. So you have to. Oh, sorry, a little bit too real for some of the diehard Tiger fans out there. I apologize. I mean, come on, we treat this guy like he's the second coming of Sandy Koufax, and it's like, guys.
No, Ethan, the other thing people don't realize is, I mean, look at the teams that are going to be in buy mode at the deadline. So this is where it gets complicated. Keeping Scooble alone is not enough. You know, like Seattle is going to buy. The Red Sox have gone from seller to buyer. The Yankees are going to buy, and by the way, the best player not named Ohtani in baseball is coming back. Like, there are just so many things that you're up against. And then there's the question of,
do you know what that does, Mike, for the value of Scooble?
It raises it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm trading him.
Get into a bidding war, and I've got so many people who are like, "What are you going to do? Trade him to an AL contender, a team you might play against in the ALCS?"
I will trade him to whoever gives me the best offer. Period. That's business.
No question about it. And guess what? He most likely won't be with that team next year anyway.
Correct. Ethan, here's the best part. After they win, 6 of their next 8 against total crap, they're not trading him. I'm just ready for it. I'm ready for.
No, Mike. But don't speak that into existence. Don't do it. Because,
hold on. But Ethan, think about this. They may be 5.5 games back after winning the next 6 of 8.
Rico, don't make me get mad at you.
No, I mean, and Ethan, let me ask you this, and then I'll let you go. Is you understand, like, I'm not in the business of telling my audience I don't care about something. Like, no, I care too much, and that's part of what we do every day.
Yeah, and you formulate opinions on everything, even stuff you don't want to formulate opinions on.
But you understand when I say I don't care, it's because of what I've explained. Scott Harris is going to show us who he is. One way or the other, just get me to that point. I'll be asleep in the 3rd row, okay? I'm done. Yeah. I've had it.
And listen, here's the cachet to all of this. If you do not trade Scooble, you better be aggressive buyers.
So show me.
Deadline.
This is
and
where
I mean aggressive.
Scott Harris has to show us.
And a nasty bullpen arm, probably 2, because your bullpen is the worst in baseball.
I think
have a blessed day.
I appreciate you, Ethan. No, I think you need 2 high leverage arms. Those are not going to be cheap. I think you need a big time right-handed bat. It will not be cheap. You have pitching, but is Scott Harris prepared? Again, when I say a high leverage arm, it ain't Brandon Finnegan.
Or you get a 3rd Scooble bobblehead night.
Okay, you know
what?
what?
No, because neither could happen. He's not going to be an aggressive buyer because history has shown he doesn't do that.
Then all I ask, and by the way, get passing off my TV. He's like a human bobblehead. Get him out of here. Here's my point. Then is it wrong when I tell the audience, providing reasons, why I'm just checked out on all of it?
No.
It's so ridiculous if you keep them and don't buy. It's insane.
Brother, we talked about party ribs because we chose to do that over talking about this.
Yes.
Because there was more interest.
Yes.
Okay? Let's just be real.
Yes.
Until he is moved, which he won't be, then after
But ESPN says he's going to.
And they also said he's not.
That's my point.
Brian
It's
Windhorst.
it's all of it's exhausting.
I'm with you.
And the other problem is the team's exhausting. They win a little bit, they lose a little bit. Oh, they're 10 over 500 since you won. Cool. You're still 6 under. You're still 6.5 out. You're 5.5 out of the wild card. Guys, bottom line, pick a direction. Honestly, I'm at a point, I wish they'd lose 6 in a row and just set us free. I've had enough. I'm done. Either win a zillion or lose a zillion. Pick a direction for me, will you please? And here's the other thing. I mean, if I got to watch these games, how the hell are you facing Jameson Taillon and David Peterson? You could put those two together in some kind of Frankenstein. It wouldn't equal a good pitcher. All of this it's pablum. It's ridiculous. You're not facing this level of pitcher in the playoffs. So I go back to the Phillies series. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see a Sanchez, you're going to see a Zach Wheeler, and you're going to see yourself out. That's the problem. But hey, you know what? Touch your beanbag when you blow out the Royals 4 in a row. I can't do it. It's all garbage. Read something. Nothing means nothing.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy. But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else you do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now think about this. All you have to do is worry about how you'll spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to xfinitymobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees are extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
All right, I have no idea what we're doing here, but David's going to hit some music. I don't know if Paul's going to talk. I don't know what we have. David, go ahead. Oh, God, this again? All right, what do you want?
So, SI has come out with, or Connor Orr from SI has come out with his 14 teams that can actually win the Super Bowl this year. So I am going to give you, he has 7 in the AFC, 7 in the NFC. I'm going to pair them up, and you're going to just say yay or nay to these teams.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the 2 teams that were just in the Super Bowl that he now still has on their list, the Patriots and the Seahawks.
No. I don't think either make the playoffs.
What he just said. I don't. I think that the Super Bowl hangover will be for both teams.
It all ended when Cardi B and Steph Diggs couldn't work it out.
I know. Moment of silence.
Those 2 kids can't make it in this world. There's no chance for any of us.
Bruh. I mean, right now, my last hope is Belichick.
It's a true, true American romance.
So long as he can keep that going, Mike, I'll
dating a woman 50 years younger than you.
I'll believe in love.
Okay. I heard Mick Jagger is going to officiate the nuptials.
I think Seattle doesn't care. They won their Super Bowl. They let players walk away. They'll be okay. For New England, I do think that the Rossini and all of that stuff, that's going to come back to haunt them throughout the year. I don't think they'll be as focused.
I think it will. Mike Vrabel's going to be, thinking about other things.
He better go
this
perfect.
Season.
Let's just put it like that.
Okay, then.
Let's go to the next 2 teams here, the Ravens and the Chicago Bears.
As to be a Super Bowl team?
He says they can actually win the Super Bowl.
No to the Ravens. Can't win with that quarterback. The Bears, I understand the regression turnover-wise. You're not going to be a plus zilly. But year 2, Ben Johnson's scheme, Loveland is a superstar. Luther Burden is a superstar. Caleb Williams, year 2 in that offense. I think Ben Johnson might be the best OC in the sport. Top 3 play caller. F it, just to be provocative. Yeah, sure. Bears.
To quote a man much wiser than me, David, no and no.
Uh-oh.
The Ravens, no, I don't see this new coach.
Slandering Lamar. How about you?
It's not, and then for the Bears, I think a year too early. Maybe in year 3 you would be there, but I think right now you're still going to be trying to struggle to get out the North, and I think it's going to take a lot out of you once you get to the playoffs, and whoever you play, you're going to end up getting eliminated.
Next 2 teams will be the Buffalo Bills and the Dallas Cowboys.
I'll always say yes to the Bills because Josh Allen could put it together for a few games. I don't know if he'll do it, but they got a new stadium. F it, sure. Let's throw a baby through a table. Tailgate style. Yeah, I'll say yes to the Bills. What was the other one?
Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys.
I like what they've put together, but they are who they are. I can't trust them. No.
This is a difficult Buffalo, I'm going to say no, because if you couldn't do it last year, what makes you think you can do it this year?
Well, now he's not busy, with superstar wife and pregnancy and stuff. It's all in the background, and now Josh can focus. As Mick said in Rocky, women weaken the legs. Josh will be back and ready to go.
You know what? I'll trust you on this one because last year was your opportunity, buddy, and you blew it.
He did.
The Cowboys. That's
they're the NFL equivalent of same old Spartans. No, if there's a way to lose that game, they will.
They or the old Lions. They're Charlie Brown and Lucy. Every year, I'm going to kick the ball. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Next 2 teams will be the Houston Texans and the Green Bay Packers.
Oh boy,
I can say yes for both. The Texans, you're going to bring it on defense, and defense wins championship. It's a cliche, but it's a true cliche. If CJ can bounce back, I think that's going to help. I like where they are. For the Packers,
a lot of defense.
If you can tread water until Micah Parsons gets back.
Mid-October was the report yesterday.
That's where it's almost going to be like you made a trade and you upgraded your defense. So I'm going to say yes for both.
I'll co-sign with the senator from Delaware.
Paul, you have something on that one?
No, I mean, it's just if C.J. Stroud could stop turning the ball over 5 times every playoff game, then Houston might actually be able to win something because their defense is good enough and the position players around him are good enough to win the Super Bowl.
He's right,
I mean, but in all fairness,
What?
He didn't have any receivers.
It doesn't mean you got to throw it to the other team.
He's got Nico Collins.
Hey, Tank Dell's coming back. Right, David?
He's attempting to, yes. Let's go to the next 2 teams. The Jags, the Rams.
Rams, yes. Jags, no. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence in a big spot. Rams, it's self-explanatory.
Yeah, the Rams, I like what they did in the offseason. They just said, we don't care. We're the Rams. We're going to steal all your best players, and we're going to win. So long as Stafford stays healthy, they're good. The Jaguars, just what the senator from Troy said,
I can't trust him, man.
I will never buy into the Jags. It's just something about them.
Trevor Lawrence will play like a beautiful game, and then he just does something bonerific, and you're like, I hate this guy. I can't do this.
He's right, you know.
It kills me.
All right, so I don't even know how to do these next 2 here.
Just
because
say it.
You all are going to say yes here. Mike, you don't have to answer this first team. Chargers, 49ers. Rico, you don't have to answer the second team.
I say yes to both. No, I say yes to both. Look, I could see the Niners putting it together if they get a modicum of good health. They have arguably the best play caller in the sport. They have elite war daddies on defense. I make fun of Brock Purdy, but he's way better than Sam Darnold. And if that soulless ginger butthead could win a Super Bowl, then there's hope for all of us. So I'll say yes to the Niners.
And I'll say this, Mike McDonald running the offense, yes, the Chargers could go out there and win the whole thing. I think Harbaugh running the show, looking at what they have, offense and defense, yes, that's a team that could win the Super Bowl.
Don't you have to apply what you said about Trevor Lawrence to Justin Herbert, though, Mike?
The only reason I'm not going there yet, this is the first time he will have a real modern play caller. I can't do that when you have Liam Cohen babysitting you or you had Doug Peterson. Yeah. That offensive line was so much worse than what Stroud had. I think the line will be better. The running game's there. Hey, man, by week 8, maybe I'll change, but that's my team this year.
No, I think that he'll put Herbert in a good spot running that offense because he's basically going to say, what are the things you like to do, and I'll build plays around it. Not a lot of offensive coordinators do that. It's more, you're going to run my plays, not with McDonald.
Now, all bets are off if he gets his girlfriend pregnant or whatever.
There he goes, Josh Allen.
Listen, I saw what I needed to see last year.
But, yeah, and for the Niners, so long as they can keep everybody away from the substation this year, it'll be different.
More useless investigation. The Niners spending $9 million into the substation or Michigan spending $11 into their own athletic department?
I'm going to say Michigan because they spent more. $9 million. Does this cause injuries?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure the 49ers had a physical report, though.
You know what, Paul? You win. You can FOIA that.
The last 2 teams would be the Denver Broncos and the Detroit Lions.
Yes to the Lions. I don't have a problem saying it. I mean, I don't expect it, but they got some heavies talent-wise. The Broncos, no shot. Can't do it with Bo Nix. I'm sorry. And I love the additional Waddle. I think Sean Payton will do some crazy stuff. It's still going to come down to Bo Nix, and that don't work for me.
I'm going to flip them, David. I'm going to say yes for Denver because I think Denver could have been in the Super Bowl last year had Nix not gone down. They would have beaten the Patriots. The Lions, Mike, I will hearken back to the fact it's the defense. I don't trust this defense.
What are you talking about? Kirby Joseph tripped over a chair in a hotel room.
Yeah, okay.
He looks great.
They'll outscore people. You know, the offense, not a problem. Defensively, especially come playoff time, you got to make those key stops. I don't trust this defense to get it done.
So based on what Connor said, he did not have Seattle on his list last year, so didn't think about them until after training camp. So with the Ravens, Bills, Broncos, Texans, Jags, Chargers, Patriots on the AFC side, did he miss any possibility there?
Yeah, he missed one. I can't believe I'll add it to the mix. Let's have some fun. What about the Cincinnati Bengals? I don't expect it, but again, if Burrow's healthy, You know the talent. I don't need to name all the people. You got that kind of quarterback. We've already seen him go to a Super Bowl once. I'm just throwing that out there.
I get that. I'm going to go with an oldie but a goodie. I'm going to go Kansas City.
Oh, God.
Maybe that one last run. They still have Patrick Mahomes on the team. I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
And so I'm not going to go through the teams he named.
And last place schedule.
Oh, someone tell Costa he's probably going to predict 17 wins.
So I'm not going to mention the teams on the NFC. I'm just going to say one team here that he didn't have, the Eagles. Did he miss them?
He did. This may be addition by subtraction. No A.J. Brown. I think Hurts would all of a sudden fall in love with his team again. I could see the Eagles doing something. And I still say watch out for your Giants.
All right, take it easy.
Malik
Neighbors apparently is hanging out with Tank Dell. So can I?
No, I forgot. This is playoffs, not Super Bowl.
Eagles. This is Super Bowl, not playoffs.
Eagles, yes.
You got to eliminate Mike's Giants immediately just because Cam Scatterbo in an important situation is going to do like a backflip on the sideline after doing a beer party.
I know.
No.
He's a complete idiot.
Paul, he takes it 70 yards down the field and tries to backflip into the end zone to score the winning touchdown.
There you go. Breaks both legs simultaneously.
And fumbles.
The guy makes Gronk look like Socrates. I can't take this. My God.
Well, that is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
All right, if you're ready to upgrade your ride, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, 2 years in a row for good reason. Moran makes car buying super simple. Get you the best price, period. And on inventory that's, wait for it, actually there. 2026 Silverado Crew Cab V8. Haul all your summer toys, trips up north, road trips, whatever it may be. Gas prices, cool. 26 tracks. That'll take care of that. If your current vehicle needs attention, you know what to do. It's MoranExpress.com. Shop online anytime. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Rieger has joined us. You have a special surprise for Wojo.
Maybe. We'll
I'll tell you. I
We'll
want to
see.
say this before he comes in. You were doing the Lord's work last night. Because Bob, that was as crackheaded as I've ever. I couldn't believe.
I think
what
he was on
coming.
something. Yes.
No, I couldn't believe what was coming out of the speakers. I mean, how do you say that Michigan was transparent when, well, they didn't find anything, so that's why they didn't release it? That makes absolutely no sense. That's like saying 2 + 2 is 5.
I just don't understand why a journalist of Bob's caliber, the height of heights,
that's not
curiosity
that's not
is
what he
in
does.
the blood. And why wouldn't you want to know what the hell was in that report? I mean, it's only normal to spend $12 million for a report and not release it.
It's not going to change anything if you know anyway.
You have a surprise for Bob. It's going to be very exciting. Look, Rieger said he's got a surprise for you. What do you want from me?
Can't wait.
You feeling better after last night?
Absolutely. I feel perfectly fine.
Were you on drugs last night?
No, I see everything's been misconstrued.
No, I listened. Bob, I'm serious. I thought you smoked a doobie before you came in.
Well, we do like to get high,
I
just not on the
said,
show.
yes, you want whatever's in the report to
Don't
come
yell.
out.
Don't yell.
What
You're yelling.
Do what you guys get.
I listened last. I thought you were very mean to him.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he
I
usually
should
is.
have been.
No, you were terrible. You called him essentially a simpleton. That was tough.
Twice.
And
that Bob.
The inaccuracy was where?
Jeff is a lot of things. I don't think dumb is one.
I didn't say dumb. I said simpleton.
This is the same thing.
No, it's not. Simpleton goes for the most obvious, lowest.
You guys
hanging
are letting
fruit.
him change the topic.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're letting him
I'm
get
not
off.
letting anything happen. This is your guys' time to preview your show. I was waiting for him to bring those phosphorus white legs in here.
And this awful headset.
Well, Wojo, I mean, you were attacked, I feel, on social media.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Imagine
How
that.
you dealing with
Surprise.
that?
Yeah, I heard the only the rival fan bases care about this, and I was like, yes.
It pretty much was the rivals.
That's
fan
not really
bases.
true. It's just information that everybody should know.
How bad?
I'm not disagreeing.
No,
with that.
how? I don't
What do
even
you-
want to know. I don't even want to know.
You
about
guys,
the whole social media
the
thing.
mouth-breathing mongrels out there that get all of their insight from like a tweet here or a little clue here and don't actually read like columns and everything else and don't read other opinions. I don't know if you saw Dan Wetzel's column, if you saw the idea that there was going to be some incredible release
Then release it.
was fake. It was fake. You get unrealized expectations because of what people hope
Then hold
is
the
coming
press
out.
conference.
They do have issues to deal with. They have lawsuits pending. If they give out too much, if there's even anything to give out, then they're basically doing discovery for the other lawsuits, which would be stupid, not simple.
Uh-oh.
Right,
Did it
but-
again to him. Go ahead.
Oh, you
But
caught that?
that's a them problem, not a you problem.
Who's you?
You should be
You should be demanding.
We should be saying, okay, but give us the information.
No, but this is what I don't get. So if there's something there, yes, of course. Duh. That's what people are misconstrued. Of course I'd want to hear it. But if they're really hiding something big, then they're pretty damn good at it, okay? With all the investigation that's gone on. I think you're just looking for a fight. You're looking for a squabble. You're not looking for real information. Whatever accountability you wanted, hasn't taken place?
No.
Let's see.
Not really.
Let's see. Sharon Moore jailed and fired. Harbaugh
What's that about
booted
Sharon
out.
Moore?
He was banging his assistant, and he threatened to kill himself.
A coach is fired.
Why can't you understand when
what's the next
people
level?
read and hear about these scandals that people just want the information of what took place and they got nothing?
You already had you saw the NCAA investigation. This was just, here's where Michigan screwed up big time. If they were going to do the report and were afraid that it could lead to issues in lawsuits, then they shouldn't have done the report. When they did it, they should have decided, okay, then we are going to release it. And I think originally that's what they were going to do.
Said that yesterday. Okay, good. I finally got through to you.
Let me finish. And then when they did the investigation and another lawsuit came up and another, especially with the Paige Shiver thing, they realized they would have issues.
They're brilliant
about
lawyers,
client
Joe.
attorney
They
privilege.
can figure out a way to
Ready
get
to go?
the information out there.
What if there isn't much information?
These two are coming up next. I probably wouldn't.
Let me say one thing. You need me on that blue wall. You want me on that blue wall.
You can
Bam!
spin the wheel. You got 24 different flavors. 97
Okay,
watts.
then.